Chapter 1912. Golden Brush Scholar, do you really think you can do anything to me? You really don't know what's good for you. Why? Do you want the invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention too? The middle-aged man in white shook his head. It's just an invitation. It's not a big deal for me. What I'm interested in is the great astral umbrella in your hand. Old man Dudu, why don't you take out the great astral umbrella and let me play with it for a few years? You're courting death. Old man Dugu was furious. The great astral umbrella was his treasure. How could he give it to someone else? Therefore, he said coldly in the next moment, Golden Pen Scholar, since you're courting death, don't blame me. With that, he took out the great astral umbrella from his back and released a sharp aura from his body. He was like a demon king looking down on everyone. The great astral umbrella in his hand emitted a black light. On the surface of the umbrella, there were blue lines shining like real stars. It was very mysterious. Good, good, good. I'll see the power of the great astral umbrella today. The middle-aged man in white laughed wildly. Then, a golden brush appeared in his hand. Humph! Old man Dugu snorted and spun the great astral umbrella in his hand, releasing a terrifying aura. The great astral umbrella shone brightly and released a silver river. It was like a heavenly blade that swept forward. The silver river carried a monstrous power. It cut through the void and swept toward the middle-aged man in white in an instant. Buzz! The middle-aged man in white was not afraid at all. He waved the golden brush in his hand and quickly danced in the air. The golden brush shone with golden light, but the lines drawn were blood-red as if they were fresh blood. There was a strong smell of blood. Soon, a picture of a demon king with a ferocious face and fangs appeared in the air. It was a picture of a demon king with a pair of wings on his back. The picture was so lifelike that anyone who saw it could not help but clap their hands and cheer. However, there was a strange change under the influence of the golden brush. The ferocious demon king seemed to have come alive. He leaped into the air and turned into a real demon king. Roar! The roar shook 3,000 miles and a terrifying force swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark and watching, was shocked. He did not expect the mystic skills and Dharma treasures of the two men to be so amazing. He had never seen it before. Therefore, at this moment, his eyes flickered as he watched carefully. In the sky, the terrifying attacks collided with each other, erupting with resplendent light. The entire world was trembling. Boundless light erupted as the ground cracked open. The surrounding mountain peaks were directly split into 2 halves as boundless power surged forth. Lin Xian hid in the darkness and executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, quickly widening the distance. Now that he was hit by this kind of energy, he would definitely be discovered, so he came to a safe place and silently watched the battle again. In front of him, there was a shocking explosion. Subsequently, the white-robed middle-aged man and old man Dugu each retreated 3,000 meters. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. But soon after, eccentric Dugu coldly snorted. He activated the great star umbrella, and it expanded in the wind, turning into hundreds of giant umbrellas that reached the heavens. Like a giant sword that could split a mountain, a terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he was like a demon king. His eyes were sharp, and his robes were fluttering. A sharp aura gushed out quickly. Together with the great star umbrella, he unleashed a series of devastating attacks. As for the white-clothed scholar, he was waving the golden brush in his hand. Strange scenes appeared one after another. Defenses, swords, and terrifying beasts were displayed in the air, turning into pure energy that surged forward. The two of them fought so fiercely that the heavens and earth seemed to shatter. Everything within a radius of 10,000 li was flattened, and nothing could stop them. Humph! The terrifying golden brush in the white-clothed scholar's hand turned into golden dragons that rushed out and filled the entire sky. Each of the terrifying golden dragons was hundreds of meters long. They were extremely terrifying, and the scales on them were shining as if they were real dragons. Boom! On the other hand, the great star mountain shone brightly, and thousands of silver rivers drooped down, stirring rapidly and tearing the void apart. Then, all of the golden dragons were killed. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Finally, eccentric Dugas seized an opportunity and activated the Great Star Mountain with all his might. The stars in the sky fell from the sky and directly blasted the white-clothed scholar away. The white-clothed middle-aged man vomited blood, and his white clothes were stained with blood. His face was extremely pale, and he had received a terrifying injury. Damn it! The white-clothed middle-aged man gritted his teeth. He had already exerted all his strength, but he couldn't defeat his opponent at all. In the end, he could only soar into the sky and disappear. If he continued to fight, his injuries would be even more serious. Humph! Eccentric Dugas sneered when he saw the other party escape. He wasn't someone that anyone could mess with, and his great star umbrella was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party was the mysterious golden brush scholar, he wouldn't be afraid. With a wave of his sleeve, eccentric Dugas put away the great star umbrella and turned to leave. However, at this moment, a faint voice floated from behind. Why? Are you leaving already? I haven't seen enough yet. Why don't you leave the invitation card behind? The voice was very calm and very young. It sounded like a young man. Eccentric Dugas' body stiffened when he heard that, and he frowned. There's actually someone here. And I've been observing him. Why didn't he notice me? In the next moment, he suddenly turned around, and his gaze swept across the entire void like a long knife. Who is it? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Get out here. What? You can't even find where I am. What's there to be arrogant about? I advise you to obediently put down the invitation card, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't let me off so easily. The faint laughter was heard again. This voice was naturally Lin Xian's. He was hiding in the void, and he was ready to make his move. Humph, what a joke! You want me to put down the invitation card with just these few words? Don't you think you're too naive? Eccentric Dugas sneered. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Hurry up and get out here. Otherwise, if I find you, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. He dares to threaten me? Eccentric Dugas gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand it. However, Lin Xian sighed. Since you're not willing to take the initiative to hand it over, don't blame me for making a move. In the next moment, he walked over from the void. What? Eccentric Dugas was stunned when he saw this scene. He had originally thought that it would be some powerful king, but he didn't expect it to be a young man. He was only in his 20s, and he couldn't see any aura fluctuations on his body. How dare someone like that threaten him? He really didn't know what was good for him. One had to know that he was eccentric Dugas. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, and his strength was comparable to that of a saint. Chapter 1913. Kid, which family are you from? I think your head must have been kicked by a donkey. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. However, Lin Xian was calm after hearing that. He said indifferently, You don't have to be so arrogant. You only chased away a middle-aged scholar and 3 martial artists from the Golden Dawn sect. With such strength, you don't have to be so arrogant. To be honest, your strength is really weak in front of me. So, I advise you not to fight with me. You're courting death. Old Monster Dugas was furious. His expression was abnormally ferocious. Kid, do you know who I am? Even the Holy Sun wouldn't dare to say such words in front of me. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian sneered. Although you're strong, you're still lacking compared to the real Holy Sun. And you've lived for thousands of years, yet you're inferior to the younger generation. Do you feel ashamed? If I were you, I would have obediently returned to the mountains to cultivate. Why would I go to the stone gambling convention? So, give me this invitation. I'm so angry. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Old Monster Dugas roared crazily. He couldn't tolerate the other party's contempt and ridicule. So, in the next moment, he stomped his foot and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian like a god of death. Beside him, rivers of stars connected the heavens and the earth like the Milky Way, constantly dancing. Each river of stars was as thick as a mountain, and its momentum was vast and terrifying. It carried the terrifying power of the stars. Boom! With a wave of his hand, dozens of rivers of stars tore through the void and swept toward Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Kid, go to hell! Old Monster Duga sneered. The power of the rivers of stars was his divine ability. It was incomparably terrifying. It borrowed the power of the stars above the 9 heavens and fused with his spiritual power to refine it. Ordinary kings couldn't resist at all. In his opinion, it would only take an instant for the other party to be killed. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm. Facing the power of the rivers of stars, his expression was indifferent. He didn't even try to dodge. When the river of stars reached him, he stretched out his hand. In his palm, blue ice crystals appeared. Then, a terrifying power of ice burst out and rushed forward. Ka ka ka! The cold air spread throughout the entire sky, and in an instant, the 9 galaxies were completely frozen. In the sky before him, 9 blue ice pillars pierced through the sky like 9 icebergs, floating in the void. What? It was frozen! How is this possible? On the other side, Old Man Dugu was truly stunned. He did not expect that his powerful galaxy would actually be sealed in ice. This was something that had never happened before. Damn it, how is this possible? How can this brat have such a terrifying icy aura? Could he be an ice attribute martial artist? Eccentric Dugu's face was grave. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. Kid, who are you? Which sect are you from? Tell me your name! I don't kill nameless people. Old Monster Dugu coldly snorted. He did this because he wanted to figure out Lin Xian's identity. However, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator. What? No sect? A rogue cultivator? Old Monster Dugu's eyes widened. Only a fool would believe that. Such a powerful young man could only be nurtured by the top sacred grounds and the clan of the ancients. Now, the other party actually said that he didn't belong to any sect. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. One had to know that in addition to talent, young geniuses also needed a lot of resources to nurture. This kind of resources could not be taken out by ordinary sections. Only the top sects and the clan of the ancients could take it out. Kid, I originally wanted to spare your life. But since you won't tell me your identity, then don't blame me for being impolite. When the time comes, I'll kill you. Even if your elders come looking for you, they can't blame me. Old Monster Dugu coldly snorted, and the murderous aura on his body quickly spread. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, Go ahead. As long as you have the strength to kill me, then do it. Lin Xian was very calm. Indeed, he could even kill a holy son, let alone a mere Old Monster Dugu. Moreover, he could see that most of Old Monster Dugu's magical powers and power were on the great astral umbrella. At this moment, if Old Monster Dugu did not use the great astral umbrella, he would not be a match for him at all. Old Monster Dugu naturally understood this point, so he did not hesitate to use the great astral umbrella. The great astral umbrella swept across the sky and quickly spread out. It was like a black wave crashing in the sky. A terrifying power swept out in all directions, turning into streaks of cold blade light that slashed forward. The terrifying power of the stars, along with boundless murderous aura, arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, raised his palm and slapped forward. Suddenly, a boundless icy aura spread out and completely froze the sharp blade light. Then, he gently waved his palm and slapped it into countless ice cubes. After the sea god's ice evolved, it could even threaten an almighty, let alone a mere blade light attack. Seeing this scene, Old Monster Dugu's face was unusually ugly. This was because he realized that his opponent's icy power was too terrifying. It could freeze everything. This surprised him, but then he revealed a trace of malevolence. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're an ice-based martial artist. You're unlucky to have met me. I didn't want to kill you, but you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he suspended the great astral umbrella in the void, and thousands of stars fell down and shrouded his body. As for himself, he took out a red gourd from his waist. I admit that your ice is powerful, but under my blazing starfire, you can't fight back at all. Blazing starfire? Lin Xian looked puzzled. Old Monster Dugu, on the other hand, laughed loudly and looked very proud. The blazing starfire was a very terrifying flame that came from the lotus in the endless starry sky. Kid, you didn't expect me to have this kind of flame, did you? Let me tell you, even a true saint wouldn't dare to resist this kind of flame. Not to mention you. So, go to hell. Who asked you to provoke me? This is what you get for provoking me. Old Monster Duga laughed sinisterly, then opened the red gourd. Suddenly, a purple flame spread out. A terrifying temperature rose to the sky, like a sea of fire, instantly covering the entire space. The scorching heat made the void tremble. Oh, this flame is not bad. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Old Monster Dugu to have so many treasures in his hands. First, it was the great astral umbrella, then the purple flame. Chapter 1914. Lin Xian nodded slightly, and then sucked hard. A powerful devouring force slashed out and turned into a huge vortex, crazily engulfing the surroundings. The surrounding sea of fire was attracted by this force, and crazily rushed toward Lin Xian. Old Monster Dugu was stunned at first, then he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're really an idiot. Even a saint would have to run away if he encountered this kind of flame, but you actually dared to provoke it? As long as you come into contact with a trace of the flame, you'll be burned to ashes. Old Monster Dugu was very confident in his blazing starfire because he knew how terrifying this kind of flame was. However, he was soon dumbfounded. He realized that Lin Xian had opened his mouth and sucked all the purple flames into his body. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body emitted a purple light, but it quickly disappeared. Nothing happened at all? How is this possible? Old Monster Dugu was really stunned. This kind of purple flame could burn any 6-star king to death. Even a saint-level figure would not dare to provoke them easily if they saw them. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. But now, this young man in front of him had easily absorbed it and was not hurt at all. He could not believe it. He did not know that Lin Xian was not only an ice-type martial artist, but also a powerful flame ability. He had the demonic hellfire in his body, which was the origin flame of the ancient demonic beast, the heavenly netherbird. In addition, the great dragon sword soul was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything. Therefore, although the blazing starfire was powerful, it could not hurt Lin Xian at all. As soon as it entered his body, it was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Then, it was devoured by the demonic hellfire. Lin Xian realized that the demonic hellfire's energy and power had increased by quite a bit, and he immediately smiled happily. Then, he looked forward and said happily, "Old man, do you have any more magic treasures? Hurry up and use them. I can't wait any longer." Pfft. Old Monster Dugu was so angry that he vomited blood. He had a fierce reputation, and ordinary Saint Land martial artists had to be patient when they saw him. But now, he was being provoked. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The next moment he roared. With the great star umbrella in hand, he quickly charged over. The terrifying great astral umbrella flickered like a black spear, emitting boundless energy. Boom! Lin Xian, on the other hand, slapped his palms together to form a wall of ice that blasted forward. Boom! Boom! The terrifying great astral umbrella collided with the ice walls in the sky. It was like 10,000 claps of thunder, causing the entire void to tremble rapidly. This time, Old Monster Dugu was truly mad with anger. With his unparalleled might and power, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Then, the great star umbrella opened completely. It wasn't black inside. Instead, it was old and slightly yellowed. On its surface, there were many vein patterns. What supported the entire umbrella were white brackets that looked like bones. A terrifying aura emanated from the big star umbrella, causing Lin Xian to frown. He discovered that not only that, but there were also many terrifying scenes inside the stellar umbrella, and they were divided into a total of 4 scenes. One of them was a sea of fire that filled the sky. It was a monster that was red all over and had red wings on its back. It was born of fire. The second scene was next to it. It was a single-horned monster that held a trident in its hand. Millions of corpses lay at its feet. The third scene was a strange person that was pitch black all over and looked like a bat. He appeared out of thin air and covered the entire sky. The fourth scene was a tall giant with 4 arms and an eye on its face. It was abnormally evil. Not only was the scene evil, but it also emitted a cold and bloody aura. This aura quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! With a furious roar, Lin Xian slapped out a terrifying icy aura that surged forward. However, in the first scene, a sea of fire rushed out and fought against the ice. Not only that, but the images on the second, third, and fourth images also quickly distorted, forming waves of powerful energy that blasted towards Lin Xian. Go to hell, kid! Old Monster Dugu was abnormally ferocious. Anyone who has seen the true face of the Great Star Umbrella has already gone to hell. You are no exception. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He was indeed surprised. He did not expect that the Great Star Umbrella was not only mysterious on the surface, but it also had the power of the stars. There was actually another world inside this place. Looking at the 4 completely different auras, it was obvious that the Great Star Umbrella's grade was very high. It was probably a high-grade Earth rank artifact. However, he was not afraid. With a cold snort, a sharp sword aura rushed out of his body and rushed into the sky. Wherever it passed, 4 terrifying energies were split open. Boom! The smile on Old Monster Dugu's face disappeared and was replaced by shock. Because he was directly sent flying by a sword light. How is this possible? He still has power! This sword light, is he a swordsman? To be honest, Old Monster Dugu was already stunned. Previously, he had noticed that the other party's icy aura was very terrifying and thought that the other party was an ice-type martial artist. However, when he saw this sword light, his heart collapsed. This sword light was even more terrifying. He had never seen any sword king that could release such a terrifying sword aura. Kid, who are you? Old Monster Dugu gritted his teeth and asked because he found the other party too mysterious. He could not see through him at all. How could there be such a powerful young man in the world? Unless the other party was a genius of some sacred ground. However, he had thought of all those people, and there was no one who matched the identity of the young man in front of him. Therefore, he was very puzzled. Lin Xian did not answer at all. He said coldly, "Since you don't take the initiative to hand it over, then don't blame me." In the next moment, he took a step forward and his body bloomed with tens of thousands of sword lights. His entire body was like a sword immortal, emitting a monstrous spiritual aura. When this aura appeared, Old Monster Dugu's expression immediately changed. Because it was too terrifying, his body could not help but tremble. An earth-shattering sword light danced in the air like a jade dragon, slashing down at the front at high speed. Old Monster Dugu's pupils shrank. He crazily activated the Great Star Umbrella and released a terrifying attack, forming a light screen. Boom, boom, boom. Ka, ka, ka. The two collided. The bright light screen only froze for a moment before it emitted a shattering sound. In the end, it directly cracked like glass. Boom! Old Monster Dugu could not escape. He could only raise the Great Star Umbrella in front of him and forcefully resist the sword. Then, he was sent flying. However, just as he stabilized his body and climbed out of the rubble that filled the sky, his scalp went numb. Because in the sky, tens of thousands of sword aura had formed a black qilin and suppressed down. Before the terrifying black qilin could land, its astonishing energy had directly shattered the ground around him. Chapter 19:15. He wanted to escape, but 4 ice phoenixes suddenly appeared around him. They were extremely white and emitted a terrifying chill that completely froze the entire space. Terror, absolute terror. Old Monster Dugu's face was filled with despair. This technique was too heaven-defying. One had to know that the Golden Pen Scholar had also used this technique, but compared to the young man in front of him, his technique was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. He had never seen any divine ability that could be so realistic. If he had not seen with his own eyes that the fire Qilin and the ice phoenixes were evolved, he would have thought that they were divine beasts that existed between heaven and earth. I admit defeat! I admit defeat! Old Monster Dugu shouted crazily. Don't you want the invitation to the Stone Gambling Convention? I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he shot out a ray of light and threw the invitation out. He really did not dare to continue fighting because he felt that his life was in danger. If he continued fighting, he was afraid that she would be killed here. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took the invitation card. Then, he waved his sleeve, and the terrifying fire Qilin and the 4 ice phoenixes quickly turned into spiritual qi and entered his body. Phew! Old Monster Dugu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, he still cupped his fists and said, I was wrong to have offended you, young master. I hope you can forgive me. The Stone Gambling Convention is next to the Dragon Transformation Lake. You can go there now. I'll leave now. With that, he turned around and left. At that moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Wait! Buzz! Old Monster Dugu's body stiffened, and his face became extremely ugly. He turned his head stiffly and revealed a fawning smile. Is there anything else, young master? To be honest, he was extremely afraid. If Lin Xian wanted to kill him now, he would be killed. It would be difficult for him to escape. However, Lin Xian said calmly, I just came to the southern region, so I don't know much about the Stone Gambling Convention. Don't you want to go too? Why don't you come with me? Go together? Old Monster Dugu's face became very ugly when he heard this. He did not dare to stay with Lin Xian now, because the other party was simply too dangerous. Well, this old man is just an old man. Following by young master's side is too much of a hindrance. It's better for me to leave. Besides, I just remembered that I have something to take care of, so I really can't accompany you anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, Old Monster Dugu turned around and wanted to leave. However, Lin Xian snorted and his expression darkened. What? You don't want to go with me? Old Man Dugu's body stiffened when he heard the ice-cold voice. He didn't dare to leave because a cold, killing intent enveloped him. He felt that if he dared to move, the other party would definitely make a move. Therefore, he turned around and laughed dryly again. I remember now. It's not an urgent matter. I can deal with it in a few days. Besides, since young master is alone, you must be lacking someone to do odd jobs. In that case, this old man will follow young master. Very good. Suchin smiled and nodded. Let's go then. After saying that, he stepped into the air and flew into the distance. Old Monster Dugu also followed by his side. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to leave at all. Southern Region, Dragon Transformation Lake. This was a jade-green lake with beautiful scenery. It was named Dragon Transformation Lake because the shape of the lake was like a crouching dragon. The lake was green and bottomless. The scenery was pleasant and divine. It was like a paradise on earth. Near the Dragon Transformation Lake, there was a huge plain. The terrain was wide and suitable for large-scale activities. Therefore, the Stone Gambling Convention was near Dragon Transformation Lake. This time, the Stone Gambling Convention was jointly hosted by the 5 Great Sage. It could be said that their background was very terrifying. Absolutely no one dared to cause trouble here. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the real event began. However, many martial artists had gathered at Dragon Transformation Lake. Of course, those who could come here were all people of extraordinary status. Those without an invitation couldn't enter at all. Boom! At this moment, a huge fluctuation appeared in the sky. Then, A five-colored ray of light descended from the sky. A group of people stood with their heads held high. They looked extraordinary as they landed near Dragon Transformation Lake. What a big show! Who are these people? How dare they be so arrogant? Lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. Are you stupid? Those are people from the Toba family. What? The Toba family? They're here too. Of course, the Toba family was a powerful family of seeker spiritual masters. How could they not come to such a stone gambling convention? Indeed, the group of people who descended were powerhouses from the Toba family. Each of them walked with majestic gait. Their eyes shone with a deep light. It was obvious that they had cultivated an extremely profound eye technique. After they descended, they were quickly escorted away. That was because seeker spiritual masters were extremely popular. One had to know that if one could get the help of a powerful seeker spiritual master, they would definitely be able to obtain treasures in the stone gambling convention later. If they could obtain a divine crystal, they would be rich. After the Toba family, the void fluctuated violently again. Even the ground began to tremble. Then, everyone opened their eyes wide. In the distant horizon, there was a huge monster flying towards them at high speed. When it got closer, the crowd realized that it was an earthen dragon. It was extremely huge, at least 100 feet long. Its entire body was made up of rocks and earth. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was unusually ferocious and had a strong aura of a dragon. Damn, what kind of superpower is this? Although it was just an earthen dragon made up of rocks, its aura was too terrifying. It was as if it was a real dragon. Could it be that it was supported by the power of the dragon vein? What? Dragon vein? Heavens, is there really someone who can find such a thing? Exclamations of surprise were heard. They were from the Ouyang family. No wonder they were so powerful. The Ouyang family was here too. The Ouyang family was also one of the seeker families. They were extremely powerful and were not any weaker than the Toba family. In fact, they were even more powerful. In front of them, many figures stood on the earthen dragon and flew quickly towards the Dragon Transformation Lake. Soon, the earthen dragon gradually stopped. Then, it sank into the ground and disappeared. The ground also healed without a single crack. It was as if the scene that they had just seen was just a dream. However, the crowd knew that it was not a dream because there was an additional group of people in front of them. A group of powerful seeker spiritual masters. Humph! In the crowd, the Toba family looked at the newly arrived seeker spiritual masters and snorted. Their eyes were filled with hostility. As for the Ouyang family, their eyes flickered and mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared. Chapter 1916. Brother Ouyang, you've also come! Right at that moment, several terrifying figures appeared. Although they had restrained their powerful auras, it was still enough to make one's heart jump. Clearly, they were all almighties. They respectfully invited the elders of the Ouyang family away. As for the youngsters of the Ouyang family, they were also quickly led away by the others. Soon after, more and more powers arrived, and the Dragon Transformation Lake became more and more lively. Later on, there were even some people fighting over the position of a Seeker Spirit Master. Fortunately, there were 5 great sage lands overseeing the lake. Thus, no one dared to make a move. A day passed. There was only one day left before the real stone gambling conference began. On this day, 3 figures appeared in the sky. One was a handsome young man who looked like an immortal. One was a black-robed old man, and the other was a red dragon horse. Naturally, they were Lin Xian's group of 3. The handsome young man was Lin Xian in disguise. As for the black-robed old man, he was naturally old eccentric Dugu. As for the dragon horse, it was a dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was also wanted by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Thus, it had to change its form. Back then, the dark red divine dragon had directly changed into a fire Qiling. Its entire body was bathed in flames, and it looked extraordinarily mighty, as if it were a true divine beast. However, Lin Xian's complexion had turned black. If he were to go out like that, even almighties would be envious. After all, Kylans were ancient divine beasts that had already disappeared from the world. If such a divine beast were to appear, not to mention almighties, even the holy masters of the Holy Lands would go crazy. Thus, Lin Xian had the dark red divine dragon change its form again. With no other choice, the dark red divine dragon unwillingly changed into a simplified version of the fire Qilin, making it look more like a dragon horse. Although it still looked very eye-catching, it was still much better than the fire Qilin. Thus, Lin Xian agreed. A group of people descended from the sky. Look, someone else is coming down! Who is that? I don't recognize him. What's there to see? What are you looking at? What's there to see? He's not a seeker spirit master. Many people shook their heads, not paying any attention to them. However, there was still a small number of people who raised their heads and looked ahead. Then, they were stunned and screamed one after another. Fuck, what is that? Could it be the legendary Qilin? It's not a Qilin. A Qilin is even more powerful than this. But what exactly is this? Cries of surprise could be heard. Soon, the surrounding people were also affected. They all raised their heads and looked over. Then, they were extremely shocked. Among them, there were a few elders whose eyes were shining. Heavens, a mutant of the heavens and the earth! Just by looking at its aura and appearance, it's definitely a mutated species. That's right, they were all staring at the dark red dragon. Because at this moment, the dark red divine dragon had turned into a draconic horse. Its entire body was dark red, without a trace of impurities. Its 4 hooves were suffused with monstrous flames. It burned fiercely, looking mighty and extraordinary, like a divine horse made of flames. Humph! Seeing the surrounding martial artists exclaim in admiration, the dark red divine dragon snorted. If not for Lin Xian stopping him, he would have already transformed into a Qilin. At that time, these people's jaws would definitely drop, right? At this time, several powerful martial artists walked up and surrounded the dark red divine dragon. Damn, look at its fur! It's so shiny! Look, there are flames on its hooves. What a terrifying temperature! I really want to use it as a mount. A middle-aged man went behind the dark red divine dragon and was eager to try. Initially, the dark red divine dragon was still very proud because of the praises around it. However, when it heard the last sentence, its face immediately darkened. How dare you use it as a mount? You really don't know what's good for you. I'll kick you in the face. The dark red divine dragon was enraged. It raised its hind hooves and kicked behind it. Boom! This kick sent the middle-aged man behind it flying. A low voice was heard. Then, the middle-aged man turned into a meteor and smashed into the distance. He crashed into a mountain peak and collapsed it. Seeing this scene, the crowd was extremely shocked. The few martial artists who had surrounded the dark red divine dragon earlier also distanced themselves from it, each of them bewildered and bewildered. Heavens, what the hell is that thing? It's too terrifying, isn't it? It can send a powerhouse flying with a kick? Damn, that's too scary. Hurry up and stay away. Otherwise, we won't even know how we're sent flying. However, a few old men's eyes lit up as they stared at the dark red divine dragon. It's a mutant. What a violent power! I really want to take it for myself. Then, they quickly surrounded it. This time, they did not surround the dark red divine dragon, but Lin Xian, who was beside the dark red divine dragon. Although they also felt that the black-robed old man beside him had a powerful aura, he looked more like a servant than a housekeeper. Therefore, they looked at the handsome young man in front of them and felt that he was the young master of an aristocratic family. Therefore, these people asked, "Young master, how much are you selling this pet for? Name a price. I'll buy it for how much? I saw it first. Why are you guys joining in the fun? You saw it first? Do you have that much money? I'm a member of the Wang family. I saw this horse. How dare you snatch it from me?" Before Lin Xian could say anything, a few people who came up to ask for the price had already started fighting and arguing. However, the dark red divine dragon was so angry that his face turned black. He immediately raised his 4 hooves and slapped all the people around him away. Damn, how dare you call me a pet? You're the fucking pet. Come here if you dare. I'll slap you to death. The dark red divine dragon was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He realized that turning into a draconic horse was not a wise choice. However, there was no way he could turn back now. Damn, this draconic horse has a bad temper. It's too wild. However, it's more interesting to tame such a beast. If you can completely tame it, it won't betray you for the rest of its life. Keep your voice down. I think this horse is very powerful. It's not weaker than a 6-star king. Be careful not to be kicked away by its hooves. That would be embarrassing. Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian felt a little helpless. He was surrounded by a group of people before even entering the stone gambling convention. It seemed that he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. To be honest, old Monster Dugu was also surprised. At first, he thought that the dark red divine dragon was just a long snake because he didn't know that the dark red divine dragon was a dragon. Therefore, he thought that the dark red divine dragon was a snake, a pet, and not very powerful. However, he didn't expect that it would be extremely powerful. A few of those old men were 6-star kings, and they were quite powerful. In the end, they couldn't even block one attack. One could imagine how terrifying the dark red divine dragon was. Chapter 1917. There was still a day before the real stone gambling convention, so the crowd could not enter and could only wait outside. Of course, those with status had already been invited in. The remaining people made up the majority. They had nothing to do, so some of them even started to do business. One of the gray-robed old men waved his arm and took out 7 or 8 grayish-brown stones. He placed them on the ground. He said loudly, "Come, come, come, let's warm them up. I have a few ancient mystical stones here. They're usually not open to the public, but I've reluctantly sold them during the stone gambling convention." "What? You have ancient mystical stones?" Many people crowded around when they heard that. The others sneered. "What ancient mystical stones? You must be lying. If you really have such treasures, why don't you take them out during the stone gambling convention tomorrow? You're just fooling people by taking them out now." "That's true. But who cares? There's a show to watch. Anyway, we have nothing to do now. Fuck, who's that old guy? He's so fast. How dare he steal our business?" The others had the same plan, but they did not expect that someone else would snatch the stones away. Therefore, they could not wait any longer. They took out the stones one by one and set up stalls. Anyway, if they could deceive as many as they could, they would earn enough capital today so that they could enter the stone gambling convention tomorrow and buy the real mystical stones. Someone set up a stall in advance? Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Anyway, as the others said, since he had nothing to do now, he might as well go and take a look. Perhaps he could really find some treasures. Therefore, Lin Xian found a stall that was closer to the stall and went to take a look. Other than Lin Xian, there were quite a number of people surrounding the stall. However, at that moment, there was a commotion behind them. Then, an extremely arrogant voice was heard. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Can't you see that my young master is here? Get out of the way." Then, the crowd dispersed, and a young man dressed in green strode over with a fan in his hand. He was dressed in green, and there was a long sword hanging from his waist. The long sword was inlaid with some beautiful divine stones. A strong wave of spiritual power was emitted from it. The young man had sharp eyes and sharp eyebrows. There was infinite arrogance in his eyes. Beside him were 2 servants. The 2 servants had their noses in the air, looking very arrogant. Who is this? How can he be so arrogant? Some people around were dissatisfied. He's from the Swallow Cloud sect. Looks like his background isn't small. It's best not to offend him. The young man had an arrogant look on his face and didn't say anything. His chin was raised high, as if he didn't care about anyone. One of the two servants beside him sneered. Let me tell you something. Our young master's father is an elder of the Swallow Cloud sect. If you offend us, you'll have to bear the consequences. Get out of the way. An elder of the Yen Yun sect? Hearing this, many people were shocked and made way for him. After all, the Swallow Cloud sect was also a peerless sect. The strength of an elder in the sect was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, no one dared to provoke this arrogant young man. However, there were exceptions. There were 3 motionless figures in front of them. They were Lin Xian and the other 2. Fuck, who is this? How dare you not make way? Don't you want to live? I don't know, but this kid seems to have an extraordinary background. He actually has such a mutant by his side. I think he's probably a disciple of a large family or faction. The crowd discussed animatedly. Although they didn't know Lin Xian, the dark red dragon beside Lin Xian was too eye-catching. Moreover, there was a black-robed old man with him. Although he had restrained his aura, it still made people's hearts tremble. Such a person must have a powerful background. However, the young man from the Swallow Cloud sect frowned. Someone actually dared to put on airs in front of him. He really didn't know what was good for him. However, before he could speak, the 2 servants beside him shouted angrily. Kid, who are you? Don't you have ears? Get lost! Hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything, but the dark red dragon and old monster Dugu were furious. Especially old monster Dugu, whose nerves were cold. One had to know that he was a fierce and unrestrained person. Usually, when the martial artists of the sacred grounds saw him, they would retreat. But now, someone actually dared to reprimand him. They were simply courting death. He coldly snorted and was about to attack. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped him. Lin Xian mainly didn't want to provoke trouble and attract the attention of almighty experts. If that happened, he might be targeted by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Humph! Seeing Lin Xian stop him, old monster Dugu no longer attacked. However, he still coldly snorted. This place is so big. Don't you have legs? Can't you take a detour? You are courting death. Our young master is so precious. You actually dare to ask him to take a detour? Are you tired of living? Fuck your grandpa. The dark red dragon exerted himself and kicked that insolent servant away. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, when he threw a tantrum, Lin Xian couldn't stop him. Therefore, his kick directly made that servant disappear. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd went into an uproar. However, the people from the Swallow Cloud sect also frowned. Audacious! You dare to attack us? Are you tired of living? Do you know who we are? The remaining servant gnashed his teeth and roared crazily. The other party actually dared to attack them. They were truly audacious and didn't know the difference between life and death. Io, you still dare to be arrogant? The dark red dragon still wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Lin Xian. On the other side, the arrogant youth from the Swallow Cloud sect said in a deep voice. Enough. Don't pay attention to them. Yes, young master. That servant said respectfully. Then, he fiercely glared at Lin Xian's group. Brat, consider yourself lucky. Our young master is magnanimous and will let you go. Otherwise, you are dead. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to such people. In his eyes, such people were nothing more than ants. He didn't care about them at all. Instead, he stared at the stall in front of him and said in a deep voice, Uncle, how much are you selling these stones? Io, you still want to gamble on stones? Do you have money? These are all wondrous stones. Can you afford them? On the other side, the arrogant youth from the Swallow Cloud sect walked over. The servant beside him sneered. Slap! Beside him, old monster Duga couldn't take it anymore. He slapped the servant's face, turning it into a pig's head. Damn servant, we can speak! Do you have the right to speak? How dare you hit me? The servant covered his face. His teeth were all broken. He was bleeding profusely as he looked at old monster Dugu in horror. However, he still shouted crazily. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Young master, you must kill him. Help me kill him. Chapter 1918. Previously, one of his servants had been sent flying. Now, another servant had been slapped in the face. This made him lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, his face darkened as he stared at Lin Xian, old monster Dugu, and the others. Kid, if we weren't near the dragon transformation lake, it wouldn't be convenient for us to fight. You're all dead now. However, since you dared to provoke the Yen Yun sect, I will remember you. After the stone gambling event, the three of you will not have a good ending. Just you wait. TSK. Lin Xian ignored him. Old monster Dugu snorted coldly. The dark red dragon looked at him with disdain. This kind of threat had no effect on them. The arrogant young master of the Yen Yun sect also snorted coldly. However, letting you off so easily would be letting you off too easily. Don't you want to bet on stones? Kid, do you dare to bet with me? Bet with you? Are you worthy? Lin Xian glanced at him. He did not have any expression, but there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Feeling this disregard, the arrogant young man was about to go crazy. He had a noble status, and no one had ever dared to look down on him. However, this despicable kid in front of him not only looked down on him, but also ignored him. This made him mad with anger. Why? You don't dare? The arrogant young man sneered. There's nothing we don't dare to do. The dark red dragon also sneered. However, do you have enough crystals on you? Don't bet halfway and you'll be out of money. That would be embarrassing. Humph, you don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you dare or not. The arrogant young man said coldly. Okay, I'll play with you, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he looked ahead and said, This is it. What? Stone gambling. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd became excited and gathered around. Those who were even further away were also walking towards them. Seeing Lin Xian choose a stone so easily, the surrounding crowd was shocked. The arrogant young master sneered. You are really a country bumpkin. I haven't even told you how to play and you can't wait to choose a stone? It seems that you are an ignorant idiot. How do you want to play? Lin Xian asked indifferently. He wasn't angry because stone gambling wasn't that difficult for him. One had to know that very few people could match his eye technique. Even those powerful Seeker Spirit Master families might not be able to defeat him. Not to mention the insolent young man in front of him. However, young Master Qian didn't know that. He said coldly, Let's be more direct. We'll each choose a stone, and whoever cuts out more crystals wins. Sure. Lin Yuan nodded. I still choose this stone. I won't change my mind. TSK, what an idiot! This stone of yours is dim and lightless at first glance. There is absolutely no crystal inside. You brat, you definitely don't know anything. Just you wait, you're going to lose this time. At this point, young Master Qian revealed a ferocious expression. I didn't mention the consequences of losing earlier. Can I tell you now? The loser must kneel and kowtow to the winner. What? Kneel and kowtow? The crowd exclaimed. This was a direct slap in the face. Looking at these two young men, their identities weren't simple. If they kneeled and kowtowed in public, it would definitely be a slap in the face. They probably wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They didn't expect young Master Qian to be so vicious. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Young Master Qian sneered. Brat, how is it? Are you afraid? Let me tell you, if you dare to hit my servant, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely make you kneel at my feet, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Moreover, the rule of stone gambling is that the chosen stone can't be changed. So, you can slowly wait for your death. In young Master Qian's opinion, if the other party dared to compete with him, he was simply dead meat. He was 100% confident now. In the next moment, young Master Qian sneered. 2 balls of red light appeared in his eyes and gradually expanded, forming a triangular shape. Buzz! Accompanying it was a faint red light and a terrifying aura. This is an eye technique. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect that although young Master Qian was arrogant, he still had the strength. Judging from his eye technique, he was definitely an expert. It's over. That brat is dead meat. Young Master Qian's eye technique is extraordinary. He will definitely be able to choose a good stone. Yeah, that brat didn't use anything and just casually chose a stone. Does he know what stone gambling is? Sounds of discussion could be heard. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Although they didn't like young Master Qian, at this moment, it seemed that Lin Xian was more likely to lose. At the side, old Monster Dugu was also feeling uneasy. That was because he also felt that Lin Xian was being too casual. No matter what, he should have used his divine ability to check it out. However, the other party didn't do anything at all and casually chose a stone. He was simply too irresponsible. He secretly observed Lin Xian's expression and found that the other party was very calm, as if he didn't take this matter seriously. Sigh, young and ignorant. Although he is powerful, it doesn't mean that his spirit-seeking technique is powerful. Old Monster Duga shook his head in his heart. He had seen many similar situations in the past. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the dark red divine dragon at the side sneered. He knew Lin Xian's true strength. This stone gambling was nothing at all. He was already looking forward to seeing the other party's expression when the results were revealed. In front, young Master Qian's eyes flickered and swept across the stall. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up and he grabbed a stone in his hand. Young masters, this old man is running a small business. Can the two of you settle the bill first? The old man at the stall said. He was really a little worried that the two of them would cut the stone and not pay. It's just a few crystals. Do you think I'll shortchange you? Young Master Qian's face was full of disdain. Then he tossed 1.5 kilograms of crystals to the other party. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Brat, don't tell me you can't even afford 1.5 kilograms of crystals? If that's the case, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow as soon as possible. Idiot! Lin Xian sneered. With a flick of his finger, he also tossed 1.5 kilograms of crystals. Young Master Qian's face darkened when he saw this scene. He realized that the other party's casual attitude was really infuriating. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was indeed a little nervous. That was because it was the most critical time to cut the stone. The most exciting part of stone gambling was when the stone was cut. With one cut, one could rise to the heavens and become rich, or one could completely lose money and go bankrupt. Therefore, that was indeed the most exciting part. Chapter 1919. Crack! 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 He was very careful. Red light bloomed in his eyes, and the golden knife in his hand was as steady as a rock as he slowly lowered it. Then, the surface of the stone slowly peeled off, and the stone in his hand became smaller and smaller. Buzz! At this moment, a bright light suddenly lit up like a rainbow, illuminating the surroundings. Seeing this, young Master Qian heaved a sigh of relief, while the surrounding crowd exclaimed, There's a glow. It seems that there must be a crystal, but I wonder how much? He bought the stone with 1.5 kilograms of crystal. If he can't cut it into 1.5 kilograms, he'll lose money. Looking at the colorful luster, it should be more than 1.5 kilograms. Discussions broke out one after another, as they paid even more attention to the situation. Young Master Qian became more and more careful. In the end, the entire surface of the stone was peeled off, and 2.5 kilograms of crystal appeared on the ground. 2.5 kilograms, he's profited. Yeah, not bad. This young Master Qian is really something. Most of these stones are useless, but I didn't expect young Master Qian to be able to cut out 2.5 kilograms of crystal. It was indeed shocking. Everyone was discussing, and their words were filled with envy. Indeed, 9 out of 10 people who set up stalls here were scammers. Most of the stones were useless, so most people would not cut them. They would wait until the stone gambling convention officially began the next day before cutting. However, young Master Qian was not only bold, but he also cut out 5 kilograms of crystal, which shocked the surrounding crowd. Young Master Qian was even more proud. He looked at Lin Xian provocatively, then sneered. "Kid, you're dead meat. I advise you not to cut it. I've seen your stone. It's just a useless stone. There's nothing in it." As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. "Yeah, that stone is dim and ugly. I don't think there's anything in it." "I think so too. I think that kid is going to lose." Even the old man who sold the stone shook his head and sighed. Obviously, he also thought that it was a useless stone. "Young master, do you want me to do it?" At this moment, old Monster Duga also spoke. He felt that if Lin Xian lost, he might as well not cut it. Now that he was using absolute power to intimidate them, the people around him would definitely not dare to say anything. However, Lin Xian was very calm. He said, "There is definitely a treasure in this stone. It's just that they don't know what it is." There was a treasure. Young Master Qian sneered. "You're really naive. If there's a treasure in this stone, I'll eat all the stone skins on the ground." He didn't believe that the other party's stone would contain a treasure. "That's what you said." The dark red dragon god became spirited and said loudly. Everyone heard it. "This guy is going to eat the stone skin in a while. If he doesn't eat it, then he's a bastard." "You!" Young Master Qian was so angry that his face turned black. But soon, he sneered and said, "I want to see what kind of stone you can cut out." Lin Xian didn't care at all. Using his finger as a blade, he slashed down. Seeing this, the surrounding people were even more incredulous. Young Master Qian sneered. "Look at your technique. Do you think you are cutting a watermelon? Even if there is something good, it will be cut into pieces by you." However, as soon as he said that, his entire body froze. The smile on his face also became very ugly because an extremely bright light burst out from the crack. It was like a rainbow, circling in the sky. "What a bright light! There really are crystals in here. Oh God, I'm not dreaming, am I? This kid's luck is too good." He randomly picked a stone and there are crystals in it. You have to know that most of the stones here are useless. Everyone was discussing, but most of them thought that it was Lin Xian's luck that was good. Even old Monster Duga was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to really cut out a crystal. Young Master Qian's face was also extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a dead fly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. How can this kid be so lucky? Humph, I don't believe that he can cut out more crystals than me." In front, Lin Xian waved his hand quickly, and the stone skins on the ground kept falling. Then, a crystal of about 5 kilograms appeared in front of everyone. 5 kilograms. He's definitely rich. Everyone's eyes were burning because crystals were essential for the cultivation of a king. However, most of these people didn't have much. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them could casually cut out 5 kilograms. This was definitely enviable. This kid can't be a Seeker Spirit Master, right? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? It's possible. Look at his expression, he's always so calm. Damn, he can't be guessing, right? But his luck is too heaven-defying. When young Master Qian saw this, his face became extremely ugly. His entire body became ferocious as he roared crazily. "Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. How could he cut out so many crystals? Damn it, are you all well dressed?" In the next moment, young Master Qian looked at the old man selling the stones, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. He even suspected that this was a trap set up for him. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The dark red dragon sneered and walked up. He stared at young Master Qian and sneered. "Are you still so arrogant? Hurry up and eat all the stone skins on the ground, then kneel down and kowtow to us to apologize." The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Young Master Qian's face was even uglier, as if he had eaten a dead rat. Hearing the other party's words, he wanted to die even more. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and offered such conditions because he was very confident in himself. He believed that he would definitely not lose, but now, he had lost. This surprised him greatly. Damn it, I don't believe it. You cheated. You must have colluded. Humph, aren't you just trying to deceive me? I won't fall for it. Young Master Qian snorted coldly and turned to leave. Regardless of whether the other party had colluded or not, he wouldn't stay here because it was too embarrassing. You want to leave? It's not that simple. The dark red dragon's body swayed and immediately blocked his way. At this moment, he had turned into a flaming horse, bathed in flames. He was like an ancient divine beast standing in front of him. You're courting death. How dare you block my young master's path? Do you know who my young master is? Let me tell you, our old master is an elder of the Yen sect. If you offend us, we'll slap you to death. Is that so? The elder is very arrogant. But so what? We didn't force him to say those conditions earlier. He was the one who said them himself. Chapter 1920. Is that so? The elder is so arrogant. But so what? We didn't force him to say those conditions earlier. He was the one who said them himself. Now that he has lost, he wants to go back on his word. How can there be such a thing in this world? Indeed, the surrounding martial artists were in a heated discussion. That's right. He went back on his word and is the child of the Yen sect's elder. That's too untrustworthy. Has the Yen sect fallen to such a state? The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. They don't even want to honor the agreement. Discussions broke out. Obviously, the crowd was very dissatisfied. After all, they had seen what had happened previously. Young Master Qian had been so arrogant. If Lin Xian had been the one who had lost, young Master Qian would not have let him off. Get lost! Young Master Qian's face was cold. He would not honor his promise. He would rather kill him than kowtow and admit his guilt. His servant also had a fierce look on his face. Then, the power in his body exploded. A long blue saber appeared in his hand. It was as cold as ice as it slashed forward. Damned beast! How dare you block my young master's path? Die! The long blue saber in the sky turned into a stream of light and slashed at the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, layers of blue frost would form, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Oh my, how dare you attack me! You really don't know your place! The dark red divine dragon sneered when he saw this. He lifted his two front hooves and stomped forward. Bang bang! Two deep sounds were heard. The long blue saber in the sky was instantly broken into two. The servant's chest caved in as he was sent flying. Damn it! How dare you retaliate! Young Master Qian's face was extremely hideous when he saw this. He did not expect that the other party would dare to retaliate. Die, you bastard! He was furious. He was really furious. He struck out with both palms. Two balls of white mist appeared in his hands. They were like two clouds that were extremely ethereal. Then, he slammed his palms forward. Firmament palm! Yen sect's ultimate skill was displayed at this moment. It was as if endless clouds were rolling and a terrifying gale engulfed everything. The dark red divine dragon sneered disdainfully because young Master Qian was only a 6-star king. Such a person was not enough for him. Therefore, he waved his shoelaces again. The fiery red light and the vast power of the shoelaces were like a red mountain as they blasted forward. Pung! The clouds churned and were directly torn apart. The red hoof directly kicked young Master Qian. Clang! At the critical moment, a white armor appeared on young Master Qian's body and blocked this shocking attack. However, his body continued to retreat, causing the ground to crack. How is this possible? How can a beast be so strong? Young Master Qian's face was filled with shock. He was a 6-star king realm, and he had even used the firmament palm strike. Yet, he was still unable to do anything to his opponent. He couldn't believe it. However, he knew that the other party might be a mutated species of heaven and earth, a powerful demon king. Therefore, he changed his strategy. He turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell! He directly charged towards Lin Xian. This was because he didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. Therefore, he felt that the other party wasn't powerful at all. Whoosh! Countless white clouds surged out of young Master Qian's body, causing his figure to become ethereal. In an instant, he turned into a ghost and disappeared into the air. Cloud Mist Step. What a terrifying step technique! Young Master Qian's skills are indeed extraordinary. The surrounding crowd exclaimed because they could no longer see young Master Qian's figure. Lin Xian was very calm because he didn't need to do anything at all. At this moment, old monster Dugu, who was beside him, snorted coldly and stood in front of Lin Xian. Then he slapped out. Boom! A terrifying palm descended from the sky, and the surrounding space instantly froze. Everyone felt their bodies tighten as if a pair of demonic claws had grabbed their throats, and they couldn't breathe. In the void, young Master Qian's figure also appeared. His face was full of shock and confusion. He couldn't believe that the other party had easily broken through his step technique. Damn it, how is this possible? Who is he? How can he be so powerful? Young Master Qian stared at the black-clothed old man in shock. His scalp went numb, and he wanted to escape. Because he couldn't see the other party's true strength at all. Old Monster Dugu sneered and grabbed with his hand. Like a demon king, he directly enveloped young Master Qian. Then, as if he was carrying a chicken, he brought young Master Qian to his side. Bang! He kicked young Master Qian's leg, and young Master Qian immediately knelt on the ground in the direction of Lin Xian. Damn it, you dare to make me kneel? You're dead meat. My father is an elder of the Yin Yun sect. So what? What does it have to do with me? Old Monster Dugu sneered. He didn't care about the elder of the Yin Yun sect. Because even if he caused a huge disaster, he could find a barren mountain and hide for 8 to 10 years, and the other party wouldn't be able to find him. Ah! Young Master Qian roared angrily. He realized that this kind of threat was useless. Therefore, he had to rely on himself. In his body, the cloud-like mist exploded again, turning into a large white palm. It soared into the sky from his body and slapped towards old Monster Dugu. It's useless. Don't struggle. Old Monster Dugu pointed with his finger and directly pierced the large white palm. Then, he sealed all the spiritual energy in young Master Qian's body. Then, he stepped on the other party's head and made him kowtow. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Since you said such an agreement, you have to accept the punishment if you lose. Old Monster Dugu said coldly. He had already kowtowed. Next, it was time to eat the stone skin. With a flip of his palm, the stone skin on the ground quickly spun and surged towards his palm. It turned into a ball. No, you can't do this to me! Young Master Qian's expression was incomparably ugly. He had already kowtowed in front of the other party and had lost face. But he didn't expect that the other party would make him eat the stone skin. This was even worse than killing him. However, he couldn't resist at all and could only be forced to swallow the stone skin. What? He really kowtowed and ate it? The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect the black-clothed old man to be so powerful that he even dared to provoke the Yin Yun sect. Who are they? Aren't they too strong? Who knows? They must be fierce people. But I don't think the Yin Yun sect will let this go. Young Master Qian's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. He was like a crazy beast. He stared fiercely at Lin Xian and the black-clothed old man. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. When my father comes, I will kill all of you and tear you into pieces." Scram! Old Monster Dugu waved his sleeve and sent young Master Qian flying. Chapter 1921. Get lost! Old Monster Dugu waved his sleeve and sent young Master Qian flying. Let's go too. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He looked around and found that there were no good stones here. At most, there would be a few kilograms of crystals, which was nothing to him. Therefore, it was better to wait for the stone gambling convention to officially begin tomorrow. Soon the night passed. The next day, when the sun had just risen, everyone in the Dragon Transformation Lake was excited. Because today was the beginning of the stone gambling convention. A group of 5 great sage guards appeared in front of them. They were going to check everyone's invitations. Anyone without an invitation would be asked to leave. Lin Xian followed behind the crowd and waited quietly. However, when it was his turn, one of the guards said coldly, "Your pet can't be brought in." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Because he clearly saw that many people had brought their pets in before, and they were not stopped. However, he was stopped. It was obvious that there was a conspiracy. He spread out his soul power and found that young Master Qian from yesterday was hiding in the dark and sneering. It seemed that he was the one behind it. This time, the dark red divine dragon was also angry. He said coldly, "You're the pet. I'll kick you to death." He was too angry. The other party actually called him a pet. It was unforgivable. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Those people in front can go in. Why can't we? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Impudent!" The guard shouted coldly. "Kid, don't you know where you are? How dare you question us? We have the final say here. If we say you can't go in, you can't go in. Is that so?" Lin Xian snorted, and golden runes flashed in his eyes. Buzz! Suddenly, the arrogant guard trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Then, it turned into a dull look. "Can I go in now?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. "Yes, please come in, young master," the guard said respectfully. Then, he bowed and said, "I have offended you before. Please don't blame me." Seeing this scene, the surrounding guards were all stunned. Young Master Qian, who was hiding in the shadows, was even more stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. This shouldn't be the case. This was completely different from what he had expected. How could the other party admit defeat? He stood rooted to the ground. On the other side, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and old monster Dugu strode forward. Finally, they arrived at the stone gambling convention. In front of him was a jade-green lake that emitted a dense spiritual energy, forming a faint mist on the surface. Around the Dragon Transformation Lake, there were many exquisite stalls with all kinds of stones placed there. There were all kinds of colors and shapes. Looking from afar, there was a sea of people and strange rocks all over the place. It could really be called a flourishing age. Not only that, but Lin Xian could also see almighty-level existences everywhere. There were even some people who were even more terrifying. They had white hair and were old, but the aura in their bodies was extremely terrifying, even surpassing that of the Almighties. Lin Xian knew that those people were living fossils. He did not expect that the stone gambling convention would attract so many experts. This time, even old monster Dugu restrained his temper. Although he was usually very arrogant, in front of so many almighties and living fossils, he really had no right to be arrogant. Although there were many almighties, compared to the sea of martial artists, they were still sparse and pitiful. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they would not encounter any almighties. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. Then, he walked towards a shop. As soon as he approached, he heard the crowd discussing. "This shop is not ordinary. I heard that the stones here were all obtained from the Black Wind Mine." "Black Wind Mine? No way, that's a very famous mine. It's said that it has something to do with the Primordium Ancient Mine, and it's very close." "What do you know?" "This Black Wind Mine was very famous in the past, but it's almost gone in recent years." At this moment, a young man said coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be gone? We've all heard of the Black Wind Mine." "Yeah, don't you know? Don't talk nonsense here." The others were dissatisfied, while the young man snorted coldly. He revealed a jade pendant at his waist. An azure dragon was engraved on it. Seeing this jade pendant, many people cried out in surprise. Ouyang family. What? He's from the Ouyang family? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to speak anymore. The Ouyang family was a seeker family. The people who came out of it were definitely incomparably terrifying. Since he said so, it might be true. However, there were still people who did not give up. After all, the Black Wind Mine was too famous. It was close to the Primordium Mine, and many treasures had been cut out from the stones of the Black Wind Mine. Therefore, it caused everyone's hearts to burn. Humph! As for the young man from the Ouyang family, he snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Black Wind Mine? Lin Xian was puzzled. Is it very famous? To be honest, although his ocular technique was unparalleled, his understanding of these mine veins was indeed inferior to other martial artists. Apart from the very famous Life Forbidden Zone, the Primordium Ancient Mine, he had never heard of any other mine veins. Not to mention the Black Wind Mine. Although Lin Xian whispered, it was still heard by the surrounding martial artists. Following that, those people turned around and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Damn, brother, it can't be. Where did you come from? You haven't even heard of the Black Point Mine? Heavens, are you sure you're here to gamble on stones? Moreover, some people did not believe that there was someone in this world who did not know about the Black Wind Mine. Not to mention these people, even old Monster Dugu at the side was also extremely surprised. Previously, he saw Lin Xian easily cut out more than 10 caddies of crystal stones, which shocked him. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have mastered some kind of powerful spirit-seeking technique to be able to find strange stones so easily. But now, he was puzzled again. Because the other party's knowledge was too limited. He did not even know about the Black Wind Mine. Was he really a spirit-seeking master? He was very doubtful. Seeing everyone's doubts, Su Chen was speechless, so he lied. I just came out of the mountains, so I don't know what's going on outside. This time, I saw that there was a commotion, so I came to take a look. So that's how it is. Everyone came to a realization and then said enthusiastically, Brother, let me tell you, the Black Wind Mine is very famous. It's close to the Primordium Ancient Mine. In the past, treasures were often cut out. For example, divine crystals, ancient spiritual herbs, and the remains of ancient weapons. In short, there are many such rare treasures. Chapter 1922. So that's how it is. After Lin Xian heard this, he finally understood. Since the black wind or vein was so famous, he would play with it. Thinking of this, he did not go anywhere else. Instead, he stood there and watched. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. He skimmed over the stones in front of him one by one. These stones were of different sizes. Some were yellow, some were black, and some were brown. Moreover, some of the stones had a crack in the middle, but it was not deep. Some people even picked up such stones and shone the cracks under the sun, but they could not see the situation inside at all. The eyes of a few experts in the surroundings flickered like divine rainbows. They stared at these stones, trying to see the situation inside clearly. However, these stones were all transported from ore veins, and those ore veins had been buried underground for tens of thousands of years. They contained divine power. Ordinary probing would not be able to see clearly, unless there were some very magical eye techniques or methods. For example, a seeker spirit master or gambling with luck. However, there were times when a seeker spirit master would make a mistake, and it was even more difficult to say if one relied on luck. Each of the stones here was very expensive. If there was nothing inside after a cut, it would be a huge loss. Ordinary kings would not be able to afford it. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He looked at the increasing crowd around him and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm sure you know the rules of stone gambling. High revenge also means high risk. If any of you take a fancy to any stone, then buy it. There might be divine crystals inside. Of course, if you can't cut it out, don't complain. That's how stone gambling is." Hearing this, everyone nodded and discussed from time to time. Indeed, they also knew about these things, so they were exceptionally solemn. After all, the price of these stones was not low. At this moment, Lin Xian walked through the crowd and came to the front. He looked at the stones and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, how much are you selling these stones?" "The ones with openings are 80 kilograms of crystals. The ones without openings are 50 kilograms of crystals." Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, his eyes flickered, and runes flickered. He stared at a stone that was half a meter tall. Through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he saw the scene inside the stone. There were indeed crystals inside, but they were not in the center. Instead, they were in the bottom left corner. The crystals were light green in color. There was one at the bottom left corner, and one at the top right corner. In total, the two of them were the size of a rubber ball. Judging from the quality and quantity of these crystals, they definitely exceeded 50 kilograms of ordinary crystals. Therefore, it was not a loss to buy them. Lin Xian decided to buy it to increase his capital. 50 kilograms of crystal stones. I want this stone. Lin Xian pointed at one of the stones and said. The middle-aged boss nodded and said with a smile, "Sir, you can buy it, but there are rules here. If someone offers a higher price to buy this stone within the stipulated time, then the final owner will be the person who offers the highest price. Of course, you can also raise the price." "There's such a thing?" Lin Xian stared blankly for a moment before asking eccentric Dugu. Old Monster Dugu said, "There is indeed such a rule, but it has to be done within half an incense stick's time." After Lin Xian heard this, he understood. Since that was the case, he would also follow the rules. Seeing that Lin Xian was the first to choose a stone so quickly, the surrounding people began to discuss spiritedly. "So fast? Isn't it a little sloppy? I didn't see him use any strange spirit-seeking technique. Could it be that he's dreaming and wants to try his luck? He looks so familiar. I've seen him before. Right, it's him. Yesterday, he competed with the people of Swallow Cloud sect and got 10 kilograms of crystal stones. At that time, he quickly chose a stone. Everyone thought it was a waste stone. Who would have thought that he would get 10 kilograms of crystal stones? What? There's such a thing." The surrounding people were shocked as they looked at Lin Xian in confusion. However, they still did not believe it. After all, 50 kilograms of crystal stones was not a small amount, so they all watched. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe walked over. The middle-aged man's face was pale, but his eyes were very spirited. His fingers were very wide, and he wore a black plate on his thumb that emitted a mysterious power and a faint light. The middle-aged man in a green robe came to the front of the stall and looked carefully. Soon, he stared at the stone that Lin Xian had chosen. The next moment, he stretched out his finger and touched the stone. The black ring flashed with strange runes. The middle-aged man in a green robe frowned, and his eyes were shining. After a while, he pulled back his palm. The stall owner said, "Fellow cultivator, this young master has already bid for 50 kilograms of crystal stones. If you want it, the price must be higher than that." Hearing that, the middle-aged man in a green robe glanced at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "I'll bid 150 kilograms of crystal stones. 150 kilograms." The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the middle-aged man in a green robe to bid such a high price. Lin Xian was also surprised. Did the middle-aged man also notice the crystal stones? However, although he was surprised, he quickly calmed down. After all, many experts from the eastern wilderness had gathered at the stone gambling convention. If he could see it, the other experts could naturally see it too. However, there was no need for him to buy the 150 kilograms of crystal stones. Because even if he bought it, he would not earn much. Therefore, he shook his head and did not raise the price again. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, the stall owner said, "Fellow cultivator, this stone is yours." The middle-aged man in a green robe gave the crystal stones, took the half-meter tall stone, and nodded slightly. He did not leave. Instead, he cut the stone on the spot. Seeing that someone was cutting the stone in public, the surrounding people immediately exclaimed and were extremely excited. After all, compared to buying the stone, cutting the stone was more exciting. Someone is cutting the stone in public. When the surrounding people saw that, they quickly gathered. Very quickly, the stall was packed to the brim. The middle-aged man in a green robe looked serious. His eyes flickered as he looked at the stone in front of him. Then, he pulled out a small black knife. The small knife was very simple. It was neither gold nor stone. No one knew what material it was made of. At this moment, the middle-aged man in a green robe held it in his hand. The surrounding people also held their breaths. They knew that no one could disturb him at this time. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in a green robe cut the stone from the middle. He cut it very carefully. Soon, he had to stop and watch. However, when he cut 1/3 of the stone, there was no light. Chapter 1923. Not necessarily. What's the rush? It's only 1/3 of the way through. Usually, things will be in the center. It's still early. If it's in the center, doesn't that mean that even if it's a treasure, it's very small? Could it be that it's a loss? What do you know? Someone sneered. Treasures aren't judged by their size. A divine crystal the size of a fingernail or 50 kilograms of ordinary crystals. Which one do you choose? Hearing this, many people stopped talking. Even if it was a divine crystal the size of a fingernail, its value and energy were definitely incomparable to ordinary crystals. Legend had it that divine crystals contained mysterious power and were extremely mysterious. The green-robed middle-aged man naturally knew this, so even if there was no light after 1/3 of the way through, he could still remain calm. His palm was very steady as he slowly cut off the stone skin. However, the green-robed middle-aged man soon broke out in a cold sweat, and even his expression became very ugly. That was because he had already cut half of the way through, but there was still no light. This meant that he might have misjudged, and this stone might be a useless stone. Not only him, but the surrounding people also began to discuss. It's already halfway through, and there's still no light. This time, it should be a useless stone. Those who believed firmly before were also shaken because, under normal circumstances, treasures would be in the center of the stone. However, now that there was no light, it meant that there was no treasure. At this moment, they could no longer find a reason to think that the stone in front of them was a treasure. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He knew that there was definitely a crystal in this stone, but the other party had cut it in the wrong place. However, at this moment, another person spoke. It was an old man with gray hair and a hooked nose. He gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow cultivator, it's already halfway. Do you still want to cut it? If you don't want to continue, I'll buy this stone for 15 kilograms of crystals. What do you think?" Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. It was already a useless stone, but someone still wanted to buy it. Could it be that there was something fishy about this stone? For a moment, many people were tempted. However, the gray-haired old man just snorted coldly, and an extremely powerful aura surged from his body, intimidating everyone. Feeling this terrifying aura, many people shut their mouths. As for the gray-haired old man, he looked to the front and asked, "What do you think?" The green-robed middle-aged man pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. "No need, I'll continue." To be honest, he was very confident in his spirit-seeking technique. He clearly felt that this stone contained a huge amount of spiritual power. There must be a treasure inside, but why couldn't it be cut out? Moreover, he had only cut half of it. He had seen some treasures under the stones before. Therefore, he would not give up or admit defeat until the very last moment. Seeing that the other party was still persisting, the gray-haired elder harumphed coldly before retreating back into the crowd. The middle-aged man with the green bump waved his arm again. The black dagger seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake, swallowing and spitting out light as it continued to cut the stone. Crack, crack. In the end, the half-meter-tall rock was cut in half, but no crystal appeared. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, he had spent 150 kilograms of crystal stones to buy this stone. Now that he had nothing to cut out, he was naturally losing money. The gray-haired old man sneered with a hint of schadenfreude. Impossible! My senses can't be wrong! There must be a crystal stone inside. The green-robed man could not accept this situation. Then, he waved the dagger in his hand and two black rays of light shot out. Like the Styx River, they slashed towards the stone. Once again, the stone that had been cut in half was cut into 4 halves. However, there was still nothing to be seen. Seeing this, his expression was very ugly. He did not expect that he would make a mistake on his first try. This was not good news for him. Old Man Gouda heaved a sigh of relief because this thing was originally bought by Lin Xian. Fortunately, it was snatched away by someone else. Otherwise, if Lin Xian bought it, he would definitely waste 50 kilograms of crystal stones. The dark red dragon was also surprised. He knew Lin Xian's strength, but he did not expect that there was nothing inside. Therefore, he asked, "Kid, what's going on? Did you make a mistake too?" Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "I didn't make a mistake. There are indeed crystals inside, and there are quite a lot of them. However, he cut in the wrong place. The crystals are in the lower left and upper right corner. He didn't touch those 2 places at all." "I see." The dark red dragon understood. It turned out that the green-robed middle-aged man was quite pitiful. However, at that moment, Lin Xian spoke up. "Fellow Taoist, I'll pay you 10 nephrite crystals for these rocks. Are you willing to sell them to me?" "What? Someone else made a bid?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned and revealed a look of disbelief. "These are useless stones. The ones underground are even more worthless. Why would someone buy them? Is there something wrong with his brain? Or is he too rich and has nowhere to spend it? It's that kid again. He wanted to buy this stone before, but he didn't get it. Now he wants the fragments of those useless stones. What is he trying to do? Who knows? He's probably a rich second-generation heir. He has a lot of crystals and can spend them however he wants." Discussions broke out one after another. However, everyone thought that Lin Xian must be out of his mind to buy a piece of scrap rock that had been cut off. In the crowd, even the gray-haired old man from before sneered. Previously, he thought that the stone might still contain treasures, but now that it had been cut in half, how could there be any treasures? Now that someone had made a bid, it was purely a waste of crystals. The green-robed middle-aged man was also surprised, but he still nodded and agreed. After all, if he could get back 10 caddies of crystals, it would be less of a loss. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Lin Xian ignored the other's words and gave the other party 10 crystals. Then, he waved his hand and put away the 4 pieces of gravel on the ground. "He really bought it. No way, is he out of his mind? Who knows? Ignore this kid. He's probably a hothead who doesn't know anything." Everyone shook their heads and ignored him. Instead, they looked at the other stones. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very satisfied. These people actually dared to mock him. What idiots! This time, he had made a huge bargain. The crystals inside were about 75 to 60 caddies, so he was willing to buy the 100 caddies. However, he wouldn't buy the 150 caddies. That was because there was no profit to be made. Now, however, he had only spent 10 caddies of crystals and bought 150 to 10 caddies of crystals. Among them, he had earned more than 140 caddies of crystals for free. Chapter 1924. However, Old Monster Dugu didn't know. He felt that Lin Xian really had nowhere to spend his money. He actually bought useless stones. The dark red dragon was happy. This feeling of making a fortune silently was simply awesome. However, hearing the sneers and ridicule of the people around him, the dark red dragon was very unhappy. He pulled Lin Xian and said, "Kid, why don't you cut it here? I want to see what kind of expressions they will have after you cut it out." "All right." Being ridiculed by so many people, Lin Xian was also unhappy in his heart, so he planned to cut the stones on the side. "Oh my God, it's real!" At the side, the corner of old Monster Dugger's mouth twitched. Previously, when he bought these 4 broken stones, he had already been ridiculed for a long time. Now, this young master in front of him was actually going to cut the stones in front of everyone. And it was 4 pieces of useless stones. Wasn't this deliberately looking for a joke? Old Monster Dugger had a feeling of wanting to run away. He couldn't afford to lose this old face. I say, old man, what's with your expression? You don't believe us, do you? When the dark red dragon saw old Monster Dugger's expression, he was immediately unhappy. He leaned over and said, Yes, what, do you think it's embarrassing? Don't worry, this kid's strength is far beyond your imagination. Just wait, when the time comes, the ones who will be dumbfounded will be them. Hee hee. Hearing this, old Monster Dugger rolled his eyes. He didn't believe such words, so he used his mana. Immediately, a purple mist formed a mask on his face, revealing only his 2 eyes. It was best for him to cover his face now so that he wouldn't embarrass himself when the time came. On the other side, Lin Xian was preparing to cut the stones. His fingers were like knives, and a resplendent light appeared on his palm, turning into a sharp blade. This light naturally attracted the attention of others. Immediately, the people who were originally surrounding the stall turned their heads one after another. When they saw that Lin Xian was actually going to cut those useless stones, one by one, they began to discuss. Look, this kid is really going to cut these useless stones. No, he might as well find a random stone in the mountains to cut these things. I reckon that's better than this. Sigh, young people nowadays don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can cut out a treasure from a piece of rock. That brat is probably going to cry in a while. We have to watch the show. Many people sneered and turned their heads to stare at Lin Xian. They decided to watch the show. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He used his fingers as a blade and chopped down with lightning speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian attacked ruthlessly and decisively. His fingers moved like a swimming dragon. Light flickered and shattered rocks fell from the sky. What the hell, so fast? What does he want? Is he cutting the rock, or is he planning to cut the rock into pieces? When those people saw this scene, they were even more stunned. Big brother, are you here to show off your stone-cutting skills? That must be it. It's definitely not for the sake of cutting the stone. However, some of the old men sneered. There can't be anything good inside. He's just showing off. He might as well cut it and see if it's practical. If he can cut out a crystal, I'll eat all of these rocks. Buzz. However, at that moment, Lin Xian chopped down again. Immediately, a green light flashed and rushed in all directions. A ray of light came out from the waste rock. The rich aura was intoxicating, and the spiritual power in their bodies was mobilized. The green light seemed to be jade green, and it carried a faint glow that enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was extremely shocked and could not believe it. A crystal was dug out from a waste rock, and it seemed to be of good quality. Heavens, how is that possible? That's a waste rock. How could there be something inside? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Hit me twice and see if I'm dreaming. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good, isn't it? He just randomly picked up 2 stones and he was able to cut out a crystal. His luck is too good. Exclamations could be heard. Soon, the surrounding warriors looked over. The green-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed old man in the crowd were even more shocked when they saw this scene. Especially the green-robed middle-aged man. His face was really green this time. He thought about how he had been cutting for such a long time and did not find a single crystal. But now, the other party had cut out 2 pieces of waste rock and found a crystal. This was a slap to his face. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Ling Xian's speed was getting faster and faster. Soon, a semicircular crystal appeared in front of everyone. It was half the size of a soccer ball. The emerald green light shone like a top-grade jade. Damn, it's such a big piece. How much did this kid spend to buy it? This piece must be 70 to 80 kilograms, right? This kid spent 10 crystals to buy it, But he actually cut out 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. Damn, that's simply heaven-defying. God, this kid might be a Seeker Spirit Master. How could that be? He must be a Seeker Spirit Master. Otherwise, how could he cut out such a crystal from waste rock? Everyone was discussing animatedly, and there was an uproar. The gray-robed old man also had a face full of regret. Why didn't he buy it back then? If he had bought it, these crystals would be his now. The green-robed middle-aged man's breathing was even more rapid. That was waste rock. A piece of waste rock could produce 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. He had spent 150 kilograms of crystal, but he didn't even get a single crystal. Wasn't this gap a little too big? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. This was nothing. There was still one more piece that hadn't been cut out. Let's see if you can still mock me when I cut out another 70 to 80 kilograms. He was extremely proud now. He thought about how these people had mocked him and thought that he was an idiot. But now, feeling these people's amazed and admiring gazes, the dark red divine dragon was in a good mood. Beside him, old monster Duga's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell was going on? How could he cut out so many crystals from a piece of waste rock? Pa, he slapped his own face. Old man, how boring is it to slap yourself in the face? Do you want me to slap you? The dark red divine dragon walked over. No, there's no need. I believe it's true. I believe it, okay? Old monster Duga wanted to cry but had no tears. He realized that the young man in front of him was simply a monster. Soon, Lin Xian's second crystal was cut out. It was another 70 to 80 kilograms of crystal. The two of them together weighed a total of 150 to 60 kilograms. This result made everyone go crazy. The green-robed middle-aged man spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was due to anger. He had spent 150 kilograms of crystal, but he didn't get a single crystal. The other party only spent 10 kilograms of crystal, but he got 150 kilograms. The organization earned more than 140 kilograms. What kind of method was this? Perhaps even powerful Seeker Spirit Master families like the Ouyang family and the Tuoba family might not be able to do it, right? Heavens, who was this kid? Which family was he from? Chapter 1925. Sir, are you interested in joining us? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. We'll split the items equally. What's the point of splitting it evenly? Let's split it 30 to 70. A group of people came to rope in Lin Xian. Obviously, they were shocked by such a powerful spirit-seeking technique. If they could bring such a person to their side, they might be able to cut out divine crystals. As long as they could cut out a piece of divine crystal, they would be rich. Lin Xian rejected all of these invitations. That was because his goal this time was also the divine crystals. Moreover, he would not team up with these people. However, at this moment, he frowned. That was because he felt that there was a hidden killing intent in the crowd that was surging towards him. The next moment, he turned his head to look. He saw a gray-robed old man standing in the crowd. His expression was abnormally cold. There was a gray light in his eyes that flickered with a strange power. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice carried a powerful soul power that directly exploded in the gray-robed old man's ear. Puff! The next moment, the gray-robed old man's body trembled. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his face was filled with fear. He turned around and fled. He did not dare to stay here at all. The surrounding people looked at each other in shock. They did not know what had happened. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party actually dared to have ideas about him. He really did not know what was good for him. Next, Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he went to the front to prepare and continued to choose stones. The surrounding people made way for him in a very respectful manner. The owner of the stall was also breathing heavily. He did not expect that the other party would have such a powerful spirit-seeking technique. Thinking of this, he immediately grinned. Because with such a spirit-seeking master, it would definitely be a huge advertisement. He believed that it would not be long before his stall would definitely become famous. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "I didn't expect sir to be a powerful spirit-seeking master. I hope you can forgive me for not treating you well before. How about this, sir? The stones you choose here will be sold at a 10% discount." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was even more shocked and envious. Although it was only a 10% discount, it could save a lot of crystals. "Thank you very much." Lin Xian also smiled. He didn't think that the identity of a seeker spirit master would be so useful. In the next moment, his eyes flickered. Mysterious symbols revolved around him as he looked at the stones in front of him. Soon, he chose another 2 stones. The 2 stones added up to 200 caddies of crystal stones. After the 10% discount, it was 180 caddies of crystal stones. Lin Xian paid the money and took the 2 stones to his side. One of them was gray, and there were spots all over it. The other piece was strangely shaped, like a dog. These 2 stones were very strange and attracted the attention of everyone. However, the more bizarre its appearance was, the more one had to be careful. This was because these strange-looking stones often didn't have anything inside. Many of these people were veterans, so they had heard of such things countless times. When they saw that Lin Xian had actually chosen 2 such peculiar stones, they all frowned. "No way, he actually chose 2 hollow heart stones." Many people cried out in surprise, while others asked, "Hollow stone, what is that?" A hollow heart stone is a stone that looks strange on the outside, but has no treasures inside. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood and then looked at Lin Xian. They began to discuss. Since everyone knew about these stones, why did he choose them? Could it be that he has a special opinion? Not necessarily. These stones probably don't have anything good. I'm guessing that this guy was just lucky before. Is that so? No wonder. Maybe he really can't cut anything out of them. Voices of discussion rose. The middle-aged man in the green robe from before didn't leave either. He stood there and watched. When he saw that Lin Xian had chosen 2 hollow heart stones, he immediately sneered. This guy must have been lucky before to be able to cut out so many crystals. Now that he chose the hollow heart stone, it directly exposed his ignorance. Just wait and see. This time, he would definitely suffer a loss. The middle-aged man in the green robe watched gloatingly from the side. Old Monster Duga also became suspicious again. He asked softly, "Young master, this is a hollow heart stone. Are you confident? Don't lose money again." Hollow heart stone? What's that? Lin Xian shook his head. He had never heard of these names. The next moment, he said indifferently, "Well, old man, come here. I'll give you a chance. Now, cut this stone." He handed the dog-shaped stone to old Monster Dugu. "What? You want me to cut it? Are you sure?" Old Monster Dugu was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to do such a thing. "Yes, don't worry. Cut it boldly." With that, Lin Xian gave the other black-mottled stone to the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was also excited. He had been impatient for a long time. He knew that Lin Xian's eye technique was extremely powerful. In other words, there must be a treasure in this stone. Next, it was time for him to show off his skills. You guys just wait. This emperor will definitely cut out a supreme-grade divine crystal. Old Monster Dugu also took a deep breath. His expression was abnormally solemn. Since Lin Xian asked him to cut, he wouldn't hesitate. The next moment, he waved his hand and pulled out a purple knife, preparing to cut the stone. His hand was very steady, like a boulder. Moreover, his knife technique was very precise. Every time he cut the stone's skin, he absolutely didn't miss a single detail. As more and more stone skin fell, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists became more and more solemn. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the stone in front of them. About an incense stick's worth of time passed, and old Monster Dugu had only cut a third. His breathing had been very steady, but his eyes had some doubt. Because he didn't quite believe that there would be a treasure in this hollow heart stone. Buzz! However, after cutting a few more times, a resplendent multicolored light suddenly lit up. It was like a cloud of fire, floating in the air. Treasure, there's a treasure! He really cut it out. When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in surprise again. They didn't expect that a treasure could be cut out from this hollow heart stone. Old Monster Dugu was also extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with excitement. But soon, he took a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. Then, he carefully cut off the stone's skin. Gradually, the red crystal was revealed. Although only a palm-sized side was revealed, everyone could see that the crystal was completely red and its color was very uniform. There was a faint stream of light rotating inside, emitting a dense spiritual power. Chapter 1926. This is a fire cloud crystal! An old man cried out in surprise, looking very excited. He was an elder of a large sect and was very knowledgeable. Naturally, he recognized the crystal that was like a cloud of fire. Seeing that someone was confused, the elder explained that other than ordinary crystals, supreme-grade substandard crystals, and deity crystals, there was an extremely special crystal known as the variant crystal. Although their value was not as high as real deity crystals, they were much better than supreme-grade substandard deity crystals. Moreover, the fire cloud crystal in front of them contained pure fire attribute energy. If a fire attribute king obtained it, he would definitely be able to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. What? This is a variant crystal that surpasses supreme-grade substandard deity crystals! Everyone exclaimed with their eyes wide open. They did not expect that the other party would randomly choose two hollow stones and cut out such a variant crystal from one of them. The dark red divine dragon also stopped cutting the stone and laughed. Who dares to say that we are relying on luck now? Hearing that, everyone fell silent. The first time was luck, the second time was luck, but what about the third time? His luck could not be so good all the time. Moreover, it was a variant crystal this time. This meant that the young man in front of them had an extremely powerful spirit-seeking technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. The green-robed middle-aged man, on the other hand, went crazy. He roared crazily. Impossible! *M*, how can he be so powerful? At the end of his sentence, his hair was disheveled, and he ran outside like a madman. Obviously, he was driven crazy by the scene in front of him. However, at this moment, the elder who had explained earlier chuckled. Young master, can we make a deal? You have already cut out a fire cloud crystal, but the size is still uncertain. How about this? I'll buy this fire cloud crystal with 500 kilograms of crystal. What? 500 kilograms of crystal? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, clearly stunned by this shocking price. Old Monster Dugu's hand trembled, and the purple dagger in his hand almost fell. He did not expect that the stone he cut out would be worth 500 kilograms of crystal. Although he was powerful, he was a rogue cultivator after all. Although he had thousands of kilograms of crystal, he did not dare to spend it like that. Okay. Lin Xian nodded without hesitation. This was because he had already seen it with his Tianji God eyes. Even if this variant flame cloud gem was cut out, the final price would only be around 500 kilograms of crystal stones. Moreover, there was another benefit to selling it now, which was that it could increase his mysteriousness and raise his status. This made everyone even more convinced that he was a powerful seeker spirit master. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and directly made the deal with the other party. With the 500 kilograms of crystals in hand, Lin Xian stored them in the black earth. The elder waved his hand and put away the rare flame cloud gem. Then, he left the place. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Then, they began to discuss fervently. In the next moment, they all turned their gazes to the stone beside the dark red divine dragon because they also wanted to know if a treasure could be cut out from this hollow stone. Feeling the gazes of so many people, the dark red divine dragon also felt the pressure. He asked via voice transmission, Kid, tell me if there's a treasure in this stone or not. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Don't worry, there's a treasure, and its value is not lower than the rare flame cloud gem from before. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, he spat out red lightning and began to cut the stone. Crackle! The light flashed and the momentum was terrifying, but the dark red divine dragon controlled it very precisely, and did not damage anything inside. The stone's skin quickly fell off. Everyone held their breaths and was extremely nervous. That was because they were 80% confident that there was a treasure inside. Buzz! At this moment, a blue light appeared and formed a river in the sky, making splashing sounds. It's here, there's really a treasure! Moreover, this phenomenon should not be an ordinary crystal. Everyone exclaimed and was extremely excited. The dark red divine dragon also continued to strike with lightning. Then, the crystal inside became bigger and bigger, and was exposed to everyone. This time, it was not completely cut out, only revealing a crystal surface. The crystal was aqua blue, like the ocean and the starry sky, extremely deep. Everyone looked at the aqua blue stone and was extremely shocked. With their previous experience, they now knew that this crystal should also be a rare crystal, and it seemed to be a water-type rare crystal. Its value was definitely not lower than the flame cloud gem from before. At this moment, a person said in a deep voice, "Young master, stop cutting it. I'm willing to buy it for 800 caddies of crystals." Another fat man in purple clothes said loudly, 800 caddies is nothing. I'll pay 1,000 caddies of crystals. I'll pay 1,100 caddies of crystals. A middle-aged woman made a bid. Everyone was shocked and completely dumbfounded. They did not expect this stone to have such a high price. It was unbelievable. In the end, the water-type rare crystal was sold for 1,300 caddies of crystals, and it was bought by the middle-aged woman. In just a short while, Lin Xian had more than 2,000 caddies of crystals in his hands. The speed of making a fortune made everyone jealous. And Lin Xian's reputation also quickly spread. Not long after, most people knew that such a young and incomparably powerful seeker spirit master had appeared. Young master, if you're so powerful, why don't you go inside and take a look? Legend has it that there are strange stones dug out from the edge of the primordium ancient mine. What? There's such a stone? When Lin Xian heard this, he was also moved. The primordium ancient mine was a forbidden zone for life. Legend had it that even the sacred lord of a sacred land did not dare to enter. Such a forbidden zone for life could be said to be incomparably terrifying. However, after asking around, Lin Xian understood. These strange stones were not obtained from the primordium ancient mine, but from the mines at the edge. Because it was relatively close to the primordium ancient mine, it carried endless mystery. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very curious about such a stone. Thus, he walked towards the dragon transformation lake. There were even more people inside. There was a sea of people, and it was almost impossible to squeeze through. Everyone was here to look at those strange stones. Because they usually could not see them, only this time, they could see them up close. Lin Xian relied on the prestige that he had just obtained from cutting the stone, so everyone made way for him. He easily came to the front. He discovered that there were not many stones in front, only a few dozen pieces. The number of these stones was not as many as the ones on a stall outside. However, no one dared to underestimate it. Because these stones were all obtained from the edge of the primordium ancient mine. Chapter 1927. Moreover, the prices here were very expensive. Ordinary people could only look at them. They couldn't afford them at all. Lin Xian took a look. The cheap ones cost 700 to 800 caddies of crystal stones. Under normal circumstances, it was about 1,000 caddies of crystal stones. The better ones even cost a few thousand caddies of crystal stones. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to buy such stones at all. Because if they couldn't even cut anything out, they would lose a lot of money. Stone gambling was a very evil thing. No one could guarantee that there would be treasures in these stones obtained from the edge of the Primordium ancient mine. Have you heard? The kid in front is very powerful. He cut out 2 rare crystals. He's probably a genius from some family of spirit seekers. What? He cut out rare crystals? Which family is he from? He's very unfamiliar. As expected, there will be a genius Lin Xian appearing at every stone gambling convention. Many people looked at Lin Xian and discussed spiritedly. They were talking about what he had done just now. Humph, what genius Lin Xian! How dare he call himself a genius in front of the Tuoba family? At this moment, a disdainful snort was heard. Then, a young man in a black robe with triangular eyes glanced at Lin Xian arrogantly. Kid, which family are you from? Tell me your name. Let me see if you're qualified to be here. It's none of your business. Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored him. The other party was from the Tuoba family, and he didn't have a good impression of this family. You're courting death. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? The black-robed young man's face was gloomy. No one dared to disrespect him. The dark red dragon sneered. I don't care who you are. If you dare to be arrogant again, I'll kick you to death. You're not allowed to fight here. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, the terrifying aura of a mighty figure quickly appeared in the surroundings. This was a warning because there were strange stones in front of them. If they fought, just the aftermath of the energy could damage these stones. The price of damaging each stone was great. Therefore, the people of the 5 great sage lands would not allow anyone to fight here. This powerful being level pressure was the first warning. If the other party still did not listen, they would definitely attack immediately and kill the danger in the cradle. Humph! The black-robed young man snorted when he felt the pressure. His face darkened. Even though he was a genius of the Tuoba family, he didn't dare to be impudent here. However, he did not intend to let Lin Xian and the others off so easily. Thus, he coldly said, Brat, didn't you call yourself a Seeker Spirit Master Genius? Do you dare to bet with me? I'm going to expose you in front of everyone, you trash. Bet with you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Are you worthy? Courting death. Do you know who I am? I am Taba Tianfeng, the black-robed young man said proudly. And when the surrounding warriors heard this name, they also exclaimed, What? It's actually him. Tuoba Tianfeng is the 3rd genius of the Tuoba family's younger generation. Yeah, I didn't expect him to come. I heard that Tuoba Tianfeng's Seeker Spirit skill is extremely terrifying. Even the older generation of Seeker Spirit Masters are no match for him. It's over. That brat offended Tuoba Tianfeng. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Discussions could be heard. Obviously, these people had heard of Tuoba Tianfeng's name. Lin Xian curled his lips. Is Tuoba Tianfeng very famous? I've never heard of him. The dark red divine dragon also had a look of disdain. Yeah, he's only 3rd. What's there to be arrogant about? Brat, hurry up and bring the person who's ranked 1st in your family over for a walk. Hearing this, old Monster Duga's mouth twitched. These 2 lords were too troublesome. They hadn't even heard of Tuoba Tianfeng? How dare they provoke the Tuoba family? Did they not know what kind of existence the Tuoba family was? The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. After hearing this, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned even colder. Brat, don't be so arrogant here. Do you dare to have a bet with me? I'll, a loser or a father-son battle? The dark red divine dragon laughed coldly. You don't know what's good for you. I won't bully you. Tuoba Tianfeng laughed coldly. How about this? Whoever loses will bark like a dog 3 times. How about it? Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian said nonchalantly. I want to hear how your dog barks. Humph! When Tuoba Tianfeng heard this, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. However, now was not the time to make a move. He decided to first defeat Lin Xian in the Seeker Spirit skill. After the stone gambling event, he would kill Lin Xian to vent his anger. In the next moment, a cold light bloomed in his eyes. His gaze was like a divine rainbow. Then, strange runes appeared on his palm, shining with a mysterious power. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also held their breaths. They knew that the competition was about to begin. This time, the stall owner was a mighty figure. He narrowed his eyes and waited quietly. His eyes were shining. At this moment, Tuoba Tianfeng was quite extraordinary. The runes in his hand flickered nonstop as they swept across the strange stones. They were like dancing spirits. The red divine rainbow in his eyes was dozens of feet long, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. What a terrifying eye technique! In the crowd, some of the older generation exclaimed. They were all powerful seeker spirit masters, but they felt a strong sense of defeat in front of this young man. Soon, a smile appeared on Tuoba Tianfeng's face. He chose a stone and said in a clear voice, "We're together." It was a stone that was half the height of a human and shaped like a spirit monkey. It contained an endless amount of spirit energy. One could tell at a glance that it was real. Seeing this, the stall owner nodded his head slightly. He was also an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. Seeing that Tuoba Tianfeng chose the spirit monkey-shaped stone, he said in a low voice, "This stone is not bad. After my appraisal, there should be a treasure inside. It's just that I wonder what the rating of this treasure is like." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. If even the Almighty said so, then this stone must be extraordinary. This stone was 1,300 kilograms of crystals. Tuoba Tianfeng quickly handed over the crystals and then waited at the side with the stone. He sneered, "Kid, it's your turn. Don't tell me you don't have money and can't afford the stones here." Lin Xian had been squinting because he was also looking at the stones. He realized that although Tuoba Tianfeng was arrogant, he was indeed powerful. The stones that he chose contained treasures. According to Lin Xian's speculation, they were at least exotic crystals. Moreover, there were quite a lot of them. But so what? He had the heavenly secret divine eyes. He didn't think that he would lose to the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he walked forward and his eyes flickered with strange runes. Like a celestial emperor, he scanned the stones. Buzz! Buzz! Chapter 1928. What kind of eye technique is that? It's so magical. I feel like my eye technique is being suppressed. Heavens, this kid is definitely not simple. Who is he? What's his background? At this moment, those powerful seeker spirit masters also put away their contemptuous expressions. They realized that Lin Xian was indeed very strong. He could definitely fight against Tuoba Tianfeng. Even the stall owner looked at Lin Xian in surprise. However, Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly now. He had improved greatly compared to before. Therefore, he could hide the golden light of the heavenly secret divine eye. No matter how the mighty figure probed, he couldn't see through it. He would never have thought that it was the heavenly secret divine eye. On the other side, Tuoba Tianfeng's face darkened. He naturally felt a pressure from his soul. The other party's eye technique made him feel extremely threatened. Inside his sleeves, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. To be honest, he was extremely nervous. Because this was related to his reputation. If he lost, he would have to bark like a dog. That would be worse than death. However, although the other party's eye technique was powerful, he still believed that the other party couldn't beat him. One had to know that the spirit-seeking technique wasn't just an eye technique. There were other spirit-seeking techniques. He came from the Tuoba family and was the third genius. His spirit-seeking technique was definitely incomparably powerful. It was definitely not something that the other party could compare to. Thinking of this, he sneered again. On the other side, Lin Xian used his eye technique to look at the strange stones. The more he probed, the heavier his heart became. Because through the heavenly secret divine eye, he could clearly see the situation inside the stones. He could tell at a glance whether an ordinary stone contained crystals and how many kilograms it contained. But now, he realized that he couldn't see clearly. There were layers of black mist inside the stones, like demonic chi that didn't dissipate. He had never encountered such a situation with any of the previous stones. Are these the stones from the edge of the primordium ancient mine? They're indeed very evil. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. These were only the stones at the edge. He really didn't know what kind of existence was buried in the primordium ancient mine. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. The bet with Taba Tianfeng was a small matter. He was more concerned about what was inside these stones. One had to know that his goal this time was to find divine crystals. Divine crystals were very rare, and ordinary stones couldn't contain them. The stones from the edge of the primordium ancient mine were very likely to contain divine crystals. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be careful. It's been so long and you still haven't chosen? You're still calling yourself a genius? I think you're more like an idiot. At this moment, Taba Tianfeng coldly snorted. Fuck, arrogant my ass! The dark red divine dragon stood out and said coldly. Cutting the stone is a gamble. Cutting the treasure will determine the quality of the treasure. You of the heavens, you're so fast. Did you do it 7 times a night with 5 seconds each time? Pfft. Hearing this, many warriors laughed, because they naturally knew what this meant. Hearing that, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned terrifyingly dark. His lungs were about to explode from anger. The Longma in front of him was too despicable. He wanted nothing more than to kill the other party, and cut him into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He had already eliminated 15 stones and continued to search among the remaining stones. Soon his eyes lit up. Because he had found a stone. The stone was a faint yellow and had an irregular shape. He couldn't tell what it was. There were 3 cracks on it, about 1/3 of the way through. However, Lin Xian didn't care about this. What he really cared about was the thing inside the stone. Relying on the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw that there was a ball of golden flame burning fiercely inside the stone. However, there was a lump of black mist surrounding the golden yellow flames. Therefore, there was nothing unusual outside at all. This was also why he couldn't detect the 3 cracks even though they were 1/3 of the way through. I've chosen. I want this stone, Lin Xian said as he pointed at the stone with 3 cracks. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The Almighty at the stall also said in a deep voice. You have to think carefully. Are you sure you want this stone? That's right. I've chosen it. It's this stone. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Tuoba Tianfeng was the first to laugh. His words were full of disdain and mockery. Kid, I thought you had some strength, but now it seems that you're really an idiot. You want this kind of stone that has been cut? What an idiot! He sneered and his eyes were full of disdain. It seemed that he was going to win this time. The surrounding people were also discussing. Someone said, That's right. There are already 3 cracks on the stone. And looking at the way it was cut, it should have been done by an extremely powerful seeker. What? Those are cracks? That's how it came about. Some cultivators didn't know, and were shocked when they heard this. Little brother, I think you should change to another stone. These stones have been cut by powerful seeker. But in the end, they all gave up. These are stones from the primordium ancient mine. They're very strange. This stone is obviously a waste. So, you'd better change to another one. Yeah, you definitely won't be able to cut anything from this one. However, Lin Xian's expression was firm. He said indifferently, There's no need to change. I'm confident in this one. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You're still confident? How ignorant are you? At this moment, Tuoba Tianfeng sneered again. Do you know the origin of this stone? Do you know the origin of those 3 cracks? Those 3 cracks were made by an extremely powerful seeker spirit master. One of them was cut out by an elder of our Tuoba family. However, our elder only cut 1/3 of it and found that there was nothing inside. That's why he gave up. Could it be that you think your vision is better than the elders of our family? Better than 3 extremely powerful seeker spirit masters? Tuoba Tianfeng's words were full of disdain. Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. Is that so? Your elder cut it? Looks like your elders are really blind. They wasted such a good treasure for nothing. You're courting death. Tuoba Tianfeng was furious. Damn kid, you're so arrogant. You'll cry when the stone is cut out. Chapter 1929. With that, he waved his sleeves and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian did not care about this threat at all. He looked at the stall owner and said in a deep voice, Senior, how much is this stone? This stone's original price is 3,000 caddies of crystals, but there are already 3 cracks on it. Therefore, it won't be too expensive. It's only 500 caddies of crystals. You can buy it if you want. 500 caddies. Lin Xian nodded. This price was really cheap. He did not have any doubts and quickly handed over the 500 caddies of crystals. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took the stone with 3 cracks to his side. Sigh. He's too young. He doesn't know his limits. Many of the older Seeker Spirit Masters shook their heads and sighed. The other warriors also shook their heads. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. In the crowd, the disciples of the Tuoba family sneered at this moment. How dare he come here to gamble with stones at this level? He really doesn't know what's good for him. What genius Seeker Spirit Master! I think he was just lucky before. Kid, your luck has come to an end this time. You want to compare yourself to my big brother Tuoba Tianfeng with this little strength? You really don't know your limits. If there's a treasure in this stone, I'll eat the entire stone. Are you sure you want to eat a stone? The dark red divine dragon stood out and looked at him coldly. Kid, it's you. I see you. When there's a treasure in this stone, I'll definitely throw all the remaining useless stones into your mouth. Feeling the dark red divine dragon's cold gaze, the Tuoba family disciple felt his scalp go numb. That was because the murderous intent in the other party's eyes was too terrifying. He could not bear it. Therefore, in the next moment, his body trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground. Tuoba Tianfeng sneered and stood out to block that gaze. Then he said, Kid, it's useless to say anything more. Let's cut the stone. With that, he waved his hand, and the dust and gravel on the ground flew up, creating a vacuum. Then, he carefully put away the stone in his hand, took out a small knife that shone with a cold light, and quickly cut the stone. The saber light flickered like a cold wind. The terrifying saber light fell and peeled off the stone. When it was only a third of the way through, a bright light shone and rushed out through the cracks. Those multicolored lights were like crimson flames, and they even emitted a wave of heat. There's light! There must be treasures inside! Everyone cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that they would appear when they were only a third of the way through. It seemed that not only were there treasures inside, there were definitely a lot of them. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is our big brother Tuoba Tianfeng's strength. In front of our big brother Tuoba Tianfeng, no one dares to call themselves a genius. Brat, you dare to compete with our big brother? You're dead meat. The people that Tuoba Tianfeng brought with him sneered, while the others in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. Those powerful Seeker Spirit Masters also kept nodding their heads. Indeed, judging from its appearance and luster, it was definitely a type of crystal, and there was a lot of it. At the very least, he could sell it for a few thousand caddies. This time, he would definitely make a killing. The corners of Tuoba Tianfeng's mouth curled up. Since he had cut out a type of crystal, his heart calmed down. Next, it was time to see how many crystals there were. He didn't stop, but continued to cut the stone. After one side was cut out, he cut to the other side. Buzz! Not long after, another ray of light shot out, but this time, it was different from the fiery red light from before. Instead, it was a blue light. Along with it, there was also a terrifying icy aura. In an instant, snowflakes fell from the sky. Not only that, the surrounding temperature continued to drop, and frost formed on the ground, spreading in all directions. It was as if this place was going to turn into a world of ice and snow. So cold! Many people were shocked, and they all circulated their spiritual energy to resist. However, what shocked them even more was the change in the crystal. The aura that was emitted before was like fire, and it was like a wave of fire that distorted the void. But now, it was incomparably cold, and everyone was frozen. This kind of completely opposite aura actually appeared in the same stone. It was really shocking. What was going on? Was there more than one type of crystal inside? Everyone was shocked, and the powerful Seeker Spirit Masters also frowned. The almighty stall owner's eyes lit up, and 2 rays of divine red light shot out from his eyes as he stared ahead. Surprise, it was extremely surprising. Not to mention them, even Tuoba Tianfeng was also very surprised. He knew that there was a type of crystal inside, but he didn't expect there to be 2 of them, and 2 of them were of completely opposite attributes. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. 1 piece of rare crystal was already a huge profit. Now that there were 2 of them, and they were both ice and fire type crystals, they could definitely be sold for a sky-high price. Sure enough, after the frost crystal stone appeared, someone immediately made a bid. 3,000 caddies of crystals, I'll buy the type of crystal now. You want to buy it with only 3,000 caddies? What a joke! I'll pay 2,000 caddies. I'll pay 450 caddies. One bid after another sounded, but Tuoba Tianfeng didn't sell. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Kid, how is it? Now you know my strength. Someone like you is nothing in front of me at all. I'd like to see what you have to compete with me. You'll see. When Lin Xian saw the man take out a xenogenic crystal with ice and fire elements, he wasn't surprised. He had already checked this stone before, and this situation wasn't out of his expectations. No matter how strong the other party was, it was only a type of crystal, while the one in his hand had an 80% chance of containing a divine crystal. As long as it was a small piece of divine crystal, it would definitely be worth more than the other party. In the next moment, he didn't hesitate anymore. Rays of sword light appeared on his fingertips, and Lin Xian began to cut his own stone. Although everyone saw this scene, they didn't pay much attention to it. This was because countless powerful Seeker Spirit Masters had already said that the stone was a piece of trash, and it was impossible to cut out a treasure. Moreover, 3 powerful Seeker Spirit Masters had already cut out 3 cracks, but in the end, they didn't do anything. Clearly, this was a stone that everyone had given up on. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to it, and instead looked at Tuoba Tianfeng. There, terrifying multicolored light surrounded it, and it was as red as fire. On the other side, it was as cold as ice. 2 completely opposite scenes covered the surrounding sky. Such a miraculous scene, they naturally had to worship and admire it. Fuck, what's with the arrogance? Isn't it just a type of crystal? It's not like we haven't cut it out before. Chapter 1930. Don't worry, I'm 100% sure. Lin Xian nodded, looking unusually calm. Beside him, old man Duga covered his face with his hands. Young master, where did you get your confidence from? That's a rare crystal of ice and fire attributes. It's extremely precious. Unless you cut out a divine crystal, there's probably nothing that can compete with it. Could it be that this kid in front of him wanted to cut out a piece of divine crystal? He didn't dare to imagine. However, when Lin Xian's finger landed on the stone, it cut through a third of the stone. A 4th crack appeared on the stone. However, there was no light at all. When the crowd saw this scene, they immediately shook their heads. See, I told you there's no treasure, but he didn't listen. This kid is hopeless. How dare he compare himself to Tuoba Tian? He's asking for humiliation. The people of the Tuoba family sneered. Kid, wait for me to bark like a dog. Lin Xian ignored them. Instead, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes again. This was because there was a layer of demonic black fog below. It was this fog that blocked the divine crystal inside. He didn't know what this black fog was, but he instinctively felt that it was evil. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. The dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a terrifying aura was added to the sword chi. Then, Lin Xian's finger fell again, and the terrifying sword light continued to cut. Puff! Soon, the sword chi collided with the black demonic chi in the stone. Immediately, Lin Xian felt a resistance. He raised his eyebrows, very surprised. One had to know that the dragon sword soul was extremely powerful. Even a 6-star king couldn't withstand his sword. However, the black fog inside blocked it. It had to be said that it was very surprising. No wonder the 3 powerful Seeker Spirit Masters had given up. They probably couldn't get rid of the black demonic chi inside. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the dragon sword soul in his body, so he snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul circulated again, and a terrifying attack power surged quickly. The light on the tip of his finger became stronger and stronger, as if it had turned into a peerless divine sword. Chi! Finally, under the fierce sword light, the black demonic chi inside was finally cut open, and even the sound of ice melting could be heard. However, the process was extremely slow. Beads of water even appeared on Lin Xian's forehead. Looking at this scene, Toba Tianfeng sneered in disdain. I say, you're really stupid. You're sweating from cutting an ordinary stone. What a waste! The surrounding disciples of the Toba family sneered. Someone like you dares to come out and embarrass yourself? Hurry up and scram! Do you have a kidney deficiency? You're sweating even when cutting a stone. You're so useless! Lin Xian only sneered in response to these words because he was now 100% sure that the stone in his hand definitely contained a divine crystal. He didn't need to refute at all. He only needed to cut out the divine crystal. At that time, everyone would know who was the one being slapped in the face. Thinking of this, the sword chi in his hand became sharp again. Hoo hoo hoo! The black demonic chi in the stone decreased until it was finally completely destroyed by Lin Xian's sword chi. Then, a golden light surged out from the crack. Boom! In the next moment, the golden light shot into the sky, creating an earth-shattering phenomenon. This scene shocked everyone. At this moment, the surrounding warriors raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Heavens, there's light! No way, what did I just see? There's light in a piece of useless stone? Could there really be a treasure? The surrounding people were extremely shocked. At this moment, not only were the ordinary warriors stunned, but even the powerful Seeker Spirit Masters, the powerhouses of the stall, and Tuoba Tianfeng were stunned. There's really a treasure! This kid's luck is too good. You'll know once you try. This is definitely not luck, this is definitely strength. I actually misjudged him. Discussions were heard all around. As Lin Xian slashed again, even more golden light shot into the sky. The sky was originally filled with red flames and blue ice, but now it was suppressed and even dimmed. Not only that, the light swayed in the wind as if it was worshipping the golden light. It was like a subject meeting an emperor. This scene made everyone's jaws drop in disbelief. Tuoba Tianfeng's face was also full of shock. Damn it! How was this possible? How could he cut out a crystal? That was clearly a piece of useless stone. His eyes were wide open and his eyeballs were about to pop out. His expression was extremely ugly. Because he would rather die than believe that Lin Xian could cut out a crystal. One had to know that an elder of his family had seen that stone before and shook his head in the end, believing that there was no treasure in it. Not only their elder, but 2 other powerful Seeker Spirit Masters had also examined it. In the end, they gave up. The 3 powerful Seeker Spirit Masters unanimously believed that it was a piece of useless stone, but now, this useless stone was emitting such a dazzling light. In an instant, Tuoba Tianfeng was completely stunned. Whoosh! Lin Xian used his fingers like a sword and slashed again. More and more golden light covered the sky, illuminating the entire sky in a golden color. Not only that, the golden light rolled and turned into balls of golden flames that kept dancing and illuminating the surroundings. What a dense aura! What a terrifying scene! On the side, old Monster Dugu was also stunned. He originally thought that Suchun would lose this time, But he did not expect such a shocking reversal. Not to mention what the crystal inside was, the light alone was enough to suppress the ice and fire crystal. Ha ha! The dark red divine dragon laughed maniacally. He laughed proudly and said, "Who was the one who said this was a useless rock? Who said that there was water in our heads? Come out! See if this emperor doesn't break your faces." Speechless, completely speechless. No one dared to say anything because they were completely stunned. If they came out now, they would be courting death. "Impossible! This is impossible! Damn it, I don't believe it!" The disciples of the Tuoba family shook their heads crazily, their faces full of fear. This was completely different from what they had imagined. How could Lin Xian cut out such a terrifying scene? Impossible? The dark red dragon sneered, then stepped out and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, it's you. I'll remember you. You were the one who said that if we cut out a crystal, you would eat the rest of the stone. Wait, don't leave later. I'll feed you the stone." "No!" The disciple fell to the ground with a plop. His face was lifeless and abnormally pale. There was a yellow liquid flowing out from under his legs, and it smelled very bad. Chapter 1931. At that moment, Tuoba Tianfeng turned around with an ugly expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, "What's wrong with that? It's not just a good image. Do you know that there's something called ghost striking stone? There are a few stones that can produce extremely terrifying scenes, shocking the heavens. But in the end, there's nothing. This is ghost striking stone. Kid, the stone in your hand is definitely ghost striking stone. You can't possibly cut out a real treasure." At the end, Tuoba Tianfeng was almost roaring because he would not allow himself to fail. However, the heavens seemed to be joking with him. Just as he finished roaring, the stone in Lin Xian's hand cracked open. A golden light shone from the huge crack. A golden crystal appeared in front of everyone. It was very bright, like a small sun. It was so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. There were balls of golden flames dancing on it, emitting a rich fragrance. With a light sniff of the fragrance, everyone could feel the spiritual energy in their bodies boiling. Tuoba Tianfeng opened his mouth wide as if he had seen a ghost. His face was extremely red because he had just said that the other party could not cut out anything. In the end, the other party cut it out. This slap directly stunned him. The surrounding Seeker Spirit Masters were even more shocked, and the stall owner exclaimed, "Divine crystal! Heavens, you actually cut out a divine crystal! What? A divine crystal!" Hearing that, everyone went crazy. Their eyes turned red as they looked forward. They originally thought that Lin Xian would at most cut out a foreign crystal. But the quality was better than Tuoba Tianfeng's. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. This was not a foreign crystal at all, but a real divine crystal. That was a divine crystal, something that only appeared in legends. Ordinary people would not have it. Only the big shots of the top sects and sacred grounds would have such things. And there were very few of them. Usually, they would not see it. But now, a young man had cut out a divine crystal in front of them. Whoosh! At this moment, a wisp of green smoke appeared in the crowd. It turned into a ghost and instantly charged at Lin Xian. The figure transformed into a ghost face and pounced on the golden divine crystal on the ground. "Not good! Someone is going to attack!" Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They had never imagined that someone would dare to make a move at a time like this to plunder the divine crystals. Lin Xian's face also changed. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul within his body was about to erupt. This was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. How could he allow others to snatch it away? However, before he could make a move, a cold snort suddenly came from the sky. It sounded like a clap of thunder. Then, a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky and turned into a shocking sword light, instantly piercing through the ground. With a loud boom, the terrifying purple thunder nailed the figure to the ground. Blood flowed, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The figure struggled for a moment, and then stopped breathing. Everything happened too quickly. This time, it was already over before anyone could react. However, when they came back to their senses, they all looked at the ground in front of them. On the ground, there was an old man in a gray robe. His eyes were wide open as if he could not believe that he would be killed in one move. I know him. He's an elder of the Limitless sect. He's extremely powerful. I didn't expect him to be killed in one move. An almighty. It must be an almighty. Moreover, it was not an ordinary almighty. Everyone's scalps went numb. That bolt of purple lightning just now was too terrifying. It made all of them feel like they were about to be killed at any moment. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. How dare you make a move in the dragon transformation lake? Kill without mercy! This voice was filled with thick murderous intent and majesty, causing everyone to tremble. However, this sound came quickly and left quickly. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and it became a sunny day again. The sun shone down, and only the corpse on the ground and the flowing blood showed that the scene just now was not a dream. However, the corpse and blood were cleaned up quickly, and the entire place returned to its original state. Everyone's attention was once again attracted by the golden divine crystal in Lin Xian's hand. The golden divine crystal was the size of a fist, and there were balls of golden flames jumping on it. Every time it jumped, it brought with it a powerful spiritual energy. Looking at this scene, many people swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were filled with shock and envy. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon stood out and looked around. He sneered and said, Who said that we're idiots? Who said that we can't cut it out? I think you're the idiots. You're all blind. You don't want such a good divine crystal. You even said that it was useless. What a joke! The dark red divine dragon sneered. He was really angry just now. These people dared to mock him before, so he naturally wanted to return the favor. The surrounding people were silent. The powerful seeker spirit masters also shook their heads and sighed. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Although they were a little unhappy with the dark red divine dragon's words, what he said was the truth. They actually let go of a divine crystal for nothing. They really wanted to die. Soon, the dark red divine dragon turned his head and stared at Tuoba Tianfeng and the Tuoba family disciples. The corners of his mouth curled up. Tuoba Tianfeng? Third in the family? How arrogant! If you're so capable, cut the divine crystal and let me see. Also, weren't you trash very arrogant before? Now you're arrogant. See if I don't slap you to death. Tuoba Tianfeng's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. As for the disciples around him, their faces were ashen and filled with despair. Your Tuoba family is really trash. Didn't an elder cut a third of it? You're actually proud of him. In my opinion, he's the biggest idiot. If he cut a little deeper, there might be a divine crystal. But your elder is really too stupid. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. At the end, the dark red divine dragon looked up and laughed. Damn it, how dare you insult our elder Zhang? I'll fight you to the death. The Tuoba family disciples all stood out, their eyes ferocious. Hey, you still dare to jump out? I was just about to look for you. Didn't you say that if we cut out a treasure, you'd eat the stones? Come on, there's a lot of stones on the ground. I'll feed you all one by one. Hearing this, the disciples who stood out were stunned. They had indeed said that. But before that, they didn't think that the dark red divine dragon would be able to cut out a divine crystal. Chapter 1932. The dark red dragon was powerful, so it was easy for him to deal with these people. In an instant, he threw all the stones on the ground into the mouths of these people. Woo woo! These people struggled madly, as if they wanted to die. The surrounding crowd was also discussing. They had never thought that the Tuoba family would be defeated one day. The disciples of the Tuoba family were forced to eat stones, and their faces were ashen. They didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. They even had the urge to run away. However, Tuoba Tianfeng was still standing there. Tuoba Tianfeng was still standing there, but he was still in a daze. He struggled madly in his heart, not daring to believe it. He was a prodigy, the third prodigy of the Tuoba family. He was powerful, and his spirit-seeking technique was even more terrifying. Even the older generation of spirit-seeking masters was no match for him. Today, he had even obtained an extraordinarily precious ice and fire dual-attribute crystal. He was proud of himself. Next, he was waiting to be respected by tens of thousands of people, and then humiliate the other party. However, he didn't expect that this despicable kid in front of him would obtain a divine crystal. That was something even more precious than a special crystal. That was why he had been standing high above the clouds. However, at this moment, he had fallen from the sky to hell. The ice and fire crystals in front of him were laughable and not worth mentioning at all. He couldn't accept this huge contrast. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said calmly, "Tuoba Tianfeng, the third prodigy? Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." "What?" Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Tuoba Tianfeng finally came back to his senses. However, when he thought of his promise, his expression turned ugly. He even wanted to turn around and run. "You want to leave?" The dark red dragon sneered and stopped him. "Are you being shameless? You're not going to keep your promise? You're a prodigy of the Tuoba family. Are all Tuoba family members so untrustworthy?" Behind him, Lin Xian opened his mouth and said, "It's fine if you want to go back on your word. However, from today onwards, the members of the Tuoba family will have to bow to me and stay away from me." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Tuoba Tianfeng roared madly. "Don't even think about it. What kind of status did the Tuoba family have? It was a powerful family of spirit seekers in the eastern wilderness, respected by tens of thousands of people. However, at that moment, they had to bow to a brat and back off. That was a disgrace to the Tuoba family. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let such a thing happen. The dark red dragon sneered. "If you don't want to do that, then hurry up and bark like a dog. How dare you humiliate our big brother Tuoba?" At this moment, the disciples of the Tuoba family stood out again. However, the dark red divine dragon glared at him. "Why? Do you want to eat rocks again? Do you want me to feed you again?" Recalling the frightening scene from before, these disciples did not dare to stand out anymore, and all of them shrank back like turtles. The crowd quickly discussed among themselves as their gazes landed on Tuoba Tianfeng. Many of them had mocking expressions on their faces. After all, they had nothing to do with the Tuoba family. Now that they could see such a powerful family being humiliated, they were naturally happy to see it. "What Tuoba family? Looks like that's all there is to it. They don't even want to fulfill their promise. What a joke! Yeah, they were said to be on par with the Ouyang family. Now, it seems like they're too far apart. Third genius? They're a disgrace to their family. Such a person should just bang his head against the wall and die." Hearing the discussions around him, Tuoba Tianfeng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. I, Tuoba Tianfeng, am not someone who goes back on his word. Go ahead and bark." As he said that, he barked. Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened and they were stunned. Lin Xian was also very surprised. This guy really dared to bark. "Woof! Woof woof!" After barking, Tuoba Tianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and fainted. "Damn, he really barked! This bro must be out of his mind. Sigh, this is unbelievable. I didn't expect to see such an exciting scene here. If this news gets out, it'll definitely shock the entire stone gambling convention. The third genius of the Tuoba family barked like a dog. This news is too shocking." Voices of discussion rang out one after another. They were simply crazy. The dark red divine dragon sneered. "Carry this dog and get out of here." The remaining disciples of the Tuoba family did not dare to make a scene. They hurriedly carried Tuoba Tianfeng and left the place dejectedly. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion. Among them, a few powerful warriors surrounded Lin Xian. They quickly said, "Young master, are you selling the divine crystal in your hand? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. What treasure do you want? I can exchange it with you. Cultivation techniques, treasured weapons, defensive equipment, or other spiritual medicine? I'm willing to exchange it with you." Even the stall owner had offered a very attractive price. Many people had their eyes on the divine crystal. After all, such a heaven-defying item was hard to come by. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He still had a use for it, so he would not exchange it with anyone, nor would he sell it. After politely rejecting these people, Lin Xian prepared to leave. However, the stall owner said, "Young master, if you want to sell it, you can come to the Dayan's sacred land. If there's a need, I'll go." Lin Xian nodded and left. After he left, the news spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire stone gambling convention knew that someone had obtained a divine crystal. Moreover, the third genius of the Tuoba family was barking like a dog in public. These two pieces of news were like bombs that blew everyone's minds. The Tuoba family was a powerful family of seeker spiritualists. They were very famous in the eastern wilderness. Everyone naturally knew that Tuoba Tianfeng was the third genius. However, they did not expect him to bark like a dog in public after losing a bet. This was truly unbelievable. They were all guessing who could win against Tuoba Tianfeng. Could it be a genius of the Ouyang family? Or an elite of the Huangfu family? However, they were all surprised by the outcome. It was an unfamiliar and mysterious young man. They did not know his background. However, he had obtained a divine crystal and defeated Tuoba Tianfeng. Tuoba Tianfeng's loss was justified. Although he was powerful and obtained a rare ice and fire crystal, it was still not comparable to a real divine crystal. Yes, a divine crystal had appeared. Moreover, it was in the hands of a young man. This was really surprising. Who is that kid? How can he be so powerful? In an instant, everyone was trying to figure out Lin Xian's identity. When the other experts of the Tuoba family heard this, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Angry, they were too angry. The Tuoba family had always been high and mighty. They had never been humiliated like this. Chapter 1933. On the other hand, Lin Xian continued to search for strange stones near the Dragon Transformation Gorge. Soon, he arrived at the Dragon Transformation Lake. The lake water was clear, and he could not see the bottom. It was extremely deep. The Dragon Transformation Lake was filled with spiritual qi. It was like a jade crystal embedded in the ground. Not far from the lake, there was a bamboo house. A few bamboos were planted next to the bamboo house, which was full of green jade and lush green. Wild flowers swayed all over the place, and there were a few stones there. "Is this also a stall?" Lin Xian walked over, puzzled. However, at that moment, a few cold voices came from behind. "Over there! It's that kid!" Hearing those voices, Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and old monster Dugu stopped in their tracks and turned to look. Then they frowned. This was because the people who had come were none other than the Tuoba family. "Fuck, they're still here! Why are they here so soon?" The dark red dragon frowned. These people were really annoying. Old monster Dugu reminded him. "Young master, although you defeated Tuoba Tianfeng, you must not be careless. The Tuoba family is famous in the eastern wilderness. They must have a strong foundation and strength." Lin Xian nodded. He naturally understood that as well. However, he had the heavenly secret divine eyes, so he was not afraid of the Tuoba family. Given some time, he could train the heavenly secret child prodigy to a higher level. He could even trample on any seeker family. While Lin Xian and the others were talking, the Tuoba family members caught up. They stared at Lin Xian fiercely, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "Kid, you're the one who cut out the divine crystal? You're the one who dared to provoke the Tuoba family? You really don't know what's good for you. Kneel down in front of everyone and apologize to the Tuoba family. If you do, I can spare your life." Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Spare my life? Lin Xian sneered. You think too highly of yourself. Also, the previous competition was very fair. Each person chose a stone to gamble on. This is what everyone saw. It's just that your Tuoba family's people aren't good enough and made such an agreement. You can't blame me for making a fool of yourself. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Taba Tianfeng for being too arrogant. He wanted to harm others, but he ended up harming himself instead. You're courting death. Hearing this, the experts of the Tuoba family were furious. They naturally understood this logic, but they couldn't take it lying down. Because they were still the laughingstock of everyone's conversations, they had to do something to prove themselves. Therefore, they targeted Lin Xian. As long as he defeated the other party, he would be able to get back at them for the humiliation he had suffered. Kid, Tuoba Tianfeng wasn't in his best condition earlier, so he lost to you. Do you dare to compete with me again? A middle-aged man shouted coldly. Light flickered in his eyes as purple runes formed a diamond-shaped pattern. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. His time was precious, and he would not casually exchange blows with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The dark red divine dragon sneered. You want to compete with us? Fine, cut out a piece of divine crystal in front of everyone first. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, you will lose to us if you can't cut out a divine crystal. You! The Tuoba family was so angry that they vomited blood. Was a divine crystal that easy to cut out? They had never cut out a divine crystal in their entire lives. Not to mention them, even the elders of their family were unable to cut out a divine crystal. Humph, what divine crystal? You were just lucky to cut it out. I don't believe that you can cut out a second divine crystal. The Tuoba family shouted angrily. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could cut out a divine crystal with his own strength. In their opinion, Lin Xian was just lucky to have come across it. Just as they were arguing, a maid in a blue dress suddenly appeared in the bamboo house in front of them. She quickly came forward and said coldly, Who are you? Don't make a ruckus here and disturb my young Mississippi, your young miss? Who is your young miss? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Tuoba family? The Tuoba family members were extremely arrogant. The Tuoba family members were already unhappy. Now that someone had stepped out to discipline them, they were about to go crazy. Therefore, they sneered and didn't take the other party seriously. You! The little maid was so angry that her face turned pale. She said angrily, The Tuoba family is too arrogant. Do you know who my young miss is? Do you know where you are? I don't care who your young miss is. Could it be that she's a fairy? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't meddle in the affairs here. Otherwise, we'll take care of you too, the Tuoba family members said fiercely. She was just a little maid. They didn't take her seriously. Buzz. However, at that moment, the sound of a guqin came from the house. It was like a high mountain and flowing water that streaked across the void. When the sound was heard, the void vibrated and stimulated one's soul. Suddenly, the mysterious sound waves swept toward the Tuoba family. When they heard the sound of the guqin, the Tuoba family members' expressions changed. That was because they could sense that the guqin contained a powerful soul power and a biting cold murderous intent. In the next moment, they didn't dare to be careless and put up their defenses. However, they couldn't stop it at all. Pft! 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 More than a dozen Tuoba family members vomited blood. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. The sound of the guqin had injured their souls. Lin Xian frowned at the side. The dark red divine dragon also had a grave expression. The sound of the guqin was too terrifying. Old Monster Duga's expression changed drastically. He channeled all his energy to resist the guqin. However, the sound of the guqin was too profound. He couldn't resist it. Fortunately, Lin Xian put up a defense at the critical moment and blocked the sound of the guqin. Thank you, young master! Old Monster Duga hurriedly thanked him. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, he might have suffered the same fate as the Tuoba family members. His soul would have been injured and he would have vomited blood. As for the Tuoba family members, They were shocked and furious. First of all, the other party's methods were too terrifying. The sound of the guqin had injured more than a dozen of them. That kind of method was heaven-defying. Moreover, the other party dared to attack the Toba family. That meant that the other party had nothing to fear. Who was that person? How could he have such a method? One of the middle-aged men gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, how dare you attack us here? Don't you know the rules of the Dragon Transformation Lake?" They were furious. Although they couldn't defeat the other party, they wanted to use the rules of the lake to suppress the other party. One had to know that the lake was jointly presided over by the 5 great sage. No matter how powerful a person was, they wouldn't have a good ending if they dared to break the rules there. However, the young maidservant sneered and said, "Attack? When did I attack you? My family's young miss only played a song." "You!" The Toba family members were so angry that they vomited blood. Indeed, after that, the pleasant sound of the guqin came from the bamboo house again. It was like a dancing fairy that was intoxicating. They were furious. The other party was clearly attacking them, but they couldn't find any weakness. What was even more detestable was that they were the only ones who were injured. The detestable kid in front of them didn't receive any injuries. Chapter 1934. Damn it! Are you guys in cahoots? The sound of the guqin was so powerful that they couldn't even withstand it. Naturally, they didn't believe that Lin Xian and the other two could withstand it. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that Lin Xian was in cahoots with the people in the bamboo house. "Good lad! How dare you team up with others to hurt us? Just you wait. The Toba family won't let this go." These people decided to go back and ask the elders to come over. They had to teach Lin Xian a lesson. However, a few elders passed by and sneered when they saw this scene. "The Toba family is too arrogant. How dare they behave so atrociously here? Don't worry about them. It's good to let them suffer a little." Hearing the elders say this, the Toba family felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this was some kind of terrifying dragon's lair or tiger's den? Therefore, they asked, "What's going on here? Is there anything strange? They really don't know what's good for them. They don't even know where this is. How dare they behave so arrogantly here?" An old man sneered. "Since I know your clan's elder, I'll remind you. This is the territory of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. You'd better behave yourselves here. Otherwise, no one can save you." "What? This is the shop of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground." The Toba family was completely dumbfounded. Although the Toba family was powerful, they couldn't be compared to a top sacred ground like the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Moreover, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was one of the 5 great sage lands that hosted the Stone Gambling Conference. How dare they behave atrociously here? They were courting death. Thinking of this, cold sweat trickled down their faces. More than that. "Do you know who's in the bamboo house? She's not an ordinary person. I heard that she's the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How dare you behave atrociously in front of her? Hurry up and kowtow to apologize. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground." This time, the Toba family was really panicking. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was the top genius of the younger generation, and the future master of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How dare they behave so arrogantly in front of such a person? Thinking of their previous actions, they wanted to slap themselves in the face. In the next moment, they hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "We didn't know that the sacred ground was here. Please forgive us for our sins. We'll leave now." After saying that, these people no longer dared to pay attention to Lin Xian and the others, and quickly left with their tails between their legs. Because they didn't dare to stay here any longer. Old Monster Dugu was also extremely shocked. He whispered, "Young master, let's go. This is not a place we can come to." Although this old Monster Dugu was also incomparably powerful and had few opponents under the almighty level, in front of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, he did not dare to be arrogant at all. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear what he said. His gaze was fixed on the bamboo house in front of him. To be honest, When he heard that it was the Jade Lake Saint, he was extremely excited. Because the Jade Lake Saintess was Murong Qingqing. Originally, he wanted to wait until the matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land was settled before looking for the other party. Who would have thought that the other party would actually show up now? It had been a long time since he last saw Qingqing. Now that he knew that she was here, how could he not be excited? Lovesickness quickly flowed through his body. On the side, the dark red dragon also grinned. It's actually that little girl. I didn't expect her strength to reach such a level. Previously, when Murong Qingqing had parted with them, she had just become a king. But now, a single zither sound could injure more than a dozen powerful 6-star kings. Such strength could be said to be heaven-defying. When old monster Duga saw that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's expressions didn't change, he immediately became afraid. These two young masters couldn't be thinking of doing something to the Jade Lake Saintess, right? Thinking of this, he broke out in cold sweat. Young master, it's best not to act blindly without thinking. This Jade Lake sacred ground is different from the Tuoba family. Don't worry, old man. Nothing will happen, said the dark red dragon. Damn! They really dare to have ideas about the Saintess. Old monster Duga broke out in cold sweat. These two guys were too bold. How could he know that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were not only bold, but they had also killed the Saintess of All Beginnings not long ago? Of course, it was impossible for old monster Dugu to know this news. Moreover, it was different this time. The Saintess inside was very likely to be Murong Qingqing. She was Lin Xian's woman. Therefore, there wouldn't be any danger. In front of them, the melodious sound of a zither was very pleasing to the ear. It seemed to pull one's soul into a fairyland. Just from the sound of the zither, one could tell how powerful the cultivation of the person inside was. However, the little maidservant in front of him frowned. Why are you still not leaving? To be honest, she was also very puzzled. The previous zither sound had injured more than a dozen Tuoba family experts. But the three people in front of her were unharmed. She knew her young master's strength, but the three people in front of her were actually able to resist her, which really surprised her. Now, the three of them still hadn't left, which made her even more vigilant. Could it be that these three are up to something? Behind them, the few elders who were strolling around said, Young man, I advise you to leave quickly. This is not a place for you to stay. Yes, not to mention you, even the genius disciples of the sacred lands would be turned away if they wanted to see her. Unless a real saint or saintess comes, they might be able to enter. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Seniors, don't worry. I won't mess around. I'm just standing here and listening to the zither sound. Can't I? Can you understand it? The little maid curled her lips. Lin Xian smiled and said, A little. As he admired the sound of the zither, he looked around and his gaze landed on a few stones in front of the bamboo house. Runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He looked forward and was surprised. These stones have an extraordinary origin. He realized that the black demonic aura in these stones was denser than that of the divine crystal. You can understand this too? The little maid asked. What's there to not understand? We cut out a divine crystal before. The dark red dragon said proudly. Cut out a divine crystal. So you're the mysterious seeker soul master that's been rumored recently. Obviously, Lin Xian's reputation had spread throughout the entire stone gambling conference, so the beautiful little maid had naturally heard of him. Yes, how is it? Now you know how powerful we are. Hurry up and invite us in for tea. The dark red dragon said quickly. No way. It's impossible for you to see my young master. Not to mention you, even the Saint of Thousand Thunder was sent back yesterday. Chapter 1935. The dark red divine dragon frowned and said, Kid, someone is probably trying to steal your treasure. Lin Xian's face also darkened. That guy dared to come here. He's courting death. I let him go last time. The next time I see him, I won't let him go. On the side, Old Monster Dugu's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. What? Won't let the 10,000 Thunder Saint off? Heavens, little ancestor, do you know what you're talking about? That was the 10,000 Thunder Saint. He was the pinnacle existence among the younger generation. Other than the saints of the other sacred lands, not many young people were his match. Could it be that you want to attack the 10,000 Thunder Saint? Old Monster Dugu couldn't believe it. In fact, Old Monster Dugu didn't know that this was nothing. It wasn't like Lin Xian hadn't fought the 10,000 Thunder Saint before. Moreover, he had beaten him like a dog. If it weren't for the Path Protector, the 10,000 Thunder Saint would have died long ago. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the few stones in front of him again. This time, his expression was incomparably solemn. Mysterious Tao patterns appeared in his eyes. He used the God's Eye of Weather, emitting a mysterious aura. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he was. These stones all contained a magical power. Fortunately, he had the heavenly secret divine eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see it clearly at all. These stones are really not simple. Where did they come from? They actually contain a magical power. You can see it? The little maid at the side was even more surprised. No wonder you can cut out divine crystals. Actually, it's fine to tell you. These stones were obtained from the Primordium Ancient Mine. What? From the Primordium Ancient Mine? Hearing this, Lin Xian was moved. On the side, the dark red divine dragon and Old Monster Dugu were even more shocked. The Primordium Ancient Mine was a life-forbidden zone, a forbidden area for humans. How did the other party get it? The dark red divine dragon was even more excited. As expected of the Jade Lake sacred ground, they were really generous. They even took out such stones. He had lived for thousands of years, so he naturally knew more. Some sacred grounds had some stones from the Primordium Ancient Mine, but very few people took them out. He hadn't expected that the Jade Lake sacred ground would take the initiative to offer it. As for the beautiful maid, she stared at Lin Xian and asked carefully, "What can you see? Is there anything inside?" She was also very curious. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "I can't see it clearly for now. It's covered by a cloud of demonic qi." "Is that so? If even you can't see it clearly, I'm afraid very few people can. Unless it's one of those living fossils or a celestial spirit master." Lin Xian wasn't lying. He really couldn't see clearly. Of course, this was also the reason why he did not use his heavenly secret God eyes with his full strength. If he used his Tianji God eyes with all his might, he might be able to see what was inside. However, he didn't dare to use his full strength because once he used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress the golden light. At that time, his eyes would emit a golden light, and those strange runes would definitely attract the attention of those who were interested. With a little deduction, Zhang Xian knew that his eyes were the heavenly fate god eyes. If this news were to be exposed, the 5 great sage would probably take action against him first. Therefore, he wouldn't use his full strength. Of course, if he wanted to use it, he would have to isolate everything. On the side, the dark red dragon said again, "Little girl, we've talked so much that we're thirsty. Aren't you going to invite us in for a cup of tea? In your dreams? You want to go in for a cup of tea? No way," the little maidservant said angrily. "Unless you can cut out the treasure from these stones, you'd better go back." Hearing these words, Old Monster Dugu sighed. It was easier said than done to cut out the treasure from these Primordium Ancient Mine stones. He had heard of these stones before. They were very evil, and even those powerful Seeker Spirit Masters often failed to cut them. Very few people could cut out the real thing. Moreover, these stones were very expensive and could be said to be heaven-defying. Ordinary people couldn't afford them at all. Lin Xian wouldn't cut the stones now, but he still said calmly, "Let us in. Maybe I'm an old friend of your miss?" "What old friend? Don't even think about getting acquainted with my Mississippi. My miss doesn't have any old friends." "No way, isn't your Miss Muron little girl?" the dark red dragon said with a smile. "What? How do you know my misname? This time, the little maidservant was completely stunned. She was very confused and stared at Lin Xian and the other two with an unfriendly expression. What are you doing? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for being rude. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the bamboo house. Schwanger, don't be rude. Mississippi. Hearing this, the little maidservant didn't say anything and stood to the side with her hands down. However, she still stared at Lin Xian and the other two with an unfriendly expression. In the bamboo house, the voice sounded again. I wonder which old friend you're talking about. I really do have a few old friends. Of course it's Tianwu's old friends, Lin Xian said. What? Hearing this, the person in the bamboo house exclaimed. Then, the melodious zither music stopped abruptly. After a while, the voice sounded again. I do have a few old friends. I wonder who you're talking about. Miss Murong, how come you can't even recognize us? The dark red dragon said. Come out and take a look. In front of them, a figure walked out of the house. She was wearing a white floor-length dress with pink embroidery on the wide hem. Her arm was wrapped in purple silk, about a zhang long, and her waist was slender, tied with a purple belt inlaid with jadeite. Her jet-black hair was tied up with a light purple ribbon. A few strands of hair fell mischievously on her shoulders, making her delicate skin look even fairer. She didn't have any makeup on her face, but she looked fresh and attractive. Beside them, old Monster Dugu was stunned. Was this the Jade Lake Saint? She was indeed a peerless beauty. A trace of excitement appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It was indeed Murong Qingqing. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Had she become more outstanding? That's right, the person who came out was Murong Qingqing. Her eyes were like water as she glanced at Lin Xian and the other two. Then, she frowned slightly. She had never seen these three people before, but for some reason, the young man in front of her gave her a very familiar feeling. The flaming dragon horse beside him had a familiar ruffian aura. What's wrong, Qingqing? You don't recognize me? Lin Xian smiled and raised his hand to release a dragon-shaped sword aura. Seeing the dragon-shaped sword aura, Murong Qingqing trembled. She could clearly sense the power of the great dragon sword soul contained in the sword aura. Chapter 1936. In other words, the young man in front of her was Lin Xian. No wonder she felt that he was so familiar. Why are you here? Murong Qingqing was so excited that her voice trembled. This scene stunned the little maid and old Monster Dugu. They couldn't believe that Lin Xian knew Murong Qingqing. And from the looks of it, they were very familiar with each other. I originally wanted to look for you after some time, but I didn't expect to meet you here in advance. What, aren't you going to invite me in? Lin Xian said with a smile. Come in quickly. Murong Qingqing also lost her initial calmness. Old man, let's not go in. Let them go in. The dark red dragon said from the side. As for the little maid, she was dumbfounded. She had never seen her young miss so excited before. Old Monster Dugu didn't go in either. Instead, he stood at the side. However, his heart was in turmoil. Because he was very curious about the relationship between the two. Could it be that they knew each other before? However, he would never have guessed that the two of them were actually lovers. The interior of the room was very simple, but it had a unique flavor. There was a table with a guqin on it. It had an aura of vicissitudes. At first glance, it was obvious that it had been passed down from ancient times. Brother Xian! Qingqing! Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked at each other. Love appeared in their eyes. Then, they hugged each other tightly. As for the little maid outside the room, she secretly peeked into the room. However, when she saw the two of them hugging each other, she was completely stunned. Heavens, what's going on? She didn't dare to imagine. Her young lady was the saint of the Jade Lake. She was a high and mighty existence. Moreover, her young lady might not even care about someone like the Saint of Thousand Thunder. But now, an unfamiliar young man was able to gain the favor of her young lady. Moreover, the two of them were hugging each other now. This was too unbelievable. The little maid rubbed her eyes and realized that she wasn't dreaming. It really happened! The next moment, she almost screamed. Fortunately, the dark red divine dragon sent her a voice transmission and briefly explained the situation. Only then did the little maid calm down. As Murong Qingqing's maid, she naturally knew some things about Murong Qingqing. She knew that Murong Qingqing came from a faraway island. She also had a sweetheart named Lin Xian. However, she did not expect that the young man before her was the legendary Lin Xian. Looking at his strength, he doesn't seem to be very outstanding. The little maid sized up Lin Xian. However, the spirit-seeking technique is still very powerful. To be able to cut out divine crystals at such a young age, I'm afraid that even those powerful families of spirit-seeking masters don't have many people with such talent. In this aspect, he's a good match for my lady. The little girl began to think about these things now. However, she did not know that Murong Qingqing had already pledged her life to Lin Xian. Inside the house, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing hugged each other for a long time before the two of them slowly separated. Murong Qingqing said, "Shuang or guard outside. If there's no special situation, don't let anyone in." "Yes." The little maid nodded. Murong Qingqing waved her hand and a formation enveloped the bamboo house, isolating it from the outside world. "Brother Xian, I miss you." Murong Qingqing raised her small face. "Me too." Lin Xian smiled and gently stroked Murong Qingqing's hair. Then, the two of them briefly recounted their experiences. Murong Qingqing was fine. Her life had been very smooth. After she entered the Jade Lake sacred ground, she was directly favored by the Queen Mother of the West because of her phoenix bloodline. She was even accepted as a closed-door disciple. Under the vigorous cultivation of the Jade Lake sacred ground, coupled with Murong Qingqing's talent and terrifying bloodline power, her cultivation's strength improved rapidly. Now, she had become the holy maiden of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, when Murong Qingqing heard about Lin Xian, she was very nervous. She did not expect that Lin Xian had experienced so many things after she separated from him. In fact, every single one of them made her extremely shocked. Especially when she heard that Lin Xian had joined forces with Lu Mingyu to kill the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings, she almost exclaimed. The Holy Maiden of All Beginnings was also a Holy Maiden. As a Holy Maiden, she knew how powerful a Holy Maiden could be. But even so, Lin Xian was still able to succeed. It really shocked her to the core. "Big brother Xian, what do you plan to do next?" Murong Qingqing asked. Although Lin Xian was not in danger now, if Lin Xian's identity was exposed, the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings would definitely hunt him down. So, she naturally had to support Lu Mingyu. After all, she had worked so hard for so long. She could not return empty-handed. As long as Lu Mingyu becomes the new Holy Maiden, it will be greatly beneficial to her. Lin Xian said. "Perhaps I can help you enter the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings," Murong Qingqing said at this time. "After this stone gambling assembly, our 5 great sage lands will hold a small gathering. The location of that gathering will not be at the Dragon Transformation Lake, but at the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings. At that time, I will also be there. You can quickly enter the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings with me. That is the safest method." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. Since he had a way to enter the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings, he still had to make preparations. After all, if he was discovered, he had to have the Black Earth. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself. It was not that he did not believe in Murong Qingqing. Rather, as the Holy Maiden of the Jade Lake, Murong Qingqing had certain restrictions. At the very least, she could not openly oppose the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings. After all, this involved the relationship between the two Holy Maidens. Murong Qingqing also understood this point. In the next moment, she lightly tapped her storage ring and took out a blue crystal. It looked like a star in the sky. "Big brother Xian, this is a divine crystal. Since you have a use for it, I will give it to you." Lin Xian smiled and received it. Then, he gently scratched Murong Qingqing's nose. Girl, you've truly become a blessed girl. You're so rich that you can casually take out a piece of divine crystal. Hee, isn't everything mine yours? Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Then, she gently placed her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. Qingqing, wait for me. One day, I will personally go to the Jade Lake Holy Maiden to propose marriage. Murong Qingqing nodded and blushed. Her current status was not ordinary. Although she had already pledged her life to Lin Xian, she still needed the approval of the Holy Maiden of all beginnings if she wanted to be together forever. However, she believed that with Lin Xian's talent and great dragon sword soul, as long as he was given enough time, there would be no one on this continent who could be a match for Lin Xian. Oh right, I also have some news about Chiu'er. Chapter 1937. Oh yes, I have some news about Chiu'er. How is she? Lin Xian asked. Chiu'er was naturally Xinjingqiu. She was also Lin Xian's woman. Furthermore, Murong Qingqing had completely accepted Xinjingqiu's existence. The two of them were even close, as if they were sisters. Chiu'er is very special. She has already become the Zixia Saintess. Let me tell you, Chiu'er's bloodline is actually the Khanate constitution. That's a terrifying bloodline constitution. When he heard this, Lin Xian was shocked. The Khanate constitution, as well as the Saint constitution and Divine constitution of the clan of the Ancients, were all terrifying constitutions. He did not expect Chiu'er to have such a heaven-defying constitution. Not to mention Chiu'er, even Murong Qingqing's body was frightening. It was the legendary phoenix body. Lin Xian felt a wave of pressure. His two wives were too outstanding. Although he was very talented, he did not have a special constitution or bloodline. However, he would not be discouraged. With the great dragon sword soul in his body, Lin Xian had absolute confidence that he would not lose to anyone. Even if it was a divine constitution or a saint constitution, he would not be afraid. Just as the two of them were chatting in the house, a few figures walked in from outside. One of them was a youth who was very eye-catching. His long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and he had an indescribable evil aura about him. His eyes also glowed with a deep purple light, like a purple gemstone. This youth carried a strong sense of confidence, like a god of war. He walked in slowly. There was a purple patch on his thumb, and he was playing with it non-stop at the moment. The purple-haired youth walked quickly towards the bamboo house. Stop right there. Who are you? This is a shop of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Outsiders should leave immediately. When the little maidservant saw the purple-haired youth walk over, she immediately stood out and said coldly. The purple-haired youth also stopped in his tracks. He was like a true immortal, and his body was surrounded by purple light. I'm the number one genius of the Toba family, Toba Tianxi. I have something to discuss with the Jade Lake Saintess. The purple-haired young man said in a deep voice. What? Toba Tianxi? Hearing this, old man Dugu was extremely shocked. This was the number one genius of the Toba family. He was much stronger than Toba Tianfeng. Who would have thought that he would actually come now? Humph! The dark red dragon snorted and looked at Toba Tianxi unkindly. That little maid, Shuang'er, appeared to be very indifferent. After all, she followed Murong Qingqing and often saw either saintesses or holy sons. Therefore, she didn't really care about the number one genius of the Toba family. Therefore, she said coldly, Go back. My young miss is busy now and won't see you. Is something the matter? Hearing this, Toba Tianxi frowned. From the looks of it, he was not allowed to enter. His expression immediately turned ugly. As the number one genius of the Toba family, he believed that he was not inferior to those saints and saintesses. Now, he hadn't even seen Murong Qingqing's face. How could he be willing to go back? Suddenly, he frowned and said coldly, I really have something to discuss with the Jade Lake Saintess. Our young miss really doesn't have time to see you. The little maid snorted. Even the Thousand Thunder Saint was chased away by her. not to mention to Obatiensi. I'm here to apologize. Previously, a few martial artists of the Toba family unintentionally offended the Saintess. This time, I'm here with sincerity. I hope you won't stop me, Obatiensi said in a deep voice. Although he was dissatisfied with this little maid, he still didn't want to do anything. After all, he knew the strength of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, the little maid, Schwanger, shook her head and said, Go back. Our young miss really won't see you. Humph! Obatiensi snorted coldly. His expression was unusually cold. A little maid dared to treat him like this. She really didn't know what was good for her. The next moment, he took a step forward. A ball of purple light appeared on his body and circled around him. It was as if the purple deity had descended. At the same time, a huge force emerged and filled the sky. It seemed to have formed a purple mountain, suffocating everyone. You! Feeling the surging force, the little maid, Schwanger's face tightened. How dare you fight here? Do you know where you are and who our young miss is? The other party was too arrogant. Even the Thousand Thunder Saint didn't dare to fight here, but Obatiensi dared to. He really didn't know what was good for him. Damn, how dare you fight here? You're revolting. The dark red dragon was also angry. His body swayed, and the fiery red light on his body shot into the sky. A terrifying flame aura spread. At the same time, Old Monster Duga sighed. However, he also made a move, and his aura gushed out. This was not only the Jade Lake's territory, but also Lin Xian. Lin Xian finally met with Murong Qingqing. At this moment, the two must have a lot to talk about. How could they allow others to disturb them? Therefore, in the next moment, the dark red dragon stood out. The aura on his body was like the sea, blocking the purple mountain in the sky. Old Monster Dugu was like a demon king. Thank you. The little girl, Schwanger, looked at the dark red dragon and Old Monster Dugu gratefully. She now felt that compared to the disciples of the aristocratic families, Lin Xian and the other two were more adorable. A beast dares to block the way. You're really courting death. Obatiensi looked at the dark red dragon in front of him and sneered. You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts. The dark red dragon was angry. He was a divine dragon. Now that he was called a beast, he naturally couldn't stand it. Suddenly, the fiery red flames on his body turned into a red dragon and rushed forward. Boom! The red fiery dragon and the purple mountain collided, shaking heaven and earth. The terrifying scene attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Suddenly, a huge pressure appeared in the sky. That pressure belonged to a mighty figure. Who dares to fight in the Dragon Transformation Lake? A terrifying aura came with a biting cold killing intent. It was about to turn into a purple divine sword and fall from the sky. Buzz! Obatiensi's face changed. He didn't expect the mighty figure to come out so soon. On the other hand, the dark red dragon snorted. So what if the mighty figure is here? He waved his flames and hit forward, forcing Obatiensi to retreat and leaving a burn mark on his body. You're courting death. Obatiensi was furious. How dare the other party hurt him? He was going to attack. Humph! At this moment, the killing intent in the sky became even sharper. It was as if it had materialized and was unbearable. Senior, please wait. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing's voice came from the bamboo house. Then, her body swayed and appeared in the void like a fairy. Chapter 1938. Since you are friends of the Jade Lake Saintess, I will let you go this time. But if there is a next time, I will kill you! The cold voice disappeared in the sky. The purple divine sword also disappeared. The terrifying killing intent melted like snow. Seeing this, Old Monster Dugu and Schwanger heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now had scared them to death. They did not have the ability to resist the pressure of such a powerful figure. On the other side, Obatiensi's face turned ugly. He did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and even attract a powerful figure. Fortunately, the Jade Lake Saintess came out in the end. Otherwise, he would have been killed here today. Thinking of this, he looked at the dark red divine dragon with a furious expression. The dark red divine dragon snorted. So what if a powerful figure was attracted here? He was not an ordinary person. When the powerful figure attacked, he would have a way to escape. Therefore, he was not afraid. The next moment, the dark red divine dragon stared at Tuobutiensi and said coldly, "Boy, get out of here. Otherwise, I will attack again. Lunatic." Hearing this, Tuobutiensi's face turned ugly. If a powerful figure was attracted here again, even the Jade Lake Saintess would not be able to resist. However, he did not care about the dark red divine dragon because Murong Qingqing had come out. The next moment, he looked at Murong Qingqing in the sky and smiled confidently. "Jade Lake Saintess, you are indeed beautiful. It is an honor to meet you today. Who are you?" Murong Qingqing frowned. She swayed her body and came to the front of the bamboo house. "I am Tuobutiensi, the #1 young master of the Tuoba family." He was also the #1 seeker spiritual master of the younger generation. Tuobutiensi was very confident. Although the Tuoba family was not as powerful as a sacred ground, he believed that with his talent and strength, he would not be weaker than the saints of those sacred grounds. This time, he came to solve the problem of the Tuoba family offending the Jade Lake sacred ground. Moreover, he wanted to meet the Jade Lake Saintess. He wanted to see if he could get her. After all, the Jade Lake Saintess was said to be beautiful. As a top genius of the younger generation, Tuobutiensi naturally wanted to meet her. However, Tuobutiensi was soon stunned. The reason for that was because he discovered that a handsome man had walked out from behind Murong Qingqing. Moreover, the relationship between the two of them seemed to be very close. This scene made Tuoba extremely uncomfortable. As an extremely talented genius, he would not allow such a thing to happen. He was also pursuing Murong Qingqing, so he was mad when he saw Murong Qingqing with another man. In the next moment, he stared at the handsome young man, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. This handsome young man was naturally Lin Xian. When he heard about the situation outside, he also came out. When he sensed the killing intent in Tuobutiensi's eyes, he snorted coldly. He had yet to find trouble with the other party, and the other party actually dared to release killing intent towards him. He really didn't know what was good for him. "Kid, who are you?" Tuobutiensi asked coldly. He didn't know Lin Xian, and from the looks of it, the other party wasn't a holy son. However, how could such a person be together with Murong Qingqing and be on such good terms with her? "My surname is Long. You can call me Brother Long," Lin Xian said calmly. Since he was outside, he naturally had to use a smurf account. He didn't want anyone to know that he was Lin Xian. "Surname Long?" Hearing this, Tuobutiensi furrowed his brows. This person actually dared to ask him to call him Brother Long. He really had a death wish. "What Brother Long? I've never heard of you. Which sect are you from? You haven't even heard of me?" Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking unusually calm. He said calmly, "Go back and ask Tuoba Tianfeng who defeated him. I think you'll know my identity soon enough." "What? It's you!" Tuobutiensi's face immediately darkened when he heard this. How could he not know that Tuoba Tianfeng had been defeated? What was worse was that Tuoba Tianfeng had barked like a dog on the spot, causing the Tuoba family to lose face and become a laughingstock. The instigator of all this was actually this young man in front of him. How could Tuobutiensi not be angry? In the next instant, a cold murderous intent radiated from his eyes. It was so cold that it almost materialized. "Brat, how dare you provoke the Tuoba family? I have to say, you really don't know what's good for you. You'd better kneel down and apologize to the Tuoba family. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you'll end up in a miserable state." "Humph!" This time, before Lin Xian could speak, Murong Qingqing scoffed coldly. She said coldly, "Tuobutiensi, watch your attitude. Young Master Long is my friend. Damn it! Seeing that even Murong Qingqing had spoken, Tuoba Tianxi's face turned even uglier. His opponent was the Jade Lake Saint. He didn't dare to be impudent in front of her. However, he really felt very uncomfortable holding this breath, and it made him abnormally mad. Therefore, he said, "Brat, do you dare to have a match with me? I'll let you know how powerful the Tuoba family's soul-seeking skill is. Compete with you? I'm not interested." Lin Xian shook his head. He still had to stay with Murong Qingqing for a while. He wasn't interested in fighting with others. What if I use a divine crystal as a wager? Tuoba Tianxi refused to give up. He waved his hand and took out a black divine crystal. It was extremely black and emitted a mysterious power. A divine crystal. Old Monster Dugu, Schwanger, and the others exclaimed when they saw this. They didn't expect Tuoba Tianxi to be so generous as to use a divine crystal as a wager. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He was just thinking about how to find a divine crystal when Tuoba Tianxi came knocking on his door. Since this was the case, how could he not want it? Therefore, he nodded slightly and said, "Since you're here to give me a divine crystal, I'll play with you." "Humph, if you want my divine crystal, let's see what you're capable of." Tuoba Tianxi sneered. As long as Lin Xian agreed to have a match with him, the rest would be easy. He would let Lin Xian know what the Tuoba family's soul-seeking skill was. And the news of the competition between the two swept out like a gust of wind. Instantly, the entire stone gambling event knew about it. Countless people quickly gathered there. Soon, the area around the bamboo hut was filled with people. "Oh my God, another stone gambling event. I heard that the wager this time is a divine crystal. This is too much." Yeah, even the older generation of soul-seeking masters don't dare to gamble like this. Are the young people nowadays so crazy? Are you kidding me? How could an ordinary young person take out such a wager? Didn't you see that purple-haired man? He's Tuoba Tianxi. He's the most powerful person in the younger generation of the Tuoba family. Chapter 1939. What? It's him? No wonder he's so generous. Obviously, everyone had heard of Tuoba Tianxi's reputation. However, they were soon puzzled. Who dared to make such a bet with Tuoba Tianxi? Could it be someone from the Ouyang clan or the Huangfu clan? Among the three Seeker spiritual master clans, only the Ouyang clan and the Huangfu clan could contend with the Tuoba clan. Neither. Do you remember the mysterious young man who obtained the divine crystal? It's him. What? It's him. No wonder Tuoba Tianxi made a move. That guy made Tuoba Tianfeng bark like a dog in front of everyone. That's a deep grudge. That's right. I think Tuoba Tianxi is here for revenge. After all, the Tuoba clan is not to be trifled with. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Xian. Even though Lin Xian had obtained the divine crystal, many people thought that it was just luck. Moreover, Tuoba Tianxi was too famous. He was far more famous than Tuoba Tianfeng. Many people even said that Tuoba Tianxi was the most promising genius to become a celestial spiritual master in the past 1,000 years. More and more people gathered around. In the end, even Almighties appeared. This made the crowd even more excited. Not only were Almighties present, but many people from the Ouyang and Huangfu clans were also present. Most of the people from the Tuoba clan were present to support Tuoba Tianxi. There were also many talented martial artists and powerful seeker spiritual masters from the great sage land who came to watch the battle. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Tuoba Tianxi was rather calm. He looked coldly at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, it's not too late to kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. You talk too much. You'd better take care of my divine crystal. If you damage it, I won't let you off," Lin Xian said flatly. "Humph, you have a sharp tongue. I'll make you regret it," Tuoba Tianxi said coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He did not believe that his opponent could beat him in the art of spirit seeking. Lin Xian shrugged. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's begin. Why don't we choose these stones from the origin ancient mine? To be honest, these stones were very mysterious. Lin Xian's hands were itching to cut a piece and take a look. However, after Tuo Batianzi heard that, he sneered disdainfully. You really are an idiot! Do you know where these stones came from? These are stones from origin ancient mine. Every single one of them has a sky-high price. Can you afford it? Even if you can afford it, can you understand it? Could it be that you can see clearly whether there are treasures inside? Kid, stone gambling is a competition of spirit-seeking skills, not luck. What you're doing is really laughable. How do you know I can't see clearly? Lin Xian snorted coldly. To be honest, he really wanted to use his heavenly secret divine eyes to see what was so special about the stones from origin ancient mine. Because based on his instincts, Lin Xian felt that there must be something good in these stones. Why? Don't you dare to go? Or can't afford it? Lin Xian asked in return. Humph! Tuo Batianzi snorted coldly, not bothering to answer. Because in his opinion, Lin Xian was just bluffing. He did not believe that the other party would dare to cut these stones from origin ancient mine. One had to know that as the number one spirit-seeking master of the younger generation, he did not dare to cut these stones easily. So, he sneered and shook his head. Ridiculous. At this moment, the two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground also walked over. They looked at Lin Xian and Tuo Batianzi and said in a deep voice, Young masters, these stones from origin ancient mine are indeed a little strange. You can't cut them easily. How about this? We still have a batch of good stones in our hands. They were also obtained from a vein near origin ancient mine. Why don't you cut these stones, young masters? With that, the two old ladies waved their embroidered robes, and more than a dozen stones appeared on the lawn in front of them. Okay, thank you very much, senior. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. On the other side, Tuo Batianzi's eyes lit up. Obviously, it seemed that he was also about to make a move. Why? Are you betting on stones? At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. That voice was like thunder, resounding in the sky. Before everyone could turn around, they saw a figure appear in front of them. It was a handsome young man. He was tall and wore a thunder robe, as if he was the son of the thunder god. He was extraordinarily handsome. The Thousand Thunder Saint. Seeing this young man, many people exclaimed. They did not expect that the position of the Thousand Thunder Saint would also appear. The Thousand Thunder Saint looked at Murong Qingqing and then said with a smile, Fairy Murong Qingqing, it's really not easy to see you. Hello? Murong Qingqing was expressionless, but she still nodded slightly. Everyone was a saint and a saintess, so the necessary etiquette was still necessary. The Thousand Thunder Saint looked at Murong Qingqing with a touch of admiration in his eyes. Brother Thousand Thunder, you're here too. Tuo Batianzi said loudly at this moment. Brother Tianzi, you're so lucky to be able to show off your skills in front of Fairy Murong. The Thousand Thunder Saint said with a smile. It seemed that he had a good relationship with Tuo Batianzi. Everyone was shocked because these two young men were the top of the younger generation. At this moment, the two of them stood side by side, looking down at the world with disdain. Even some of the older generation exclaimed that they were not as good as them. Ouyang Mingfei of the Ouyang family. Huangfu Qian of the Huangfu family. They're all here. Many people cried out in surprise as they saw a handsome man walking over. His robe was whiter than snow, and he looked extremely handsome. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, making people lose their sense of direction. This was Ouyang Mingfei, the genius of the Ouyang family. The other woman had a delicate appearance. She was holding a small green umbrella to block the sun. Her skin was abnormally white, and her eyes were as clear as crystal. She was Huangfu Qian, the little princess of the Huangfu family. The Tuoba family, Ouyang family, and Huangfu family were the three major families of spiritual seeker masters in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, the top young geniuses of the three families had appeared at the same time. It was really shocking. Not only that, But there were also a few saints and saintesses behind them. There was the Reverence Moon Saintess and the Thousand Tribulation Saint. 5 Elements Saint. It could be said that many of the top young geniuses of the Eastern wilderness had appeared here. The surrounding martial artists were really excited because they usually did not see so many geniuses. Not even one of them. Chapter 1940. Of course, there were 2 reasons for this. First, these people were here to see Murong Chinching. After all, Murong Chinching had just become the Jade Lake Saintess. The saints and saintesses of other sacred grounds naturally wanted to find out the truth. Of course, there were also many young and handsome geniuses who came to express their love. Second, it was because of Tuoba Tianci. Although the Tuoba family was not a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients, their soul-seeking technique was very magical and peculiar. In some aspects, even the martial artists of the sacred grounds might not be able to compete with them. Therefore, they naturally wanted to watch Tuoba Tianci fight. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon stepped forward and said loudly, "You've all come at the right time. You can be witnesses in case the other party cheats when he loses. Everyone, listen up. The Tuoba family wants to use a divine gem as a wager. At that time, when he loses, the black divine crystal in his hand will be ours. I'll make this clear in advance." The dark red divine dragon's voice spread clearly in all directions. At this moment, a young man on Tuoba Tianci's side sneered. "Our brother Tianci is using a divine gem as a wager. Shouldn't you take out a corresponding wager? Otherwise, wouldn't you be taking advantage of him?" Whoosh! Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly. He flipped his palm and took out a fist-sized divine gem that seemed to be burning with golden flames. "A divine gem!" Many people exclaimed when they saw the divine gem. They did not expect Lin Xian to take out a divine gem so easily. Heavens, who is this guy? How can he take out a divine gem so casually? Yes, and judging from his appearance, he seems to be on good terms with the Jade Lake Saintess. Where did this guy come from? For a moment, many young and handsome geniuses were hostile to Lin Xian. As expected, the Saint Son of Myriad Thunder spoke again. He also waved his hand and took out a divine gem that was shining with red light. "Since it's a wager, I'll also join in. I bet that brother Tianci will win." He looked at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, kid. Even if I win, I won't make you pay me another divine crystal. I only need you to leave the Jade Lake Saintess from now on. Don't appear by her side." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. It seemed that the rumor that the 10,000 Thunder Saint's son was in love with the Jade Lake Saintess was true. Otherwise, the 10,000 Thunder Saint's son would not take such a great risk and use the precious divine shock as a bet. After Murong Chinching heard it, her face sank as well. She was just about to retort when Lin Xian shook his head. He then smiled and said, "Sure. However, if I win, that red divine crystal will be mine." He was too happy. 2 divine crystals had appeared all of a sudden. As long as he won, he would have 4 divine crystals in his hands. 4 deity crystals were more than enough to activate the Black Earth. Moreover, he didn't plan on using the Black Earth to do anything earth-shattering. He only needed the Black Earth to defend. 4 divine crystals are enough. Humph! The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sons snorted. Next to him, Tuoba Tianci also said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, brother 10,000 Thunder. Trust me. That kid was just lucky. He's no match for me." "Of course I believe you." The 10,000 Thunder Saint Son nodded and said, "The title of the #1 Seeker Spiritual Master in the younger generation of the Tuoba family is not just for show. Otherwise I wouldn't have bet a precious divine crystal." "How do you want to bet?" Lin Xian asked. "I won't bully you. Let's decide the winner in one battle." Tuoba Tianci replied with a confident look on his face. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and then whispered to Murong Chinching, "Wait and see. I'll defeat them all." A smile appeared on Murong Chinching's delicate face. "I trust you." This smile made the world lose its color. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many martial artists were even drooling because it was too beautiful. However, what shocked them even more was that the relationship between Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing was beyond ordinary friends. Could it be that there was a special relationship between the two of them? At this moment, many young elites felt their hearts ache. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's face darkened. He had been to the Dragon Transformation Lake several times. Except for today, he had never seen Murong Qingqing's face. But now, a young boy with an unknown background had gained Murong Qingqing's favor. It really made him furious. Tuoba Tianxi's face also turned ugly. But then, a cold smile appeared on his face. He snorted in his heart. "Kid, you can be proud for a while. When I cut out the divine crystal, everyone will know who the real genius is. I think by then, Fairy Murong will also look at me with new eyes. And you will be trampled under my feet forever." At this moment, a purple light surged out of Tuoba Tianxi's body, forming a mysterious aura that enveloped him. Not only that, but the purple light in his eyes flickered and turned into a solid light that pierced through the void. It gave people a very oppressive feeling. The entire air became condensed, and everyone seemed to be unable to breathe. In the next moment, he took a step forward. The entire ground trembled slightly, and the dozen or so strange stones in front of him also trembled. This scene shocked everyone. In the crowd, Yang Mingfei, who was dressed in white, and Huang Fuqian, who had an ethereal temperament, also looked solemn. They knew that Tuoba Tianxi was about to make a move. They were very dissatisfied with Tuoba Tianxi's arrogance. However, they also knew that Tuoba Tianxi was a very talented and powerful spiritual master. He would not lose to any of them. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. This Tuoba Tianxi did have some tricks up his sleeve. With that step just now, more than a dozen purple lights appeared under his feet. It was like an invisible hand that grabbed more than a dozen stones. This caused those stones to tremble with his footsteps. Lin Xian didn't know how to search for spirits. However, he wasn't too worried because he had the heavenly secret divine eyes, a legendary pair of eyes. It was a legendary technique that could see through everything in the world. So what if Tuoba Tianxi's eye technique was powerful? It could not be compared to his heavenly secret divine eyes. On the opposite side, Tuoba Tianxi's aura became even more terrifying. It was like a peerless beast that was quickly recovering. Within his purple eyes there was even a purple flame with a mysterious aura. Buzz! The void trembled. The purple eyes turned into a purple divine red that was dozens of meters long, and covered the dozen stones in front of him. Those stones seemed to be dragged by a pair of purple hands. They slowly rose into the air, and then spun non-stop. Chapter 1941. What a terrifying spirit-seeking technique! What a terrifying pupil technique! At this moment, everyone was shocked. They more or less knew about this spirit-seeking technique. Moreover, those powerful spirit-seeking masters had solemn expressions, and even felt ashamed of their inferiority. Buzz! After a while, the void trembled. Then, more than a dozen stones fell to the ground without any damage. In the sky, there was another stone floating there. The stone was not big, only the size of a basketball. There were 3 round holes on it, each of which was the size of a walnut. They were distributed on the stone, which was very strange. This was the 3-orifice magical stone. Yang Mingfei frowned, and his handsome face was full of solemnity. On the side, Huang Fuqian also opened her red lips and said, "Tuoba Tianxi is really crazy. He dares to choose this 3-orifice magical stone. What's wrong with this stone? Is there something wrong with it?" The other martial artists looked at each other, not knowing the reason. At this moment, an older spirit-seeking master said in a deep voice, "This kind of 3-orifice magical stone is very strange. Legend has it that there's either a peerless treasure or nothing inside. It can be said to be 2 extremes." "What?" "It turned out to be like this. If there's no peerless treasure, there'll be nothing? This was really shocking. It seemed that Tuoba Tianzi was determined to choose a peerless treasure. The Holy Sun was also a little worried. Brother Tianzi, are you confident? Trust me, Brother Wanlei. My spirit-seeking technique has broken through again not long ago, so I'm very confident. Well, I'll bet with you, the Saint Son of 10,000 Thunders said with a smile. The other holy sons, holy daughters, mighty figures, and the surrounding martial artists were also shocked. This was really an exciting gamble. This guy is really crazy. Be careful. Even Murong Qingqing looked solemn. Obviously, she also knew how terrifying this three-orifice magical stone was. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and gave Murong Qingqing a calm look. This time, the old lady from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground stood up and asked in a deep voice. Young master, have you decided to choose this three-orifice magical stone? That's right, Tuoba Tianzi said. The old woman from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground said again. This three-orifice strange stone is 4,000 kilograms of crystals. What? 8,000 caddies of crystals? So expensive! Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. This is really a sky-high price. 8,000 genes of crystal stones, that was a huge sum. Even a king would be able to cultivate for a long time. Now, it was only the price of a piece of stone. Moreover, this stone might not necessarily contain any treasures. Sure enough, stone gambling was exciting. Lin Xian was also very surprised. This price was indeed too expensive. Therefore, in the next moment, he looked at Tuoba Tianzi. Tuoba Tianzi's expression was grave. Clearly, the price was out of his expectations. But this time, he had already boasted. It was impossible to turn back now. Moreover, he was very confident in his soul-seeking technique. In the next moment, he took out a storage ring and tossed it to the old lady of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. There are 4,000 kilograms of crystal stones in here. I hope Senior can take a look. The old lady of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground took the storage ring and probed it with her soul power. Soon, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Now, this three-orifice strange stone is yours. As she spoke, she waved her hand and the three-orifice strange stone came to Tuoba Tianzi's feet. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Tuoba Tianzi to really spend 4,000 kilograms of crystal stones to buy a piece of stone. This was too crazy. If nothing was cut out, it would be a huge loss. That's 4,000 kilograms. I can't earn that much in my lifetime. No wonder he's the #1 genius of the Tuoba family. He's really rich. Fuck, comparisons are odious. What do you know? If Tuoba Tianzi dares to do this, he must have his reasons. Think about it. If a peerless treasure is cut out, wouldn't he be rich? So, think about it. 4,000 kilograms is not too much. Not too much? The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This price was not much for top geniuses like the saints, saintesses, and Tuoba Tianzi. But for ordinary kings like them, this was definitely a shocking price. It was a price that they did not even dare to imagine. Tuoba Tianzi waved his hand and held the three-orifice strange stone in his hand. Then, he smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Kid, it's your turn. I'm curious. Can you afford one of these stones with the money you have? You don't have to worry about it, Lin Xian said indifferently. After which, he took a step forward and slowly arrived in front of the dozens of rocks. Buzz! In the next moment, countless golden auras were released from his body. It was as if he was a deity. It formed a golden cloud and completely enveloped him. Together with it were the dozens of stones. What's going on? What is this kid trying to do? Is he trying to snatch the stones? Oh my god, is he using the spirit-seeking technique? Why haven't we seen this before? Numerous voices of bewilderment sounded. Obviously, they couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions at all. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also confused. Then, they looked at Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing nodded and gave them a reassuring look. She trusted Lin Xian unconditionally. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground didn't stop their saintess when they saw her like this. However, they were still very vigilant in case Lin Xian suddenly ran away. Lin Xian was not running away. He used the golden aura to cover the stones so that he could fully display his heavenly secret divine eyes. After all, when the heavenly secret divine eyes were fully displayed, it would emit strange runes and golden light. He had to cover it up. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was discovered. When Tuoba Tianxi saw Lin Xian and the golden light around him, he sneered. What a trick! You think you can find the real strange stone by creating other scenes? What a ridiculous idea! Kid, I don't think you're a spirit-seeking master. You're just a piece of trash who got lucky. You'll eventually show your true form in front of me. Lin Xian did not reply. He was still fully displaying his heavenly secret divine eyes. The golden light shone and strange runes appeared in his eyes. This caused his eyes to turn completely golden, making him look extremely mystical and mysterious. Fortunately, he had already unleashed a golden sun-like radiance in advance, enveloping the surroundings. Otherwise, his eyes would definitely cause everyone to be shocked. Even so, he had underestimated the golden prodigy. Chapter 1942. Boom! 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 The void trembled and the air froze. It was as if there was a pair of mysterious eyes coldly watching the world. At this moment, everyone's soul trembled inexplicably as fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Damn it, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm drenched? It can't be related to this kid, right? Fuck me, this is too strange. Is this kid using some kind of demonic technique? They were all terrified, not understanding what was going on. However, the powerful Seeker Spirit Masters were even more shocked. They all had eye techniques, but their eye techniques were suppressed. Some people's eyes even dimmed like flames that would be extinguished at any moment. What's going on? My eye technique is ineffective? Damn it, what did this kid do? At this moment, even the saints and saintesses had serious expressions. Ouyang Mingfei and Huangfu Qian had even more serious expressions. They also felt the pressure from their souls. Tuoba Tianxi's expression was ugly. He originally thought that the other party was just lucky and didn't have any strength. He was a piece of trash. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. The other party's aura made him feel uncomfortable. It seemed that Tuoba Tianfeng's defeat wasn't a coincidence, but because the other party was too strong. Damn it, who is this kid? How can he have such a terrifying eye technique? Tuoba Tianxi gritted his teeth and stared ahead. The two old ladies from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also surprised. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. They even thought of a legend. Could it be an Earth Spirit Master? Seeker Spirit Master was a very special profession. It was like alchemists and array masters, but those who knew the Lord's spirit technique were even rarer. Since it was a profession, there were ranks. Ordinary Seeker Spirit Masters were divided into 9 ranks. For example, Tuoba Tianxi was a rank 9 Seeker Spirit Master. He was young and stood at the peak of Seeker Spirit Masters. Of course, he was only at the peak of Seeker Spirit Masters. Above Seeker Spirit Masters, there were even more powerful existences. They were Earth Spirit Masters. Earth Spirit Masters were terrifying. Their power and abilities were beyond everyone's imagination. They weren't weaker than peerless powerhouses. Above the Earth Spiritualist, there was the even more mysterious and terrifying Sky Spiritualist. However, Celestial Spirit Masters were very mysterious. They had not appeared for many years, and no one had been able to cultivate to such a heaven-defying level. Lin Xian's current state reminded the two old ladies of an Earth Spirit Master. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes, emitting mysterious runes. Soon, he locked onto a stone among the dozen or so stones. That stone was completely gray and was about a meter tall. Compared to the 3-orifice wonderstone that Tuoba had chosen, it could be said to be a giant. However, when Tuoba Tianxi saw this scene, he sneered. Brat, I originally thought that you were very powerful. I didn't expect that you were just bluffing. Don't think that you can find treasures just because you chose a big stone. He had also examined the stone in Lin Xian's hand, but he didn't find any signs of treasure inside. Therefore, he guessed that it should be a useless rock. Moreover, ordinary spiritual masters wouldn't choose this kind of stone. He didn't expect that the young fellow would choose that kind of stone. Lin Xian ignored this provocation. He turned to look at the old lady from the Jade Lake Holy Land and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, how much is this stone?" 1,500 kilograms of crystals, the old lady from the Jade Lake Holy Land said slowly. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar and discussed animatedly. 1,500 kilograms of crystals was also a sky-high price, but compared to the 4,000 kilograms from before, it was indeed much worse. In other words, even the Jade Lake Holy Land thought that the 1-meter-tall stone was not as good as the three-orifice Wonderstone. That was natural. The three-orifice Wonderstone was incomparably mysterious, and could not be compared to any other stone. Moreover, based on the price alone, it could be seen that the people from the Jade Lake Holy Land did not care much about the 1-meter-tall stone. Discussions sounded one after another. Even Ouyang Mingfei and Huang Fuqian frowned. To be honest, during this process, they had been using their eye skills to observe, but they did not find anything unusual about this 1-meter-tall stone. Therefore, even if they were given two choices, they would not choose this stone. The three-orifice Wonderstone that Tuoba Tianxi chose is indeed extraordinary. According to my guess, there's an 80% chance that there's a treasure inside. Ouyang Mingfei said in a low voice. But I can't see through that 1-meter-tall stone. I can't see through it either. Huang Fuqian also frowned. I didn't see any light inside, nor did I use the spirit-seeking art to sense the aura of divine crystals or rare crystals. If a person's judgment is wrong, it's understandable. But the three of us top-notch spiritual masters didn't discover the secret of that stone. Why did the young fellow choose that stone? Could it be that he was just lucky and didn't know the spirit-seeking art? That's impossible, right? Just now, he clearly used some kind of strange eye technique. The power of that eye technique made even us shudder in fear. It's hard to imagine that he doesn't know the spirit-seeking art. Could it be that his eye skill saw something special? What special thing could it be? Other than divine crystals, there's also ancient spiritual medicine. But even if the ancient spiritual medicine is sealed, we can still find it through the spirit-seeking art. Huang Fuqian frowned. She really couldn't understand. Ouyang Mingfei said faintly, "Forget it. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Anyway, the two of them will cut the stone soon. We'll know if there's anything inside soon." After the two of them chose, the next step was to cut the stone. Tuoba Tianxi was very confident. He cut the stone first. Crack, crack, crack. The small knife in his hand fell quickly, and the stone kept dancing. Tuoba Tianxi was very careful. Every cut was very precise. After a dozen cuts, a light suddenly lit up from the crack. It was so bright that it shone in the sky. Accompanying it was an aura that shook everyone's hearts. This aura? Is it a divine crystal? An older spiritual master widened his eyes. Heavens, there's really a treasure. It's a divine crystal. The surrounding martial artists were shocked to see this. They didn't expect that someone would cut out a divine crystal so soon. The last time a divine crystal was cut out was not long ago. It was Lin Xian. They didn't expect that only a day later, Tuoba Tianxi would cut out a divine crystal. There was indeed a treasure, and it was a divine crystal. Tuoba Tianxi was quite lucky. Chapter 1943. There's indeed a treasure, and it's a divine crystal. Tuoba Tianxi is quite lucky. Ouyang Ming's eyes flickered. On the side, Huang Fuqian snorted softly. The holy son of myriad thunder heaved a sigh of relief. He believed that they had won since the divine crystal was cut out. His red divine crystal was saved, and he thought that the other party would obediently leave Murong Qingqing's side. As Tuoba Tianxi's movements became faster, a sparkling divine crystal appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the countless martial artists present, including the Holy Son, the Holy Daughter, the senior mighty figures, and the two grannies from the Jade Lake sacred ground were all surprised. They all looked forward with rapt attention. As expected of the top young God-favored spiritual master. His talent and strength were indeed terrifying. Yes, there were very few people who could cut out a divine crystal, and Tuobutiensi seemed to be only about 30 years old. It was indeed shocking to have such an achievement at such a young age. Exclamations were heard one after another. Tuobutiensi also raised his chin proudly, and looked down at everyone. All of this was within his expectations. Then, he looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Boy, how is it? Do you know my strength now? It's impossible for you to win against me. Now kneel in front of me obediently, kowtow, and admit your mistake. What's there to be arrogant about? Didn't you just cut out a divine crystal? What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't cut it out before. Besides, judging from the size of your divine crystal, it's not even as big as the one I cut out before." Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, the divine crystal that Tuobutiensi cut out was 2 times smaller than Lin Xian's previous one. "Humph, you're stubborn. You were completely lucky to be able to cut out a divine crystal last time. I don't believe that you can cut out a divine crystal this time. That rock of yours is just a piece of trash. Just wait and cry." At this point, not only him, but everyone around looked at Lin Xian. This was because they were very curious about what kind of treasure Lin Xian could produce after making such a big commotion. Hee, the 10,000 Thunder Saint narrowed his eyes. "Brat, hurry up and leave the fairy's side, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action." Older brother Xian. Murong Qingqing was also worried, and a trace of worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. She also did not expect that this Tuobutiensi was actually so impressive, to be able to easily cut out a piece of divine crystal. "Don't worry, I won't lose to him," Lin Xian comforted. He naturally had his reasons for choosing that 1-meter-tall stone. Although he didn't find any light in the stone, it was true that he didn't find any light. However, he deduced that there should be treasures inside, because he felt a heart-palpitating aura from inside. It was as if there was a terrifying existence inside the stone. When Lin Xian had encountered that stone, the great dragon sword soul in his body had automatically operated. Lin Xian had never encountered such a scene before. Therefore, he chose this stone without hesitation. Because he also wanted to see what exactly was inside that could alarm the great dragon sword soul. Crack, crack. The cracks on the stone became bigger and bigger, but no light appeared. Seeing this, Tuobutiensi and the disciples of the Tuoba family became complacent again. "I told you, it's definitely a useless stone. You still don't believe it? Look, there's no light. This brat is not good at all. He can't be compared with my big brother Tuobutiensi." Tuobutiensi's lips also curled into a disdainful smile. This scene was within his expectations. The 10,000 Thunder Saints snorted. He knew that he would definitely win this time. Ouyang Ningfei and Huangfu Qian frowned. "This shouldn't be. Did we really make a mistake?" Lin Xian, on the other hand, was unusually calm. The 1-meter-tall stone in front of him had more and more cracks. Crack, crack, crack. In the end, the entire stone broke into pieces. "There's nothing." Murong Qingqing's face was grave. She did not believe that the book would fail. "Brat, you've already lost. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize." Tuobutiensi sneered. The 10,000 Thunder Saints snorted. "From now on, stay away from the Jade Lake Saintess, or I'll kill you with my own hands." The disciples of the Tuoba family also sneered. However, Lin Xian snorted. "Who said that I lost? Who said that I didn't cut out anything? Open your dog eyes and see what this is." With that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the rubble on the ground rolled down, revealing the situation inside. "What's this?" The disciples were puzzled. They found that there was indeed something in the rubble, but it was different from what they had imagined. It was not a crystal at all, but a claw. It was a claw as big as a human's palm, but it was furry with green hair. There were also 3 sharp fingernails. Is this a demonic beast's claw? How dare a lousy claw be so arrogant? No one would want it even if you gave it to them for free. How dare you compare it with my big brother Tuobatiensi's divine crystal? I'm dying of laughter. Kid, I think you're out of your mind. What's this? It's worse than trash. Tuobatiensi also sneered. That's right. It's just a piece of trash. Do you really think it can compare with my divine crystal? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a white-haired old man in the crowd suddenly rushed over. He swayed his body and arrived in front of the rubble. He was extremely excited. He stared at the small claw on the ground. What did I just see? It's really that thing. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. The old man was so old that his hair almost reached his ankles. However, the aura on his body was abnormally powerful, like a burning furnace of heaven and earth. Whoosh! Right at this moment, another old man appeared. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and his clothes were old and worn as if they were antiques. However, his eyes were unusually sharp, like 2 heavenly sabers that instantly cut through the void. Heavens, it's really that thing! The old man with the bird's nest hair was even more excited. He directly knelt on the ground and pressed his face against the ground to carefully examine the small green claw. What the hell? What's going on? Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground. They really did not dare to imagine. Those were 2 old men who were living fossils. It could be said that even mighty figures had to be respectful when they saw them. However, such powerful figures had lost their composure at that moment. Moreover, they were facing a small green claw. More importantly, the small green claw was previously despised by everyone and was regarded as a piece of trash. Kid, did you cut this thing out? The 2 old men looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes flickered as if divine flames were dancing in them. Yes. Lin Xian was scared by the 2 of them, but he still nodded. Chapter 1944. Clang! Many of the disciples of the Tuoba family fell to the ground with a dazed look on their faces. Were they blind? Someone was willing to pay 2 divine gems for a piece of trash? How was that possible? Tuobatiensi's face was pale and his lips were trembling. He could not believe what he was seeing. In his opinion, the claw was a piece of trash that was not worth a single cent. However, someone was willing to pay 2 divine gems for it. The value of the claw had exceeded the value of the item. Damn it! That's impossible! How can that item be worth 2 divine gems? Could it be that you're mistaken? Tuobatiensi could not help but scream in agitation. Made a mistake? Could it be that you are suspecting this old man? The elder with messy hair stood up and looked at Tuobatiensi coldly. This scene gave Tuobatiensi a fright. That was because that gaze was too sharp. Kid, which family are you from? How dare you be so unreasonable and question me? Tuobatiensi was sweating profusely. He was the top genius of the Tuoba family. However, he was like an ant in front of these living fossils. He could not resist at all. Senior, please stop. At that moment, the 2 elders of the Tuoba family rushed over and apologized. This is the number 1 genius of the Tuoba family. He is still young and doesn't know any better. If he offended you, please forgive him. The 2 elders of the Tuoba family were usually people of high status. However, at this moment, they were apologizing profusely as if they were juniors. They did not dare to be arrogant. Tuoba family? Humph, the younger generation these days is getting worse and worse. They even dare to doubt this old man's words. I'll spare his life for the sake of the Tuoba family. If you doubt me again, I'll kill you! The living fossil with messy hair snorted and ignored those people. Instead, he turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, why don't you sell this item to me? Everyone was dumbfounded. The powerful Tuoba family did not dare to raise their head after being reprimanded. The talented Tuobatiensi had shocked everyone by cutting the divine gems. But now, he was defeated. The reason for that was because the item Tuobatiensi had taken out was even more frightening. Although they still didn't know what it was, the price of 2 divine crystals had already surpassed Obatiense's. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face was frighteningly dark. He didn't expect to be defeated at the last moment. It was so long that it was incomprehensible. The other saints and saintesses were also surprised. Even Ouyang Ningfei and Huangfu Qian frowned. Clearly, this situation was beyond their expectations. However, at this moment, the situation in front of them changed again. The living fossil whose hair reached his heels also said, 2 divine crystals are nothing. I'll say 3. Little guy, sell it to me. To be honest, Lin Xian was stunned. This was because he didn't know what the little green claws were for. Not to mention him, even Murong Qingqing was extremely surprised. However, she soon revealed a beautiful smile. This time, Lin Xian won again. The 2 old ladies of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground saw that something was wrong and hurriedly went to find the experts of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. At this moment, another voice came from afar. 3 divine crystals and a scroll of top-grade Earth-rank thunder technique. I wonder if little brother is willing? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned and looked back. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face turned green because the bidder was none other than the elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground had offered a high price to buy the claws, but he was going against the other party. Wasn't this a slap to his face? The others were also shocked. They didn't expect that even the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground would participate. But soon they cried out in alarm. Because after this, the elder of the moon-worshipping sect appeared and was willing to buy it at a high price. Not only that, but the Ouyang family, Huangfu family, and 5 Elements sect also sent experts and offered sky-high prices. Buzz! A light flashed in the void, and then a woman in red descended. She was surrounded by colorful clouds, and the lotus platform under her feet flickered. She looked like a fairy who had obtained the Tao. Elder! Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing also exclaimed softly. The beautiful woman in palace dress smiled and nodded, then said, The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is willing to buy it for 5 divine crystals. Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't this happiness a little too sudden? Previously, he was still worried about 1 divine crystal, but now, someone actually offered 5 divine crystals to buy the thing he cut out. However, he was still very surprised. Senior, I really want to know what that green claw is. How can it be worth so many crystals? To be honest, he was very surprised. Wasn't that green claw the corpse of a demonic beast? How could it be so valuable? This is indeed the corpse of a demonic beast, but it's not the corpse of an ordinary demonic beast. It has existed for at least 100,000 years. Moreover, it's very likely to be even older, the beautiful woman in red said lightly. What? More than 100,000 years? Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder it was so valuable. It turned out that it had existed for so long. One had to know that a great emperor could only live for 10 or 20,000 years. 100,000 years was a very long time ago. Even if it was a treasure, it would have disappeared long ago. But the fact that the little green claw was able to survive was truly shocking. The others were also puzzled. How could something that was 100,000 years old be passed down? Of course, ordinary things can't be passed down, but what if it's sealed in a divine crystal? At this moment, a living fossil said, This claw is not an ordinary claw. It's a claw sealed in a divine crystal. It can be said that it's extremely lucky to have survived until now. Although you can't see the divine crystal now, it's because the divine crystal has exhausted its energy over the endless years. We're also lucky to have cut it out at this time. Otherwise, if we wait for another 2 or 3 years, I'm afraid this little claw won't be able to survive. So that's how it is. Everyone understood. They didn't expect that there would be so many mysteries in a little claw. Lin Xian was also surprised when he found out. However, this thing was useless to him. Therefore, he directly sold it to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Firstly, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground offered the highest price. Secondly, Murong Qingqing was the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. With such a good thing, he naturally wanted to leave it to the Jade Lake sacred ground. Lin Xian was grinning from ear to ear now that he had obtained 5 divine crystals. What a great harvest he had today! Not only that, but the nerves of Tuoba Tianzi and the 1,000 Thunder Saint also belonged to him. In total, he had a total of 9 divine crystals in his hands. It was definitely a shocking wealth. Chapter 1945. Humph! Tuoba Tianzi's complexion was terrifyingly dark. He gnashed his teeth and his body trembled. He couldn't accept this failure. However, now wasn't the time to make a move. He could only coldly snort and quickly leave. The 10,000 lightning holy sun turned into a bolt of lightning and left. He didn't want to be bullied here. However, he also decided to deal with Tuoba Tianzi after the stone gambling convention. Although the others were also envious of the divine crystals, they didn't dare to make a move on Lin Xian right now. Lin Xian was now in high demand. The 10,000 lightning holy ground, 5 elements sect, Ouyang family clan, Huangfu family clan, and other peak powers all extended an olive branch to him. However, Lin Xian tactfully rejected all of them. He still had proper business to attend to, and that was to go to the All Beginnings holy ground. Half a day later, Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised to see that the All Beginnings holy ground had also sent someone over. Just like the other sects, they had invited Lin Xian to the All Beginnings holy ground as a guest. Lin Xian thought about this request for a moment. Then, he nodded his head and agreed. It just so happened that he wanted to go to the All Beginnings holy ground anyway. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, it couldn't be any better. In the following days, Lin Xian didn't continue to gamble on stones. After all, he was in too much of the limelight right now. Therefore, he decided to stay in Murong Qingqing's small house. The two of them chatted about love and Tao. They passed their days in leisure. Finally, the Grand Stone Gambling Convention came to an end. The experts of the 5 great sage lands, Tuoba family clan, Ouyang family clan, and Huangfu family clan. The peak-seeking spirit masters of these clans had all been invited by the All Beginnings holy ground. Lin Xian was also among them. The All Beginnings holy ground was a peerless holy ground of the southern domain. After entering the All Beginnings holy ground, Lin Xian didn't have the leisure to admire the mountains and rivers. Instead, he was transmitting his voice to Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu was also very excited. Although she was inside the Black Earth, she had already spread her soul power out. She didn't expect Lin Xian to come in so quickly. It was really out of her expectations. The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land invited Lin Xian, the 5 great sage clans, and the 3 great spirit master clans inside. He arranged for them to rest on the mountain peak. The purpose of this invitation was, firstly, to allow the great sage to interact with each other. Moreover, there were several stones in the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, they asked these peak experts and powerful spirit-seeking masters to examine them, speculating whether or not there was a treasure inside, and what kind of treasure was inside. Lin Xian also stayed for the time being. However, what he didn't know was that there was an enormous mountain peak in the All Beginnings Holy Land that resembled a giant sword that reached the heavens. This was the peak of the 5th bloodline. Above them were the experts of the 5th bloodline. Among them, in a few huge palaces, there were experts who opened their eyes. Stars flickered in their eyes. Hoo. These experts frowned. Why do I feel Lu Mingyue's presence? Indeed. According to the formation, that slut seems to have come to the All Beginnings Holy Land. How is that possible? We've laid down an inescapable net in the southern region. Not even a fly can fly in. How did she come in? Could it be related to the Stone Gambling Convention? Our Holy Land has invited a lot of people in the past 2 days. Perhaps that slut is among them. Damn it! We must find her. We must not let her meet the people of the 7th bloodline. Orders were issued one after another. The people of the 5th bloodline began to move in secret. They weren't the only ones. The people of the 7th bloodline were also overjoyed. The people of the 5th bloodline had a formation that could detect Lu Mingyue's whereabouts. Moreover, they were even more attentive than the people of the 5th bloodline. After all, Lu Mingyu was their future hope. Therefore, when Lu Mingyu entered the Holy Land, they sensed her presence. Immediately, they dispatched experts to secretly meet with Lu Mingyu. At night, the starry sky flickered. On the mountain peak, a cool breeze blew. It was somewhat chilly. Lin Xian wasn't together with Murong Qingqing. After all, he was still concealing his identity. As for Murong Qingqing, she was the holy daughter of the Jade Lake Holy Land. In front of everyone, it was impossible for the two of them to be together. Therefore, he chose a mountain peak for himself. How is it? Is it done? Lin Xian asked. It's done. I've already sent a sound transmission to the people of the 7th bloodline. I believe they will come to pick me up soon. Lu Mingyue's voice transmitted from the black earth. Boom! However, at that moment, the space above their heads started to ripple rapidly like seawater. A mysterious power surged out in all directions. Immediately after, a black-clothed man appeared in the sky. He was like a ghost. Incomparably black holes flickered around him. Although he was incomparably powerful, he concealed his aura very well. He didn't alarm the other experts. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. He instantly sensed the black-clothed man. In the next instant, he raised his head and his pupils shrank. He's here! Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the other party to find him so quickly. Judging from the killing intent, it was definitely not from Lu Mingyue's sect. It should be someone from the 5th bloodline. Lu Mingyu, you be *TCH. I didn't expect you to be able to come here. It's really beyond my expectations. However, I won't let you meet the people of the 7th bloodline. A cold voice sounded, carrying a biting cold killing intent. Then black-clothed figures appeared in all directions on the mountain peak. Those people's auras were terrifying and powerful. They formed seals with their palms, and a strange energy was emitted. It formed a huge formation that enveloped the entire mountain range. Oh no! Seeing this formation, Lin Xian frowned. He could naturally sense that this was a kind of isolation formation. They were fighting here, and the people outside shouldn't be able to sense it. In the next moment, he hurriedly summoned the dark red dragon and had it break the formation. At the same time, Lin Xian let out a long roar. The aura on his body suddenly erupted, and a shocking sword chi rushed upward. Boom! However, the black-clothed man above shouted coldly. He clapped his palms, and a huge hand appeared out of thin air. Like a mountain, it collided with the shocking sword chi. Then, the sword chi that filled the sky was shattered. Along with it came the pressure of an almighty, as well as a terrifying power. It's useless. In front of me, you're like ants. Today, you're not going anywhere. Kill them! With that order, the black-clothed men around him moved quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Half of the black-clothed men formed seals with their palms to maintain the formation. The other half of the black-robed men unleashed powerful energy, transforming into bolts of black lightning that charged towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and dozens of sword chi flew out. At the same time, Lu Mingyu also came out of the black earth and displayed her powerful strength. Boom, boom, boom! The collision between the two was earth-shattering. However, the array formation concealed everything. From the outside, the entire mountain was quiet and there was not the slightest movement. Chapter 1946. The auras of these figures were also very powerful. Their target was also the mountain where Lin Xian was. Lu Mingyu should be on that mountain. They could not sense Lu Mingyue's aura. Could something have happened? Let's speed up! The figures looked anxious. They realized that Lu Mingyue's aura had been concealed, which gave them a bad feeling. In the next moment, they could not help but speed up. However, they were soon stopped by someone. Junior brothers and sisters, where are you going? An old voice sounded. Senior Brother Lu. Damn it, you people from the 5th bloodline have also received the news. I advise you not to go. Lu Mingyu is also a sinner of our sacred ground. For such a person, we should capture and kill her on the spot. How dare you? One of the middle-aged men shouted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? The void fluctuated, and an old man appeared. Although he was old, his eyes were shining with a powerful aura. He was wearing a dark blue Taoist robe with mysterious Taoist patterns on it. With a light stomp of his foot, blue ripples spread out like seawater, forming a domain. It quickly enveloped the entire surroundings. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the experts from the 7th bloodline constricted. Everyone, break out of the encirclement! The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Then, the few of them moved and rushed in all directions. It's useless. You can't escape. The old man in the blue star robe sneered, and the center of his eyes became illusory. Then, in the void, streaks of blue ripples spun rapidly like ocean waves, completely trapping the experts of the 7 lineages. On the mountain peak below, Lin Xian held the demon's sword in his hand and blocked the attacks of the 6 men in black. He quickly asked, Why haven't the people from the 5th bloodline arrived yet? Bang! Lu Mingyu waved her palm and sent the 3 of them flying. At the same time, she said, According to the time, they should be here soon. Could it be that an accident has happened? After hearing this, the old man in black sneered disdainfully. Don't count on the people from the 7th bloodline. They won't come. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the people of the 5th bloodline had intercepted them. This was not good news at all. After all, this place was none other than the All Beginnings Holy Land. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to contend with these people in the Holy Land's territory. Therefore, they had to break out. As soon as the people of the 7th bloodline arrived, Lu Mingyu would meet them, and Lin Xian would leave on the Black Earth. Kill! Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate and unleashed an ultimate strike. The terrifying sword she whistled and let out a roar that made one's heart tremble. Then, like a long dragon, it swept across the sky. Pung pung pung! The 6 black-clothed men beside him were sent flying by the sword. Damn it, how can this kid be so powerful? The 6 black-clothed men's faces were incomparably solemn. Humph! In the sky, the black-robed mighty figure snorted coldly. He had also discovered that Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. Therefore, the mighty figure in black decided to do it himself. He stretched out his palm, and the black palm rapidly enlarged. It was incomparably black, resembling a primordial devil mountain. Its aura was terrifying as it rapidly pressed downwards. Whoosh! Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and turned into a stream of light. He quickly dodged and stabbed out with his sword. Humph! The black-robed mighty figure sneered disdainfully. He was powerful, and his opponent was merely a little king. How dare he attack him? He was truly courting death. In the next moment, he pressed down with his palm. Instantly, the incomparably black devil palm turned into black flames and rushed toward the sword chi. Boom! The collision between the two was earth-shattering. One after another, pitch-black cracks appeared in the sky. In the end, the sword chi was shattered. As for the pitch-black devil palm, it also flew for a while before disappearing into the void. He was actually able to block it. The black-robed mighty figure furrowed his brows. A little king was able to block his attack. It was simply too inconceivable. No wonder you could come to the Holy Land. As expected, you have some skills. However, do you think you can defeat me with just this? The black-robed mighty figure sneered. Then, his body shone with light. Strands of primal chaos energy appeared and formed 8 primal chaos heads. They were incomparably malevolent, just like demonic beasts. A terrifying primal chaos energy filled the sky. Then, the wonton head spat out 8 primal chaos demonic figures. Each of them wielded a sword and saber. They were incomparably powerful and charged toward Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath. He also had a wanton clone standing in front of him. Suddenly, 3 clones rapidly appeared. Boom! An intense collision occurred. Countless rays of light flashed in the sky, and a terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Damn it! You actually know how to use the Primal Chaos secret technique! The black-robed mighty figure's expression changed. He was too shocked. Meat stew was a secret technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. How could his opponent know how to use it? Could it be that slut Lu Mingyu gave it to him? The black-robed mighty figure's expression turned cold. He had decided that he had to kill his opponent. He could not allow this secret technique to be spread. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was rapidly breaking through the array formation. Although the array formation formed by the black-robed men was profound, it still had flaws in front of the dark red divine dragon. Crack! Not long after, a small crack appeared on the entire formation due to the dark red Shinnō. Although it was only a small crack, it was more than enough. The dark red dragon roared, and a terrifying dragon roar transmitted through the crack. Roar! A single roar caused the earth to tremble. In an instant, the roar rushed out of the array formation and spread throughout the All Beginnings Holy Land. At this moment, countless powerful auras surged. One figure after another flew into the sky. They were all extremely shocked. What's going on with this roar? Could it be that a demonic beast has entered? Damn it! Who is it that dares to cause trouble in the All Beginnings Holy Land? Furious roars resounded one after another. Everyone became even more puzzled. Damn it! Inside the array formation, the black-robed mighty figure's expression was incomparably unsightly. He had not expected that the other party would be able to break through their array formation so quickly. Moreover, his voice was transmitted outside. This was something that he had not expected. Kill! At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He had to kill Lu Mingyu as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would become troublesome once the people from the 7th bloodline arrived. Therefore, the black-robed mighty figure turned into a streak of light. With a pitch-black death scythe in his hand, he rapidly slashed toward Lu Mingyu. Buzz! As for Lin Xian, he used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and arrived beside Lu Mingyu in advance. Then, he used the black earth to store Lu Mingyu. Shwa! In the next instant, he disappeared into the void. Just as he disappeared, a black death scythe appeared and cut through the void. Ah! Damn brat! Get out here! The black-robed mighty figure roared crazily. He was about to go crazy from anger. The surrounding black-robed mighty figures also joined forces to kill Lin Xian. Chapter 1947. Shock! None of them were a match for Lin Xian. Roar! At this time, the Crimson Divine Dragon roared twice more. Its voice was vast and mighty, spreading for thousands of miles. It was like thunder, causing one's soul to tremble. What a terrifying roar! What kind of monster beast is this? Isn't it too terrifying? Everyone was shocked. As for the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists, they were finally unable to sit still. They followed the sound and quickly flew towards the mountain peak. Not far away, the expressions of the experts from the 7th bloodline also changed. Could it be Mingyu? Humph! The star-robed old man's expression was ice-cold. He had naturally discovered that the direction the roar was coming from was where Lu Mingyu was. However, wasn't that place already surrounded by almighty experts? How could there still be a change? He truly couldn't understand. But before long, 2 streaks of light appeared in the distance. An enormous aura rapidly burst forth and flew over. It's someone from the 7th bloodline! Seeing this scene, the star-robed old man's expression became even more gloomy. He knew that it would be difficult for him to succeed today. Thus, he sighed and disappeared into the void. As he disappeared, the star-like vortexes in the sky also rapidly disappeared. We're saved. The experts from the 7th bloodline breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing they could do about it. Their senior brother was simply too terrifying. Fortunately, their senior brother still had misgivings about the rules of the Holy Land and didn't openly attack them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape. In the next instant, they turned into streaks of light and flew forward. Boom! 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 Powerful auras descended one after another. Moreover, the array formation formed by the black-robed men shattered. When the black-robed almighty expert saw this scene, he gnashed his teeth and revealed an unwilling expression. But in the end, he still turned into countless strands of demonic energy that wrapped around the black-robed men and disappeared into the void. Who are you? Who allowed you to fight here? Sensing the remnant energy fluctuations in the air, the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists that had rushed over had gloomy expressions. But at this time, Lin Xian controlled the black earth and a beautiful figure appeared. It was Lu Mingyu. As soon as she appeared, she flew into the sky and shouted, "Master! Disciple!" A middle-aged woman wearing a red dress appeared. Her body emitted a monstrous aura. She looked at Lu Mingyu and said excitedly, "Good, good. It's good that you're back." Whoosh! Following the appearance of the woman in red, more than 10 mighty figures appeared in the surroundings. They descended and protected Lu Mingyu firmly. At this time, the cultivators from the other factions also arrived, as well as guests from the other holy lands. When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. That woman is... How? B. The martial artists of the other factions gnashed their teeth, their expressions abnormally cold. The people of the fifth bloodline had also arrived. When they saw this scene, they were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Soon, an expert from the fifth bloodline snorted coldly. "Humph, what's the use of coming back? She's a sinner of the Holy Land. You'll still be punished if you come back." "That's right. She has committed a capital offense. You've already become someone else's maid. You don't deserve to be the new saintess." Cold shouts came one after another. However, the woman in red snorted and said, "If any of you have a problem with that, I'll fight with him." At this point, she grasped the red hidden sword at her waist. Suddenly, her aura erupted like a volcano and swept across the sky. The area was dyed red in an instant. Bang! 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 Many people turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. They couldn't bear this terrifying aura. Peerless Almighty, this red-robed woman was actually a peerless Almighty. Her terrifying aura suppressed the void like a divine monument. "Du Hongling, although you're a peerless Almighty, don't bully others. We're not afraid of you." "That's right. You're no match for us in terms of strength. Besides, we won't bully others. We'll speak with facts. Lu Mingyu is indeed not suitable to be the new saintess. Besides, I think it's a mistake for her to stay in the Holy Land. You should expel her. Do you think you can expel her just because you want to?" The woman in red, Du Hongling, snorted coldly. "News about my disciple has spread throughout the eastern wilderness. What happened before was all because of Jingxiu from the fifth tribe. My disciple wasn't captured at all, and she's not a traitor of the Holy Land. So, if you're not convinced, fight me. I, Du Hongling, am not afraid of you." At this point, the aura on her body became sharp again. The clouds in the sky churned, and the red light turned into 3 huge long swords. Each of them was tens of thousands of miles long, and they circled in the void like giant dragons. The surrounding kings turned pale when they saw this scene. If they fought, the entire mountain range would be destroyed, and they wouldn't be spared. Lin Xian stood at the side. Looking at this scene, he was extremely shocked. Is this Lu Mingyu's master? What a domineering woman! However, he was relieved. With such a powerful master, it wouldn't be too difficult for Lu Mingyu to become the saintess. "Humph, Du Hongling, you're too presumptuous." At this moment, the void rippled again, and the star-robed elder from before appeared again. With his appearance, a middle-aged man with a yellow face appeared beside him. He was wearing a yellow robe, and his face was sallow. He looked very ordinary. However, the moment he appeared, the faces of the people from the Holy Land changed. "My Yuan Shan, you actually came out of seclusion. Du Hongling's expression was also very serious. Ma Yuanshan was the middle-aged man with a sallow face. He was also a peerless almighty. Thus, his appearance caused the entire scene to change once again. The two peerless almighties confronted each other, and their terrifying auras kept rising. They collided in the void, and each blow tore the void. Everyone quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the energy. However, at this tense moment, the stars in the sky flickered, and then emitted light, condensing into a human face. Both of you stop. Come with me. There was a vast pressure in this voice, like a god looking down on the mortals. Seeing the starry face, the two peerless almighties looked serious. They quickly restrained their auras. As for the surrounding Holy Land's cultivators, they respectfully bowed. We pay our respects to the Holy Master. This starry face was actually condensed by the All Beginnings Holy Land's Holy Master. Lin Xian was also very nervous. The strength of a Holy Land's Holy Master was incomparably terrifying and unfathomable. Chapter 1948. The great dragon sword soul in his body also started to revolve rapidly to resist the pressure in the sky. Fortunately, the face of the Holy Lord of all beginnings in the sky quickly disappeared. Then, Du Hongling, Ma Yuanshan, and the surrounding people all soared into the sky and flew into the distance. From the looks of it, they should be going to the Holy Lord to judge. As for the others, their eyes flickered. Many of them looked at Lin Xian because they didn't expect Lin Xian to be with Lu Mingyu. This was even more shocking. For a time, many people guessed Lin Xian's true identity. Murong Qingqing was also very worried. However, Lin Xian told her not to come over for the time being. Lin Xian had 9 divine crystals in his hands. Even in the Holy Land of all beginnings, he had the ability to protect himself. Therefore, he didn't want Murong Qingqing to be involved in this maelstrom. Big brother Xian, be careful. If you can't handle it, leave early, Murong Qingqing said with concern. In the latter half of the night, many people wandered around the mountain peak where Lin Xian was. However, in the end, they didn't make a move. It was as if they were afraid of something. The next day, the people of the 7th branch came. They were very grateful that Lin Xian had escorted Lu Mingyu back. Moreover, they passed on Lu Mingyu's words. They said that they would definitely fulfill the agreement between the two of them. However, they would have to wait for some time. At the same time, the people of the 7th branch also gave Lin Xian some earth tier treasures and some crystals. From the looks of it, it was quite a sumptuous gift. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to accept these things. He had escorted Lu Mingyu back for the reward. Of course, this reward was only a little bit of interest. The real benefits would have to wait until Lu Mingyu became the Holy Maiden of all beginnings. However, it would be soon. Soon, the people of the 7th branch left. However, half a day later, several more people arrived. Seeing these people, Lin Xian frowned because they were people of the 5th branch. These were the disciples of the 5th bloodline. The one in the lead wore a green robe, and his expression was unusually cold. He walked up to Lin Xian and looked at him coldly. Then he asked, "Are you the one who escorted Senior Sister Lu here?" Although it was only one sentence, it surprised Lin Xian. Because just yesterday, the people of the 5th branch had called Lu Mingyu AB*TCH, but today, they had already changed their way of addressing her as Senior Sister Lu. It seemed that Lu Mingyu had been reaccepted. This was good news for Lin Xian. However, he couldn't understand why the people from the 5th bloodline had come. Logically speaking, they should be thanking the people from the 7th bloodline. Could it be that the people from the 5th bloodline were looking for trouble? In the next moment, Lin Xian nodded. "That's right, it's me. Who are you, and what do you want?" "We are naturally disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land," the green-robed youth said coldly. "You escorted Senior Sister Lu back, which is a great contribution. We naturally have to treat you well. We've already prepared a banquet. Brother, if you don't have enough, why don't you come with us? Rest assured, we won't do anything to you. We just want to thank you properly." Thank me? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. These people were clearly people from the fifth bloodline. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. How could it be that they were purely thanking him? Most likely, this was a trap. They wanted to bring him over so that they could attack him. Because of that, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need. I still have some matters to attend to. There's no need for a banquet. How could that be? Right at this moment, a pink-clothed woman stood forward and arrogantly said, Our all beginnings holy land will not owe anyone a favor. If you don't go, wouldn't it seem like we're lacking in hospitality? You've already treated me very well. There's no need for an additional banquet. Furthermore, I still have other matters to attend to. Thus, it's better that you all return. Lin Xian shook his head and refused. Brother, are you not going to give us face? Hearing those words, the expressions of the several people sank. Our elder has already spoken. No matter what, we must invite brother over today. If you don't give us face like this, won't we be punished when we return? That's right. Even if we have to tie you up, we must bring you out today. The pink-clothed woman became even more aggressive. From the looks of it, as long as Lin Xian refused again, they would attack him. Lin Xian sneered. What's wrong? Are you all going to attack me because I'm not willing to go? Attack? Brother, you must be joking. We're not attacking you. We're only inviting brother over. Men, come and escort brother away. The green-clothed man sneered. The young man in the green robe laughed coldly. 2 more disciples walked out from behind him. Their auras surged and terrifying light shrouded Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. His body trembled, and he shouted the 2 illusory hands. Your all beginnings holy land's way of receiving guests is truly special. It's good that you know. This is only a warning. If you don't obediently leave with us, we won't do it again. Next time, it won't be so easy. Seeing that Lin Xian dared to resist, the green-clothed man's expression sank. In the next instant he coldly said, Take him away. Brat, obediently leave with us. The 2 disciples sneered. They quickly rushed toward Lin Xian from the left and right. Scram! Lin Xian snorted coldly and kicked out with his leg. Pun! Pun! The 2 disciples screamed miserably and were sent flying. You dare attack me? Seeing this, the pink-clothed woman shouted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She truly didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them in their holy land. They were truly reckless. Whoosh! In the next instant, she pulled out a red whip from her waist and lashed it forward. Whoosh! The red whip expanded in the wind, turning into a red flood dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He stretched out his palm and used the dragon-capturing hand. A dragon-shaped claw appeared on his palm, and he grabbed forward. Hum! He grabbed the red flood dragon with his palm. The flood dragon struggled with all its might, flipping and slapping the void, but it couldn't break free. Damn it! Seeing this, the pink-clothed woman's face turned pale. She didn't expect the other party to be so powerful that he could grab her long whip so easily. Damn it, let go of me. The pink-clothed woman stomped her feet in anger, but she couldn't pull back her long whip at all. Junior sister, let me help you. The green-clothed man saw this and roared angrily. He flipped his palm, and a turquoise long saber appeared in his hand. Boom! He swung his saber, and a green saber light that was 100 feet long shone in the air. It even carried a turquoise flame. Lin Xian raised his other hand, and a huge light sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with murderous intent, and it emitted a terrifying whistling sound. He swung his sword, and the turquoise saber light collided. A terrifying sound was heard, and intense light burst forth in the air. Crack! Chapter 1949. A terrifying sound whistled through the air, and an intense radiance burst forth in the air. Crack! The 300-meter-long dark green saber light was instantly shattered into pieces. Pun! 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 The green-robed youth retreated continuously with a shocked expression. His opponent's strength was simply too great. A single sword strike had forced him back. Damn it! How can this brat be so strong? The green-robed youth's expression turned gloomy. But in the next moment, he arrived beside the pink-robed woman and quickly transmitted his voice to her. Junior sister, I have an idea. When the pink-robed woman heard this idea, her face turned red. But soon after, she clenched her teeth and agreed. After all, they had to eliminate the other party today. In the next instant, the pink-robed woman gnashed her teeth, and killing intent appeared in her eyes. Then, her lily-white hands began to tear apart her clothes. Chee! Chee! Soon, her pink dress was torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin. Under the illumination of the sun, her skin looked so delicate that it could be torn apart. This scene was extremely alluring. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Ah! Right at this moment, the pink-robed woman shrieked. Then, she hugged her body and retreated. Men! Save me! I'm being indecent! The pink-robed woman shrieked. As for the green-robed man, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, he started to play along. He crazily roared. Damned brat! You dare to be so rude to my junior sister? He was a 6-star king. At this moment, he circulated his spiritual energy and shouted. Terrifying sound waves spread out in all directions like waves. What's going on? His voice attracted the attention of many people. Countless rays of light flew over from the sky. These were the disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land. They had been attracted by that voice. Fellow brothers, you've come at the right time. This brat is too hateful. He actually wants to molest my junior sister. What? Hearing this, the disciples that had rushed over were all enraged. They all glared at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. It wasn't just the young disciples. Several aged figures also appeared in the sky. What's going on? A dignified voice sounded. It was a middle-aged man wearing red robes. His aura was powerful. Reporting to Deacon Wang, my junior sister and I have received orders to invite that brat down there for a meal. I didn't expect that brat to have evil intentions after seeing my junior sister's beauty. He wanted to molest her. We had good intentions, but we didn't expect him to be so vicious. That damned bastard. He's simply too arrogant. He actually dares to commit murder in the All Beginnings Holy Land. Take him down and avenge junior sister. Fuck, we must cripple his cultivation. Chop off his limbs and feed him to the dogs. Cold shouts could be heard from the crowd. Most of these people were disciples of the 5th bloodline, and were hiding in the crowd, shouting non-stop. Obviously, this was all premeditated. This matter caused an uproar, and more martial artists rushed over. Soon, the entire mountain range was completely surrounded. Brat, although you've done a meritorious deed by escorting Lu Mingyu back, you're too arrogant. Therefore, you must be punished today. Kneel down obediently and accept your punishment. I will only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. The red-robed middle-aged man stood up, his voice cold. He was also from the 5th bloodline. Stop. At this time, the people of the 7th branch also arrived. They said, What are you doing? This young master is a guest of our 7th branch. Guests? What a joke. He's no longer a disciple of our 5th bloodline. Can I touch him? The red-robed middle-aged man sneered. What's going on? Seeing the woman in pink in front of them, the people of the 7th bloodline frowned. Lin Xian said in a low voice. It's obvious that this is a show. Their goal is to capture me. That woman's clothes were torn by her own hands. What? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. The people of the 5th bloodline sneered. What kind of joke is this? You're obviously quibbling. Why would my junior sister frame you? You have to know that we've never known you. This time, we're just inviting you out of kindness. That's right, We have no reason to frame you. Brat, you're so young, but you're so vicious. If such a person continues to grow, he'll be a scourge. Why don't we get rid of him today? Cold shouts came one after another. Immediately after, several huge figures stood out and locked onto Lin Xian. The middle-aged man said, "Is the seventh bloodline going to interfere in this matter?" "What?" The people of the seventh bloodline frowned and hesitated. Because they didn't know if Lin Xian had really done anything to her. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. Lin Xian didn't expect the people of the seventh bloodline to help him with all their might. He sneered, looked forward, and said loudly, "Why did you frame me?" "It's very simple. Because I escorted Lu Mingyu back. You're dissatisfied and can't do anything to her, so you can only vent your anger on me." "How dare you!" "The fifth bloodline is open and above board. Why would we attack a stranger? You're obviously quibbling. Men, take him down." The middle-aged man roared. Immediately, two figures rushed out in front of him and charged towards Lin Xian. Light flickered on their bodies. They were very powerful. Every step they took cracked the void. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian. Two large hands stretched out, and huge palms of light appeared. Killing intent surged like two huge demonic beasts that enveloped Lin Xian. For a moment, the entire sky shone with light. A terrifying aura surged and completely sealed Lin Xian. The surrounding warriors also cried out in surprise. Among them, the people of the fifth bloodline cheered with all their might. In their opinion, the other party was definitely going to die. Bang bang! However, Lin Xian sneered twice. He used the great dragon sword Soul. Terrifying aura surged and condensed into a huge golden thunder hammer in his hand. Golden light flickered, and the huge thunder hammer surged with terrifying power and rushed out of the void. Lin Xian waved the golden thunder hammer in his hand and smashed it forward. Soon, an intense collision sounded in the sky. The two powerhouses of the fifth bloodline were sent flying and vomited blood. "So powerful!" the surrounding crowd exclaimed, while the people of the fifth bloodline gritted their teeth in a daze. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. "How dare you!" The middle-aged man was also angry. He shouted coldly, "How dare you hit the martial artists of our sacred land in broad daylight? This is unforgivable. Men, kill him on the spot." His cold voice, carrying a biting cold killing intent, echoed in all directions. "Oh no!" The people of the seventh bloodline also had ugly expressions and frowned. No one saw what happened before. Perhaps there was still room for negotiation. But now, Lin Xian had injured two sacred land martial artists in public, and everyone saw it. There was no way to quibble. The seventh bloodline couldn't do anything now. Chapter 1950. Looking at the four figures, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and a boundless chill spread out from his body. Crack! 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 Wherever the chill passed, the void froze. The four fifth lineage elites turned pale and tried to escape. But in an instant, they were frozen into ice cubes. What a terrifying chill aura! "It's so cold!" When the surrounding sacred land martial artists saw this, their scalps went numb, and they retreated. This move was too terrifying. It froze four elites in an instant. "Humph!" The middle-aged man snorted. He could tell that Lin Xian was powerful. Now, it seemed that he had to do it himself. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll kill you personally." As he spoke, chaotic chi emerged from his body and formed a chaotic sun behind him. It bloomed with thousands of rays of light. A terrifying aura filled the air and endless chaotic light shone, illuminating the entire sky. "Kill!" With a roar, 5 giant golden crows appeared from the chaotic sun behind him. Each of them was 100 feet long and looked as though they were made of gold. They were lifelike. They spread their wings and flew toward Lin Xian, bringing with them a sky full of flowing light. In the distance, the sacred land martial artists were suppressed by this boundless aura. Their bodies trembled and they could not stand still. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 golden crows quickly approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and raised his hand. Endless chill aura gathered on his left hand and formed a blue bow. Black flames danced on his right hand and formed a black arrow, arching the bow to shoot the golden crows. Boom! 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 He released 5 arrows in a row. The 5 black arrows were like hell's divine spears. They burned with boundless black heat and pierced through the golden crows, blowing them up. In the sky, violent energy explosions swept out in all directions. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could even contend with him. In the next moment, he stomped his feet and turned into a ray of flowing light, rushing over quickly. In the palm of his hand, chaotic chi swirled and formed a huge chaotic vortex. Accompanied by the power of the chaotic sun, it shot out quickly. Pun! The void was like a mirror, shattering right away. Furthermore, the cracks were spreading rapidly, trying to swallow Lin Xian whole. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure flickered, instantly leaving his original spot and appearing in another direction. He drew the bow in his hand again. Wang! A black arrow shot out, causing the void to tremble as it flew towards the middle-aged man. Ka ka ka! The void was directly pierced through, creating a pitch-black ravine. The middle-aged man was shocked. He waved his hands, and the light of chaos formed 7 shields in front of him. At the same time, a green armor appeared on his body, shining brightly. Boom! However, the arrow in the sky contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. Like a hot knife through butter, it easily pierced through the 7 chaos shields. Then, it pierced through the middle-aged man. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream as his shoulder was pierced through, and he flew backward. In the end, he was nailed to a mountain peak. Blood dripped from the sky, and screams reverberated in the surroundings, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The people of the 5th bloodline gasped, and their eyes were filled with fear. This middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He could be said to be at the peak of 6-star kings, but he was easily injured. He could not fight back at all. What was the background of that young man in front of them? Why was his combat strength so terrifying? For a moment, they were terrified and did not dare to look at him again. Humph! How dare you make a move in the sacred land? You're courting death! At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a large number of figures appeared. There were young prodigies, middle-aged men, and even pale old men. Without exception, they were all powerhouses of the 5th bloodline. As soon as these people appeared, they sealed off the surroundings and directly trapped Lin Xian. This time, they would definitely not let him escape. It's over. This kid is definitely dead. That's right. The young prodigies and the elders of the 5th bloodline have all appeared. I'm afraid this kid won't be able to escape no matter how heaven-defying he is. There's nothing they can do. This kid sent Lu Mingyu back. It can be said that he has completely angered the 5th bloodline. It's normal for the people of the 5th bloodline to want to kill him now. Discussions sounded one after another. This time, not only the people of the 5th bloodline, but also the powerhouses of the 5 great sage lands and the people of the 3 seeker spiritual master clans in the distance. Because the commotion here was too big, it directly alarmed them. When they learned that it was the people of the 5th bloodline who attacked Lin Xian, many of them immediately sneered. Among them, especially Toba-Tianzi and the 1000th Thunder Saint. They all looked down with sneers on their faces. I told you, this kid is not a good person at all. Look, he actually wants to violate the female disciple of the sacred land of rights. Such a person can't be left in this world. I think it's better to kill him directly, the 1000th Thunder Saint said coldly. On the other side, Toba-Tianzi also sneered. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, looked solemn. She did not believe that Lin Xian would do such a thing. He must have been framed. Therefore, she stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Stop, there must be a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? The female disciple who was bullied is right below. The evidence is conclusive. Moreover, this kid injured the cultivators of our sacred land in public. Everyone saw it. There is no misunderstanding at all. At this time, an elder of the fifth bloodline stepped forward and said coldly, Jade Lake Saintess, although you are an honored guest, this matter is the matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land. I hope you won't interfere. Saintess. The people of the Jade Lake Sacred Land also stepped forward to dissuade her. Indeed, with their current status, it was not good for them to interfere. Murong Qingqing also snorted coldly. However, she decided that she would not let these people hurt Lin Xian in the slightest. Fairy Murong is the Jade Lake Saintess. It is not convenient for her to interfere. What about me? At this time, another ice-cold voice sounded. Lu Mingyu. Everyone turned around and saw a fairy-like figure appear. That's right, it was Lu Mingyu. At this time, she had already recovered her status as a saintess candidate. Moreover, it would not be long before she became a true saintess. Therefore, her appearance naturally caused a commotion among the crowd. Lu Mingyu said indifferently, I understand him. He would not do such a thing. I think there must be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? The evidence is conclusive. The elder of the fifth bloodline sneered. That's right. He dares to bully the people of our fifth bloodline. We must kill this kid. The people of the fifth bloodline also roared in anger. Conclusive? Lin Xian smiled. Are you sure the evidence is conclusive? Of course. The person is already here. How could it be false? That elder snorted coldly. Fine. Since you want evidence, I will show you the evidence. Chapter 1951. Sure. Since you want evidence, I'll show you. Then Lin Xian said, Ruffian dragon, take that thing out. I've already prepared it. The dark red divine dragon sneered. They had felt that something was amiss when they saw the scene earlier. Thus, they directly used memory crystals to record the scene from before. The next moment, the dark red divine dragon tossed out its claw, and a translucent blue crystal floated in the void. It shone brightly and was projected into the air. That's a memory crystal! Huangfu Qian exclaimed. It seems like the truth is about to be revealed. Ouyang Mingfei said in a low voice. Sure enough, the memory crystal's projection showed the scene of the pink lady tearing her clothes apart. The faces of the people from the fifth bloodline darkened. They did not expect Lin Xian to have a memory crystal. I've already given you the evidence you wanted. Now, are you still going to say that I'm the one who molested her? Lin Xian said calmly. The elder was so angry that his body trembled. This slap to his face was too loud. Humph! What's going on? Murong Qingqing shouted coldly. Lu Mingyue's face darkened. Is this what you mean by molesting? Humph, it seems like you don't know the rules. Is the law enforcement hall here? Lu Mingyu shouted loudly. Here. 3 martial artists in black armor appeared in the sky. Their auras were as cold as ice. These 2 disciples framed a distinguished guest and brought shame to the sacred land. Take them away and discipline them. Yes. The 3 martial artists from the law enforcement hall descended and took the pink lady and the green-robed youth away. Elder, save me! The 2 of them screamed, their faces pale. They did not expect this to happen. How dare you! The elder from the fifth bloodline shouted angrily. What? You want to violate the sacred land's rules? Lu Mingyu said coldly. Damn it! The elder from the fifth bloodline gritted his teeth and could only watch as the law enforcement hall took them away. He had no choice. Although he was an elder, he did not dare to openly defy the rules of the Holy Land. The other members of the fifth bloodline were trembling with anger. However, they had no intention of letting Lin Xian off the hook. In the next moment, those people all stared at Lin Xian. The elder from the fifth faction gritted his teeth and said, Those 2 disciples lied about this matter. But what about the matter of this brat injuring my disciple? He openly committed murder in the Holy Land. Such a person must not be allowed to live. However, Lin Xian sneered and said, "It's just a spar. Furthermore, it was you guys who made the first move." Hearing this, the fifth bloodline was so angry that he coughed up blood. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian, wishing they could beat him up. "Really? Spar? All right, I'll spar with you. If I injure you badly, I don't think anyone will blame me, right?" At this moment, a young man walked out from the crowd of the fifth bloodline. His black hair reached his shoulders, and his face looked as if it had been carved by a knife. He gave off an unusually sharp feeling. "Xiao Qinshan, he's actually going to attack. He's one of the candidate saints. He's powerful and unfathomable. Legend has it that he's not weaker than a true candidate saint." As soon as the black-haired young man appeared, the surrounding crowd began to discuss. Xiao Qinshan stood in the void and looked down at Lin Xian. He put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Let's do it. We're just sparring. Don't worry, I won't kill you." There was a trace of biting cold killing intent in his words that shook the void. "Haha, this kid is scared. I didn't expect my senior brother Xiao Qinshan to attack. Senior brother Xiao, go for it. Cripple him." The disciples of the fifth bloodline shouted crazily. The elders did not stop them. They also watched with cold smiles on their faces. "What, you think a candidate saint can take me down?" Lin Xian snorted. "Since you want to spar, I'll grant you your wish." With that, he took a step forward and his aura erupted. His long hair fluttered, and his eyes were like lightning. He was like a peerless divine sword unsheathed. "You're indeed powerful. However, you're not my match," Xiao Qinshan said coldly in the sky. His eyes were filled with disdain. He was one of the candidates of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. His strength was powerful and unfathomable. His opponent was only a nameless junior. Was he even qualified to fight with him? Whoosh! In the next instant, he stretched out his hand. A cyan flame danced in the center of his palm. The cyan flame was like a divine flame. It illuminated the void and emitted a terrifying aura. Whoosh! Soon after, Xiao Qinshan waved his hand. The cyan flame rushed out of his palm. A green light sprinkled down, and instantly, the water in the huge lake below was completely evaporated. The terrifying heat was so intense that even the void couldn't withstand it. Cyan Lotus Flame! Xiao Qinshan actually used Cyan Lotus Flame. It seems like he's determined to kill his opponent. What? That's a flame that only an almighty expert can possess. I didn't expect Xiao Qinshan to possess such a flame. Could it be that he really has strength comparable to a candidate saint? Cries of surprise were heard one after another. Evidently, the cyan flames had caused the surrounding people to be extremely shocked. Boom! Lin Xian quickly counterattacked. He waved his hand. Blue cold air revolved around his palm. A cold palm of ice soared into the sky. Ka ka ka! The blue palm was like an ancient iceberg. It streaked across the sky, causing the void to tremble. The power of ice? But it's useless. My cyan lotus flame isn't something you can imagine. Xiao Qinshan had a calm expression. Ordinary ice wouldn't be able to block his cyan lotus flame. His opponent would definitely be burned to ashes by his flames. Boom! But in the next instant, he was stunned. The huge fireball he had shot out was frozen. It turned into a block of ice and fell from the sky. Not only that, but the blue ice divine palm didn't lose any power. It rapidly grabbed at him. How could this be? Xiao Qinshan's expression changed for the first time. He was stunned. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. This was especially true for the disciples of the fifth bloodline. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to break through the cyan lotus flame so easily. Whoosh! In the sky, Xiao Qinshan's body swayed. He turned into a cyan phantom and flashed rapidly in the void. However, the ice divine palm grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it completely enveloped the entire sky. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky above his head was completely frozen. Xiao Qingshan's body was also wrapped in countless cold air. Get lost! Xiao Qingshan roared. The flames in his body were like a sea of fire. They suddenly erupted. He resisted the surrounding cold air and quickly broke out of the encirclement. His hair was covered in blue ice. His face was abnormally ferocious. He was furious. He was too furious. Chapter 1952. The surrounding warriors were all astonished. Lin Xian's battle prowess was simply too frightening. Kid, you've completely angered me. Xiao Qingshan's voice was cold. I just wanted to play with you, but now I've changed my mind. In the next moment, he roared and formed a seal with both hands. Countless green flames gathered in front of him, forming 18 green lotus flowers. Each lotus flower seemed real and carried a terrifying heat. All of them flew toward Lin Xian. Clear lotus burning the sky! Kid, go to hell! Xiao Qingshan roared and waved his palm quickly. This was his strongest move. Once it was used, the entire sky would be burned clean. No matter how strong the opponent was, they would not be able to resist it. As expected, as soon as the 18 green lotus flowers appeared, the ice in the sky melted instantly. Not only that, the 18 lotus flowers formed a formation and enveloped Lin Xian, trying to refine him. Clear lotus burning the sky? Lin Xian sneered. It's just the light of a firefly. I'll break you now. In the next moment, his eyes became sharp. The great dragon sword soul was activated quickly, and a long ice sword appeared in front of him. As he swung the sword, a terrifying ice aura filled the air. The sharp sword light cut through the void. Boom, boom, boom. The sword she slashed down, and the 18 lotus flowers in the sky were all shattered. The terrifying sword light flashed in the sky and slashed toward Xiao Qingshan. What? They're all shattered. How is this possible? When the people of the fifth lineage saw this, they went crazy. Those were 18 lotus flowers, a terrifying technique that could burn the heavens. But now, it was broken by a sword. This shocked them and they could not believe it. Xiao Qingshan's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his secret technique to be broken in an instant. Moreover, what frightened him even more was that the sword light was too sharp. It was as if it could cut him in half. Damn it! He roared angrily and turned into a bolt of green lightning. He dashed to the left in an instant, trying to dodge the sword. However, as soon as Xiao Qingshan moved, mysterious runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. The ice sword in his hand slashed out once more. This sword directly sealed off Xiao Qingshan's path of retreat, and quickly arrived at his side. Xiao Qingshan's face turned green because he couldn't block this sword at all. The terrifying murderous aura caused his entire body to turn cold. He could imagine that the next sword strike would pierce through him. Elder, save me! At the moment of crisis, Xiao Qingshan could no longer care about his face. He shouted loudly, abnormally frightened. Humph! The elder of the fifth branch's face darkened when he saw this. With a wave of her embroidered robe, a red light suddenly turned into a huge mountain, blocking Xiao Qingshan and the terrifying sword Qi. Clang! In the next moment, the black demonic sword collided with the red sleeve, producing a shocking sound. Boom! Boom! In the void, countless cracks appeared, and an energy shockwave blasted Xiao Qingshan away. Puff! Xiao Qingshan's hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, an elder stepped in and saved his life. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. They couldn't believe that the extremely powerful Xiao Qingshan, one of the candidates of the chosen saint, couldn't even block one sword strike from the other party. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. Could it be that he has the strength of a chosen saint? No wonder he could escort Lu Mingyu back to the sacred land. Discussions broke out, but the faces of the people of the fifth branch were terrifyingly dark. This is the genius of your fifth branch? He's so weak that he can't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, Lin Xian said calmly. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking very calm, as if the attack just now was just a casual move to him. Even so, the commotion caused by this was still unbelievable. Kid, you're too arrogant. At this moment, an elder of the fifth branch stood out. His entire body was surging with murderous aura, as if he was the god of death. That's enough. Stop pretending. You've come up with so many excuses just to kill me. Come on, just do it. Lin Xian shouted coldly, completely disregarding the people of the fifth branch. That was because he had absolute confidence in himself and had the ability to protect himself. Today, he's going to turn the sky and earth upside down. Humph! Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. An elder sneered. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian like a monstrous demon claw. Buzz! Old thing, you're alone? You're not enough! Lin Xian laughed and pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. The terrifying sword she was like a divine sword that cut the sky open. Then, the monstrous demon claw was also split open, revealing deep white bones. Ah! The elder of the fifth branch screamed and retreated while holding his palm. His face was unusually ferocious. It was too fierce. He couldn't withstand this sword technique at all. However, the next moment, he roared crazily. All of you, go and kill him! The surrounding crowd was stunned. They didn't expect that even the elder was no match for him. When the people of the fifth branch heard this, they roared and rushed over. In an instant, more than a dozen figures came to Lin Xian's side. Damn it, how dare you! Seeing this, Lu Mingyu and Murong Qingqing also shouted. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian transmitted his voice and told her not to attack. He also asked Lu Mingyu to step aside and watch. Today's battle didn't require their help. Facing the dozen people who rushed over, Lin Xian swung his demonic sword. The half-moon demonic sword's aura drew a black moonlight and instantly sent the dozen people flying. Go! However, more people were unable to do so. The battle broke out. In an instant, the mountain peak under their feet was split in half and shattered into countless pieces of gravel. However, in just a moment, the young disciples all spat out blood and flew back. None of them could resist. Damn it, he's too strong! Many people screamed and their eyes were filled with fear. Because they had never seen such a powerful young man except for the saint-level figures. But the people of the fifth branch were not reconciled at all. At this time, 3 elders appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. This scene was too shocking. 3 elder-level existences were very powerful. Although they weren't almighties, they were still the top existence among the 6-star kings. That combat power was incomparably terrifying. Perhaps only a true saint could resist it. However, with the 3 elders attacking together, even an ordinary saint would not be able to contend against them. But now, such a lineup was actually dealing with a young man. When the other martial artists saw this scene, they discussed animatedly. And the people of the fifth branch of the great sage frowned because this scene was really beyond their expectations. To Obatiensi, the myriad thunder saint, and the other saints and saintesses' eyes flickered incomparably. They stared fixedly at Lin Xian because the other party's strength was too terrifying and had definitely reached their level. Chapter 1953. As for Murong Qingqing, she was extremely worried. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, Lin Xian had sent her a voice transmission earlier. Thus, she couldn't make a move right now. Moreover, the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were also holding her back. After all, this matter was related to the All Beginnings Holy Land. If the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground rashly got involved, the impact would be huge. As for Lin Xian, his gaze was like lightning. He looked at the 3 elders and sneered. Is there no one else in your All Beginnings Holy Land? You actually sent 3 elders to kill a youngster like me? How laughable! How lamentable! Fine. Since no one in the younger generation is my match, I will play with you 3 old fellows. I'd like to see if the 3 of you old fellows are trash as well. After saying that, Lin Xian pointed the demonic sword in his hand at the sky. Immediately, countless black lightning bolts descended from the sky. It was like a lightning tribulation. Brat, you are courting death. The 3 elders from the 5th bloodline had gloomy expressions. Indeed, with their status, joining hands to deal with a youngster was truly shameful. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. However, there was nothing they could do. Their 5th bloodline's genius, their holy son candidate, had been sent flying by a single sword strike. Apart from him, they couldn't find another youngster who could contend against him. The All Beginnings Holy Son could definitely contend against him. However, the All Beginnings Holy Son wasn't someone from their 5th bloodline. Moreover, he wasn't in the All Beginnings Holy Land right now. Thus, they could only take action themselves. Even if they were looked down upon, they still had to take action. After all, Lin Xian's strength and talent were too terrifying. He had reached the Holy Sun level at such a young age. If they didn't eliminate such a person, he would become a disaster for their 5th bloodline in the future. Brat, you are too arrogant. You have injured so many experts of our sacred ground. No matter what, we won't let you leave today. Kneel down and accept your death. 3 furious roars sounded. Then, the 3 elders' eyes blossomed with cold light. Their auras suddenly erupted. They formed 3 kings' domains and completely sealed off Lin Xian. Lin Xian madly laughed in disdain. 3 shameless old fellows. Isn't it because you are afraid of me? Since you want to fight, bring it on. Kill! Lin Xian roared and took the initiative to attack. Countless rays of sword light appeared in the sky. They were like stars cutting through the void. A bright light shone, illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying sword light instantly enveloped the 3 elders of the 5th branch. You're courting death. The 3 elders of the 5th branch were completely enraged. This guy was too arrogant. He wanted to challenge the 3 of them by himself? You really don't know what death is. The surrounding Chosens and Sky Prides were also extremely shocked. The reason for that was because they discovered that Lin Xian was simply too arrogant. This brat is too arrogant. He definitely won't win. Tuoba Tianxi gritted his teeth and snorted. Of course not. Each of the 3 elders is comparable to a holy son. When the 3 of them join forces, their strength is extremely powerful. Even a real holy son may not be able to contend against them. That brat definitely won't be able to stop it. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun also sneered. Up in the sky, the 3 elders roared furiously. Then, one of them counterattacked. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue river. The waves were hundreds of feet high and collided with the sword light in the sky. Boom! 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 Countless shocked voices sounded in the sky. This superpower was too terrifying. However, before they could finish their exclamations, there was a shocking change in the void. The hundreds of feet high wave was split open by the sword, creating a vacuum area. Then, thousands of sword rays swept across and completely shattered it. The terrifying demonic sword whistled and the shocking rainbow continued to move toward the 3 elders. Humph! The elder who attacked was shocked, while the other 2 elders snorted coldly, their faces extremely gloomy. The next moment, powerful chaotic chi exuded from their bodies, crushing the void like countless mountains. Buzz! In the sky, a ghostly claw appeared out of thin air, grabbing downward like a mountain. The void was instantly torn apart, and a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Xian. On the other side, another elder made his move. A sharp saber light shone like a shocking divine rainbow and quickly slashed down. The 2 elders attacked together and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block. The demonic sword flickered and directly shattered the saber light. At the same time, he threw out a punch. The Armageddon black dragon fist turned into a black dragon and blasted toward the terrifying ghostly claw. Boom! A destructive and violent aura shrouded the sky, causing heaven and earth to shake. The terrifying ghostly claw was instantly penetrated. The two sides were evenly matched in this attack. However, this made everyone even more shocked. That previous attack had been unleashed by two elders, but Lin Xian had blocked it all by himself. This was too heaven-defying. Damn it! This kid is too evil. Let's attack together and kill him! The three elders looked at each other, and finally decided to be shameless and attack together. Whoosh! Elder number 1 moved his hands, and suddenly, a terrifying chaotic light shone, forming a huge light palm that tore through the void. In an instant, the terrifying light palm charged toward Lin Xian like the palm of a demon king. It was abnormally terrifying. Not only that, but the entire space was also completely sealed. Elder number 2 roared angrily. The red light on his body surged into the sky like a volcano erupting. The dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. He unleashed a sea of fire. The blazing flames pierced through the void and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Elder number 3 moved his hands and formed a large green bell. It kept expanding like a huge mountain, dazzling and eye-catching. On its surface, runes were shining. The large bell shook gently. Suddenly, the runes in the sky rippled like stars. Boom! The terrifying green seed directly enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying power blasted black holes in the void. The three elders attacked together. The momentum was too shocking. Even the saints and saintesses who were watching the battle from afar changed their expressions. Brother Xian! Murong Qingqing was even more nervous. Even a saint would have a hard time facing such a terrifying attack. She didn't know if Lin Xian could block it. In front, endless light shone, and a terrifying aura shot into the sky. The sky was filled with a sea of fire. The light of spiritual power burst out together, causing the entire sky to tremble. The countless mountains below were filled with rolling boulders, as if they would collapse at any time. Kill! Lin Xian also roared angrily. He felt a great threat. One had to know that each of the three elders was comparable to a saint. At this moment, the three of them were indeed very powerful. Therefore, for a moment, his eyes shone with a shocking light. The great dragon sword soul in his body kept surging, letting out a dragon's roar. Boom! Chapter 1954. That divine furnace was 1,000 feet tall, and resembled a blazing divine mountain. There was a vivid and lifelike phoenix engraved on it. Heatwaves filled the sky, causing large black cracks to appear in the void. In the end, the blazing divine furnace collided with the large green bell. An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Many cultivators fainted. As for the remaining cultivators, they were bitterly persevering. Buzz! 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 More experts shot out rays of light that enveloped the surroundings, preventing them from being hit by the shockwaves. Resisting the large green bell in the sky, Lin Xian activated Sea God Ice once more. The terrifying power of ice transformed into an ice phoenix that rapidly rushed out of his body and collided with the sea of flames in the sky. As ice and fire collided, a terrifying power filled the entire sky. Lin Xian's fighting spirit sword. Terrifying sword energy soared into the sky. The 9-nether devil sword in his hand slashed out. Sharp sword lights collided with the large palm of light, each strike capable of devouring the heavens and splitting the earth. The four people's battle shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire world to explode. Not only that, but the terrifying energy also activated the All Beginnings Holy Lands Array Formation. A terrifying array formation emerged, protecting the surrounding mountains and rivers. Who is this brat? He's too terrifying. He can actually contend against the three elders for such a long time. Heavens, could it be that his strength has already surpassed a saint's sons? Impossible! What kind of people are saint's sons? They are all world-shaking peerless geniuses. However, even saint sons are divided into strong and weak ones. This brat's strength can be considered relatively strong amongst saint sons. Sounds of discussion could be heard. It was clear that this scene had left everyone dumbfounded. The three elders were also extremely shocked. They couldn't take down the other party in a short period of time. This caused them to lose face. One had to know that the three of them had shamelessly joined hands. They originally thought that they could easily kill the other party if they joined hands. But they didn't expect that the other party would be so strong. They could only fight to a draw. Buzz! At this time, a black light suddenly appeared. Like a ghost, it arrived behind Lin Xian. Then, the terrifying gray palm slapped out towards Lin Xian's back. The silhouette appeared. It was also an old man. His hands were covered in gray mist, and he viciously slapped at Lin Xian. Boom! A low voice sounded out, and then countless clouds of fog erupted, covering the area in front of them. It hit! The disciples of the fifth bloodline cheered, while the others cried out in surprise. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun, Tuoba Tianxi, and the others sneered. After being hit by such a violent palm of light, even a saint would be severely injured, if not killed. This kid is dead for sure! Murong Qingqing cried out in alarm. His figure flashed, and he was about to make a move, but he was stopped by the people beside him. At this moment, an elder of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground quickly said, "Don't get too excited. His aura is still there." Upon hearing this, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief and quickly sensed her surroundings. Indeed, she could still sense Lin Xian's aura. This put her at ease. The others also looked over. Naturally, they could also sense Lin Xian's aura. However, in their opinion, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Being besieged by four elders, even if the saint was severely injured, he would definitely die. The gray mist that filled the sky dissipated, and then the situation inside emerged. But very soon, everyone was stunned. Even their eyeballs were about to fall out. Because there, Lin Xian's body was covered in a layer of cold metal armor. He looked like a god of war, unstoppable. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his aura did not weaken much. How is this possible? He's not seriously injured? Just a minor injury? Damn it, how could this be? How did he block that palm strike? Exclamations were heard. Everyone could not believe it. The gray-robed elder who attacked also narrowed his eyes. His palm was absolutely terrifying. Even the saint could not block it, but how did the other party block it? Damn it, there's something wrong with his armor. The four elders' faces were unusually gloomy. They did not expect the other party to have such a powerful armor. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the black armor blocked most of the attack. Otherwise, that palm would definitely have severely injured him. A bunch of shameless old men. How dare you be so shameless? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Four elders had attacked him. This was too much pressure for him. Therefore, he summoned the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was already furious. As soon as it appeared, it pointed to the front and roared. Damn you four old fools, how shameless can you be? How old are you? You should be 5,000 or 6,000 years old, right? You actually joined forces to attack a young man in his 20s. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. The dark red divine dragon howled crazily, and its voice traveled thousands of miles. The four elders' faces darkened, and they were so angry that they vomited blood. Where did this beast come from? How dare he spout such nonsense here? Fuck! You're the beast! The dark red divine dragon was enraged. It slapped out with its claw, and suddenly, a dark red beast's claw appeared in the void. It covered the sky and the earth and sent the elder flying. Boom! Boom! The old man who spoke arrogantly fell to the ground like a meteor. He smashed the ground into pieces, and a terrifying deep pit appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. His strength was too terrifying. He was not inferior to the saint at all. They did not expect a demonic beast to have such powerful strength. Kill! The two sides fought again because there was nothing left to say. They could only defeat each other. Previously, Lin Xian fought 1 against 3, and both sides were tied. Now that it was 2 against 4, the 4 elders were directly suppressed. Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian or the dark red divine dragon, they were not existences that they could imagine. Lin Xian had the Crimson Sword soul, and his combat strength was abnormally strong. The 4 elders' arms were numb, and the blood in their bodies was shaken. The dark red divine dragon was also extremely terrifying. Firstly, he was a divine dragon with a strong physique and many secret techniques. Secondly, he used to be an almighty. Although his cultivation level had dropped, he had recovered to a 6-star king. He was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he had completely suppressed the 2 elders. Everyone was shocked, and their mouths twitched. Was he still human? Even the 4 elders could not suppress him. Boom! 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 After dozens of moves, the 4 elders were directly blasted away. All of them were seriously injured, and one of the elders was even more miserable. There was a terrifying crack on his shoulder. His bones were exposed, and his body was almost split in half. Boom! 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 At this moment, a few powerful auras came from afar. They were like dark clouds that covered the entire sky. Chapter 1955. At this moment, a few powerful auras came from afar. They were like dark clouds that covered the entire sky. These auras were like gods and demons that made people tremble. At this moment, even the saints, saintesses, and sky prides frowned. Almighty! Murong Qingqing clenched her fists. She did not expect that even the Almighty would appear. Qingqing, don't do anything. I might have to leave this place early. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Sensing the auras of the Almighty, Lin Xian quickly sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing nodded. She believed in Lin Xian. Lin Xian then sent a voice transmission to Lu Mingyu. When you become the saintess, remember our agreement. I hope you won't go back on your words. Don't worry, when I become the saintess, I'll definitely thank you. Lu Mingyu also responded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky, a powerful aura descended as if night had fallen. The terrifying aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. Finally, 3 figures appeared. They were like demon kings floating in the void. Each of them was unreachable. People could only look up to them. Almighty! That's great, the Almighty is here! The people of the 5th lineage were extremely excited and cheered. This is the Almighty of the 5th lineage. He's their elite! Now that their Almighty was here, they could definitely crush the other party. Young man, you've gone too far. One of the Almighty in purple spoke. His voice was like heavenly thunder, rolling over. Now capture him and come back with me. His voice was low and there was an unquestionable tone. What a joke! Who are you? Why should I go back with you? Even in the face of the Almighty, Lin Xian was not afraid. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. They could not believe it. Is this kid crazy? How dare he defy the Almighty? The people of the 5th lineage sneered. Haha, this kid is dead. How dare he provoke the Almighty? He's definitely going to die. Sure enough, in the sky, the Almighty in purple frowned when he heard Lin Xian's words. He coldly snorted. Reckless fool! In the next moment, he stretched out a finger and pressed it downward. From the looks of it, it was as if an adult was going to crush an ant to death. A finger fell and then became bigger. In the end, it was like a divine pillar that reached the heavens, descending from the sky. Mysterious runes appeared on his finger, emitting a terrifying aura. The sea of clouds in the sky was pierced through, and countless cracks appeared. The entire void shattered like a mirror. In an instant, the terrifying heaven-piercing finger arrived above Lin Xian and was about to mercilessly descend. Ah! Lin Xian roared. The nine-held devil sword in his hand quickly grew bigger, turning into a huge pitch-black devil sword. Boom! Then, he waved the huge demonic sword. The demonic sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a black dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring ferociously. The sword light soared into the sky and collided with the Tongtian palm. Boom! Boom! There was a huge explosion in the sky, and the sky was filled with dazzling lights. Endless clouds surged like waves. Everyone kept retreating because they could not withstand the aftermath at all. Formations appeared in the surrounding mountains and rivers. They kept flickering and resisting the terrifying energy storm. A pitch-black hole appeared in the sky at the center. It gradually expanded as if it was going to devour the entire space. Crack! 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 Under everyone's shocked gaze, cracks appeared on the heaven-piercing finger and quickly spread throughout it. Crack! Finally, it exploded into pieces with a crisp sound. What? The attack of the Almighty was blocked? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it at all. The Thousand Thunder Saint Sun and Tuobutiansi even widened their eyes. Especially the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun. He was a saint, but even he could not compete with a true Almighty. But now, a nameless kid in front of him had blocked the attack of a Almighty. That was a Almighty with extraordinary means. His strength was at least at the level of a 7-star king. He was definitely above everyone else. Even so, he was still blocked. In the air, the purple-clothed Almighty's face was gloomy. This scene was also beyond his expectations. Bang! 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 Lin Xian kept retreating. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured by this attack. However, he had also blocked that terrifying finger. However, he still looked up to the sky and laughed. What Almighty! You're just SOSO! If you dare to stop me today, I'll kill you all the same! Lin Xian's cold voice resounded in all directions. It was as if he was the god of death. Humph! You're courting death! The purple-clothed Almighty was furious. He did not use his full strength in the previous attack. In his opinion, the other party was just an ant that was not worthy of his full strength. But now, the other party was so arrogant. He even provoked him. He could not stand it, so he decided to kill the other party again. Boom! He flicked 2 fingers, which turned into a huge flood dragon that hovered in the air. It formed a terrifying energy storm that charged toward Lin Xian. This attack was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it could kill any expert below the Almighty. Boom! Lin Xian roared as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated to the extreme. He waved the demonic sword to resist. There was another earth-shattering explosion. Then, the 2 flood dragons were shattered. However, Lin Xian's body was also sent flying thousands of miles away. What? It shattered again! Everyone was stunned. If the previous time was a coincidence, and the Almighty did not use his full strength, how could they explain this time? Although Lin Xian was sent flying and injured, he did not die. This meant that the other party was able to fight against the Almighty. Thinking of this, they could not believe it. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Impossible! Lin Xian sneered. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The black armor on his body emitted a cold light. It was this armor that blocked most of the Almighty's attack. Almighty? How arrogant! Then you can try to take my sword! Lin Xian blocked 2 consecutive attacks from the Almighty and finally decided to take the initiative to attack. What? He's going to attack the Almighty! Heavens, is he crazy? What a reckless guy! Does he really think that he can fight against the Almighty just because he blocked 2 attacks from the Almighty? Humph, just wait and see. He will definitely be killed. The people of the 5th lineage snorted. In the crowd, Tuobutiansi and the Thousand Thunder Saint gritted their teeth because they could not accept the fact that the other party was stronger than them. Buzz! On Lin Xian's side, the Dragon Sword realm was displayed. tens of thousands of sword lights quickly gathered. Then, they merged with the demonic sword. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The shocking sword light flashed in the air and turned into a light wave that quickly rushed toward the Almighty. Humph! You overestimate yourself! The Almighty in purple sneered disdainfully with a trace of contempt in his eyes. He did not think that the other party could really fight against him, so he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. Chapter 1956. However, when he felt the sharp sword light, his expression finally changed. Because this sword light was too sharp, it made him feel a sense of pain. Poof! The sword light flashed, and then blood spurted out and dripped into the void. The palm of the mighty figure in purple was cut open, revealing deep white bones. Ah! Damn it! The mighty figure in purple was furious. He clenched his fist and crushed the shocking sword light. However, he was still injured. The wound on his palm could not be healed at all. There was still the remnant aura of the great dragon sword soul on it. He really injured the mighty figure. Seeing the bloody scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. What kind of person was this? He was too fierce. The people of the fifth lineage could not believe it. As for the myriad Thunder Sage and Tuobatiensi, they trembled and almost fell from the sky. This kind of strength had definitely surpassed them. Kid, you have completely angered me! The mighty figure in purple looked ferocious. Being injured by an ant made him lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and his aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying light flashed around him, and then flames gushed out from the sky, forming an extremely terrifying scene. Boom! 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 Golden light flashed, and then golden lotuses quickly appeared in the void with monstrous flames. They were like divine spears, shining brightly. The sky was full of golden lotuses, like golden flames floating in the air, covering the entire sky. Domain! This is the mighty figure's domain! He actually used his own domain! It seemed that the mighty figure in purple wanted to kill Lin Xian. He wanted to kill him in one move. Kid, go to hell! The mighty figure in purple sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless golden lotuses in the sky turned into golden sword rainbows and rushed toward Lin Xian. Looking at the golden lotuses in the sky, Lin Xian's expression was grave. This attack made him feel that his life was in danger. He did not dare to be careless, and raised his combat strength to the extreme. The great dragon sword soul rotated quickly in his body, emitting a cold light. Not only that, sword chi quickly appeared on the surface of the black armor, forming a sword chi battle armor. The double layer of defense greatly increased Lin Xian's defensive capabilities. This time, Lin Xian gripped the nine-held devil sword with both hands. The pitch-black demonic sword shone with an icy cold radiance. Soon after, it expanded rapidly and eventually turned into a demonic sword that was 1,000 feet long. Chop! The 100-meter-long giant sword slashed down, and the terrifying power and the attack intertwined in the air. The entire sky was completely blown apart. The dazzling golden lotuses were also impacted. The two collided and destroyed each other. However, there were simply too many golden lotuses. Many of them still managed to get close to Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! The golden lotus and Lin Xian's sword chi collided with each other, creating a dazzling light. Then, the golden lotus tore apart the sword chi and smashed onto the black battle armor. Immediately, Lin Xian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew out. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing exclaimed with deep concern in her eyes. Meanwhile, the myriad Thunder Saint, Tuobatiensi, and the people of the fifth bloodline laughed maniacally. They knew that Lin Xian was doomed this time. However, Lin Xian roared. Golden runes shone in his eyes, making him look mysterious. His body suddenly erupted, forming a dragon-shaped sword shadow to protect his body. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura increased again. Damn it! Impossible! This kid is still severely injured. How can his strength still increase? The people of the fifth bloodline looked as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it. The others were also stunned because this scene was completely beyond their understanding. Only the dark red divine dragon laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, the dragon's soul has been activated. What a blessing in disguise! Kid, let's fight. Let them know the power of the great dragon sword soul. Sure enough, the great dragon sword soul appeared and circled around Lin Xian's body. It kept extending. In the end, it even covered the demonic sword and Lin Xian's arm completely. At this moment, Lin Xian looked extraordinary. A true dragon coiled around his body, and its powerful aura tore the sky and the earth. The golden lotuses around him were also blasted away in an instant. Many of them were directly split by the sword chi. This kind of majestic scene shocked everyone. In the air, a large area of golden lotuses were destroyed. The terrifying sword chi rushed through the entire sky and quickly attacked the mighty figure in purple. Humph! The mighty figure in purple snorted. He did not expect that not only was his opponent not dead, but his combat strength had also increased. Even he was shocked by this combat strength. In the next moment, he clapped his palms. The purple palm shadows were like two purple mountains, swaying rapidly in the air. They blasted onto the sword chi. Boom! 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 Many of the sword chi were slapped away. However, the mighty figure in purple was also shocked. Because his arm was already numb from the shock, the power of this sword chi was much stronger than before. Even he had to deal with it carefully. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The nine-nether demonic sword in his hand expanded once more, becoming a giant sword that was thousands of feet long. Then, it mercilessly slashed down. In the sky, a huge true dragon phantom was formed, and it quickly swept out. Pun! This time, the mighty figure in purple was finally sent flying. The void shattered. The mighty figure in purple was sent flying, leaving behind a pool of blood in the sky. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. Heavens, what did they just see? A puny little king sent a mighty figure flying. This is really too shocking. Damn it, I'm going to kill you! The mighty figure in purple flew over from afar and instantly arrived in front of Su Xiaoshu. The baleful aura on his body soared to the sky. He was like a killing god. But at the same time, the other two mighty figures could no longer watch. They took a step forward and formed a triangle, firmly surrounding Lin Xian. Brat, it's over! Although you're very strong and have heaven-defying talent, you're too stupid. The All-Beginnings Holy Land is not something you can provoke. So what if you're strong? Since ancient times, there has never been a lack of geniuses. It's just that the number of geniuses that can survive is few and far between. You're also nothing. The three mighty figures' voices were ice-cold. Their killing intent formed a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, the three of them attacked together. Their powerful strength instantly caused the sky to explode. No! Murong Qingqing cried out in alarm. She wanted to rush forward and rescue Lin Xian. However, she was stopped by an elder of the Jade Lake Holy Land. There were three mighty figures in front of her. With their berserk auras, even Murong Qingqing wouldn't be able to do anything if she rushed forward. Instead, she might be killed. Damn it! Lu Mingyue's complexion turned gloomy as she saw this. After all, Lin Xian had helped her a lot. She didn't expect that he would be killed now. Ha ha ha, this brat was so arrogant. Now, he's finally dead. He dares to oppose my fifth bloodline? He's truly reckless. Chapter 1957. How dare you go against the fifth branch? You're courting death. The warriors from the fifth branch sneered. Ha ha ha, this brat was so arrogant. Now he's finally dead. How dare you go against the fifth branch? You're courting death. The warriors from the fifth branch sneered. Humph. In the distance, Toba Tianzi and the Thousand Thunder Sage also revealed a ferocious look. Great, this brat is finally dead. Otherwise, the fact that he was still alive would be a huge pressure to them. Boom! However, at this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the huge energy storm and black hole in front of them. Then, more and more cracks appeared in the space, like a spider web crawling into the distance. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura, as if a peerless divine beast had crawled out of the black hole. What's going on? Why do I feel uneasy? The elders from the fifth branch looked extremely solemn. Their hearts were pounding, as if the thing in front of them was a huge threat to them. Not to mention these people, even the three Almighties frowned. They also felt a chill run down their spines. Boom! In the next moment, a huge burst of energy erupted, and a powerful storm swept in all directions. Then, the black hole, terrifying cracks, and dazzling light all over the sky were blasted away. A pitch-black, quaint spaceship was suspended in the sky. It was covered with sword marks and saber scars, and there was a strong, desolate aura around it. What's that? Everyone looked at the pitch-black spaceship in shock. It's a spirit boat. Yes, it's a spirit boat, but it doesn't look like an ordinary one. The aura on it is too strange. Why does it seem like an ancient object? At this moment, everyone stared in front of them, bewildered. The three Almighties frowned even more. As Almighties, their perception was more certain. That hair-raising and heart-pounding feeling from before had come from this black spirit boat. Humph! The attack of three Almighties is nothing more than this. At this moment, a cold voice came from the black spirit boat. Hearing this voice, many people were stunned because they were very familiar with this voice. It was Lin Xian's voice. What? How is that possible? That brat is not dead. Damn it, I don't believe it. That's the attack of three Almighties. Even a top saint wouldn't be able to withstand it. How could he possibly withstand it? Not to mention a saint, even an Almighty would not be able to withstand the combined attack of three Almighties. The people of the fifth branch were going crazy. The surrounding people were also discussing animatedly, their faces full of shock. Damn it, could it be that there's something wrong with that spirit boat? In the next moment, everyone stared at the black spirit boat in front of them. Tuoba Tianzi and the 10,000 lightning holy sons' faces twisted. Ouyang Ningfei, Huang Fuqian, and even Lu Mingyu were shocked. As for Murong Qingqin, she let out a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on her face. He recognized that black spaceship. It was the Black Earth. Previously, she had taken the Black Earth ship with Lin Xian from the Sky Martial Continent to the True Spirit Continent. Murong Qingqin knew a little about the terror of the Black Earth. However, it required too much energy to activate it. She did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to activate it now. Inside the Black Earth ship, Lin Xian was wearing battle armor, his face somewhat pale. A dark red divine dragon stood in front of him, and Black Earth floated beside it. There was a small formation in front of him. 2 divine crystals were embedded in a groove, flickering with light. Even if Lin Xian was strong, he would not be able to withstand the combined attack of 3 Almighties. Unless he became a true Almighty. However, he was only a 5-star king now. Therefore, at the critical moment, Lin Xian activated the Black Earth ship. With the powerful defense of the Black Earth ship, the attacks of the 3 Almighties naturally could not cause any harm to it. Outside, the 3 Almighties' expressions were incomparably cold. Their gazes were like sharp blades as they stared at the Black Earth ship in front of them. The 3 exchanged glances and attacked again in the next moment. They could not tolerate an ant daring to be so arrogant in front of them. Ice River Roar! The purple-clothed Almighty roared towards the sky. Boundless icy aura burst forth from his body, forming a storm that filled the sky, as if it was going to freeze the entire world. The terrifying ice storm quickly rushed towards the Black Earth ship. Doomsday Banishment! Another Almighty waved his hands, creating a mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, the void was torn apart, and countless huge lightning bolts descended, drowning the Black Earth ship. The lightning bolts were powerful as they continuously attacked the Black Earth ship. The terrifying energy drowned the front. Sword of the Wind God! The 3rd Almighty roared. The wind that filled the sky condensed in his hand, turning into a long sword of wind. It was 100 feet long, and then it slashed down, ruthlessly slashing the black earth ship. Clang! 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 A deafening sound rang out. The void in front of them split open again, and a huge crack appeared. It was like a giant beast that devoured the sky, completely swallowing the black earth ship. Humph! The three Almighties snorted coldly, and their eyes flickered as they looked forward. Behind them, the people from the fifth lineage sneered. Humph! It's time for him to die. I don't believe that he can resist. There's no way he can resist. No one can resist the full strength of three Almighties. Many people revealed ferocious expressions, but in the next moment, they were all stunned. Even the three Almighties were dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe it. The huge black hole in front of them quickly disappeared, and the terrifying crack gradually healed. All the energy storm dissipated, and there, the black ship floated in the void, exactly the same as before. There wasn't even a trace of a scar on it. How is this possible? Everyone subconsciously shook their heads, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes hard and found that it was really so. The three terrifying attacks didn't even leave a trace of a scar on the spirit ship. Damn it, how is this possible? That was the full strength attack of three Almighties. Impossible, what grade is this spirit ship? How can it be so strong? Even a top-grade Earth-grade spirit ship doesn't have such a defense, right? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the Black Earth ship, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Hey two, can we attack? These three old fools were too despicable. With the current number of divine crystals, we can attack, but it's only one attack. After one attack, the energy will be extinguished, and we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Isn't there a formation? Open the formation and absorb the energy from the outside world. We can absorb the energy from the outside world, but it can only maintain the balance. He-Tu shook his head, but then said, although the Black Earth ship can't be used as a mechanic, it's not impossible to kill Almighties. Chapter 1958. Hearing Lin Xian's words, He-Tu shook his head. But then he said, although the Black Earth can't attack, it's not impossible to kill a Supreme Being. Oh, you have another method? Lin Xian was surprised. What method? He asked. If he could kill a Supreme Being, that would be great. He could kill the other party's arrogance. Of course. Don't forget, there are still many powerful corpses in the Black Earth. Those were the corpses of invincible kings. They were incomparably terrifying. If he could stimulate their killing intent, even a Supreme Being wouldn't be able to withstand it. Is it easy to operate? Lin Xian asked. No problem, but he would need to waste some divine crystals. He-Tu said. You just need to set up an array formation and guide it. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He still had a lot of divine crystals in his hands, so he could kill one or two Supreme Beings. He was furious. These three Supreme Beings were taking advantage of their seniority to attack him with all their strength. Fortunately, he had the Black Earth. Otherwise, he would be in danger today. Now that he had a chance to take revenge, he had to take it. In the next moment, Lin Xian's cold voice sounded again, echoing in the entire space. All beginnings Holy Land? What a big deal! 3 mighty figures are chasing after a mere king. You guys are really shameless. You guys are shameless to the extreme. However, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Today, I'll go against the heavens and kill a Supreme Being. Humph. As soon as he spoke, the 3 Almighties snorted. When they heard the last part, disdain appeared in their eyes. The cultivators of the 5th bloodline behind them discussed spiritedly, their faces full of ridicule. What did he say? He wants to kill a Supreme Being? What a joke! Who does he think he is? He's just relying on a spirit boat to temporarily save his life. What's there to be arrogant about? What was there to be arrogant about? Murong Qingqing couldn't bear to listen anymore. she said coldly. As far as I know, that young master is only in his 20s and is only a 5-star king. However, his combat strength has reached the level of a saint. Moreover, he's a peak existence among the saints. Not only that, but he can even contend against mighty figures. Can you do that? Shut up if you can't do it. Hearing this, the people of the 5th bloodline lost their temper. Indeed, they were just talking. The other party's strength was stronger than their saint of all beginnings. Even in the eastern wilderness, there weren't many people of the same generation as him. Moreover, it was Murong Qingqing who said that, so they couldn't refute her. After all, Murong Qingqing was also a holy maiden. Her status was absolutely transcendent, and it was not something they could resist. Therefore, the people from the 5th bloodline could only shut their mouths, their faces dark with anger. There were even a few elders who were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, I'm so angry! Several elders roared towards the sky. However, at this moment, another change occurred in front of him. Up ahead, the black earth suddenly emitted a jet-black light that enveloped the purple-robed mighty figure. Whoosh! Then, the purple-robed almighty figure disappeared into the void. Damn it! What happened? The other 2 mighty figures were also stunned. They didn't know what had happened at all. The surrounding people were in an uproar because it happened too quickly. The purple-robed lord had disappeared in an instant. They didn't react at all. By the time they reacted, the purple-robed lord was already gone. Buzz! Inside the black earth, there was a flash of light, and the purple-robed mighty figure appeared. Boom! The purple-robed mighty figure was also very surprised. He felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying spatial power, and then his entire body disappeared. When he reappeared, he instantly activated the battle armor in his body. A set of purple armor appeared and enveloped his entire body. The next moment, he looked around cautiously. When he found that he was inside the spirit ship and saw Lin Xian and the others in front of him, he immediately laughed proudly. Ha ha ha, boy, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you bring me here? I originally thought that if I couldn't break the spirit ship's defense, how could I deal with you? I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. He was simply too happy because the black spirit boat was too strange. The 3 of them couldn't even break it with their hands. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to kill the purple-robed lord today, but he didn't expect the purple-robed lord to drag him into the spirit ship. This way, he had absolute confidence that he could kill the purple-robed lord. Humph! You still want to kill me? I'll kill you first today. Lin Xian snorted coldly, then said, Hey, too, do it. You still want to fight me? You don't know what's good for you. The purple-robed mighty figure laughed wildly. He lowered his palm and was about to charge over. However, He too quickly cast a formation. Suddenly, countless mysterious runes lit up on the ground in front of him, enveloping the purple-robed mighty figure. Not only that, but a huge figure also appeared in front of him. Retreat! At the same time, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly retreated. They came to a secret room inside the black earth and watched quietly. Humph, insignificant skill. You want to stop me with a formation? The purple-robed mighty figure looked at the runes around him and sneered in disdain. But in the next moment, he was stunned. His body even began to tremble. That was because a figure appeared in front of him. A 2-meter-tall figure stood there, cold as ice, like a statue. He emitted an icy aura like a god looking down on all living beings. Damn it! Who is this? There was someone else in the spirit ship? The purple-robed mighty figure was terrified because the aura emitted by the other party made him feel a trace of fear. He had never experienced such fear before. I don't care who you are. Die! The purple-robed mighty figure roared and struck out with both palms. His terrifying palms carried a shocking force as they blasted towards the statue-like figure in front of him. What an idiot! In the secret room, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sneered when they saw this scene. That was because the statue-like figure was none other than the corpse of an invincible king. Such an invincible king was extremely terrifying. Even though he was dead, His aura was still terrifying. It was definitely not something an ordinary mighty figure could withstand. Boom! Sure enough, in the next moment, the purple-robed mighty figure's palm struck the invincible king's corpse, making a sonorous sound. His palm did not cause any damage at all, but it stimulated the murderous aura in the invincible king's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless murderous auras surged out like a flood, turning into divine rainbows that pierced in all directions. Poof! The purple-robed mighty figure was the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 1959. Immediately, the armor on the purple-clothed mighty figure shone with a dazzling light. However, it was useless. Those divine rainbows instantly pierced through the purple-clothed mighty figure's body like cutting beams. Damn it, how is this possible? The purple-clothed mighty figure's eyes widened. He looked at the dozen or so wounds on his body in shock. What kind of attack could kill him in an instant? Who was that figure in front of him? Why was he even more terrifying than a peerless mighty figure? Plop! The purple-clothed mighty figure fell to the ground before he could figure it out. In front of this murderous aura, the purple-clothed mighty figure was killed without any ability to resist. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Xian also gasped. These invincible kings were too terrifying. They had been dead for so long, but the murderous aura in their bodies was still so terrifying. He really wondered how powerful they were when they were alive. Moreover, this was only a king. It was said that there were saints above kings, and above saints were unparalleled emperors. How terrifying was the combat strength of a great emperor! It was simply unimaginable. It wasn't until a long time later that the murderous aura in the hall disappeared. Meanwhile, He too activated the array formation and moved the corpse of the invincible king away. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out. They looked at the purple-clothed mighty figure's corpse and sneered. Then, Lin Xian took off the purple-clothed mighty figure's storage ring. Outside, everyone was panicking because some time had passed. The purple-clothed mighty figure still hadn't appeared, which made them a little worried. However, one of the mighty figures spoke. "Don't worry, no matter how strong that kid is, it's impossible for him to kill a mighty figure. He doesn't have that strength at all." That's right, the strength of a mighty figure is incomparably terrifying. Furthermore, the purple-clothed mighty figure has a powerful armor and many secret techniques and treasures in his hands. He can definitely protect himself. He might even succeed in killing the other party. Hearing these words, the people of the fifth lineage heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they all sneered. That's right, who does that kid think he is? How dare he fight against a mighty figure? Just wait, he'll be killed soon. Discussions broke out one after another. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated, and a figure appeared. He appeared! Everyone was extremely excited as they looked over. Then, the void cracked open and a purple figure appeared. It was the purple-robed mighty figure from before. However, the mighty figure in purple no longer had any signs of life. There were dozens of bull-sized wounds on his body. Terrifying blood dripped down from the void. What? How is this possible? When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They couldn't believe it. As for the two Almighties, they cried out in alarm. Like lightning, they arrived in front of the purple-robed mighty figure. In the next moment, he extended his soul spirit and carefully inspected it. Soon they screamed, "Killed! This is impossible! What? He was killed!" The people of the fifth bloodline went crazy, and the surrounding people were even more terrified. A mighty figure was killed? This was truly a shocking matter. Moreover, he had been killed by a 5-star king. No matter how he listened to it, it sounded like a fantasy story, an impossible thing. But now, it had truly appeared before them. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! I must be dreaming! The fifth bloodline's elder went mad, unable to accept this. Damn it, how is this possible? That's a mighty figure. How could that kid kill him? The other disciples of the fifth bloodline also shouted crazily as if they had gone mad. This can't be true! The Thousand Thunder Saint and Tuobatiensi also kept shaking their heads with a trace of horror in their eyes. Not to mention them, even Lu Mingyu was shocked. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. Even the elders of the 5 great sage bloodlines next to her were all stunned. Because this scene was simply too shocking. A mighty figure was beyond ordinary kings and was abnormally powerful. Below the mighty figure level, very few people could kill a mighty figure. But now, the young man in front of them had done it. Moreover, the other party was only a 5-star king. This was simply too shocking. Ah! Damn it, kid, I'm going to kill you! Among them, a green-robed mighty figure roared crazily. His gaze was like a sharp blade as he slashed forward. He stared at the black spirit boat. Kill me? Okay, I'll give you this chance. Lin Xian's cold voice came from the spirit boat. In the next moment, a black light turned into a shocking lightning bolt and instantly enveloped the green-robed mighty figure. Buzz! In an instant, the green-robed mighty figure's body also disappeared into the void. Seeing this scene, the people of the fifth bloodline were extremely nervous. Because when the purple-robed mighty figure was killed earlier, he had disappeared into thin air. When he came out, he had already become a corpse. Now that the green-robed mighty figure was also enveloped, who knew what the consequences would be? They did not dare to imagine. The surrounding martial artists and the people of the 5 great sage bloodlines also held their breaths. Because if the green-robed mighty figure was killed, it would pierce through the heavens. A 5-star king killing 2 mighty figures in a row. This would definitely be a big event that would shock the entire eastern wilderness. Everyone waited nervously. Not long after, a green figure appeared in the void. It was the green-robed mighty figure from before. What? He's killed again! When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The people of the fifth bloodline were so angry that they vomited blood. Their faces darkened as they roared crazily. That was because the green-robed mighty figure was also killed. No! Who can tell me what's going on? The people of the fifth bloodline roared crazily. The others were also dumbfounded. To be able to kill 2 almighties in a row, what kind of technique was that? Unless it was a peerless mighty figure. Could it be that there was a peerless mighty figure in this spirit boat? Thinking of this, they were extremely terrified. Whoosh! The last surviving mighty figure turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. Because he did not dare to stay here any longer. If he was hit by a black light, he would also disappear. Once he entered the spirit boat, one could imagine his fate. It would definitely be very miserable. Therefore, he still fled in advance. Haha, what mighty figure! What a piece of trash! Seeing that the other party had fled, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The scalps of the surrounding people went numb, and the people of the fifth bloodline were so angry that they vomited blood. Shameful, this was too shameful. This was their sacred ground, their main battlefield, and they had sent out 3 mighty figures, but they could not do anything to the other party. Even the 2 mighty figures on their side were killed by the other party. This was definitely a shocking slap in the face, and it made them speechless. Damn that kid, he's too strange. There must be something incredible in this spirit boat. Hurry up and invite the peerless mighty figure of the fifth bloodline! Many people exclaimed. Especially the people of the fifth bloodline, they were really crazy. Because now, ordinary mighty figures could not suppress the situation at all. They had to invite a peerless mighty figure to kill the other party. Chapter 1960. Boom! 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 In the distance, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the fifth bloodline's mountain peak. Then, multicolored light surged into the sky. The entire sky was dyed red. A figure appeared in the sky. The aura on his body was like a wave, rapidly beating in all directions. Ancestor! Seeing that figure, the people of the fifth bloodline became excited again. They all knelt in the sky. This was because the person who had appeared was none other than their fifth bloodline's peerless Almighty. The remaining cultivators were also shocked. Murong Qingqing also became nervous. Although she knew that the Black Earth was powerful, she didn't know if it could contend against the peerless Almighty. However, she guessed that Lin Xian should be preparing to leave. Indeed, Lin Xian was preparing to leave. Although the Black Earth was powerful, it could only protect itself. His current divine crystals couldn't contend against the peerless Almighty unless he had more energy. Only then could he contend against the peerless Almighty. All beginnings Holy Land? The fifth bloodline is only SOSO. Not only are the younger ones useless, but the older ones are also trash. Since there are no challenges, this young master will be leaving. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then, the Black Earth shone brightly and prepared to take off. However, at this moment, the peerless Almighty in the distance took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of them. His speed was simply too fast. It was no different from teleportation. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. As expected of a peerless Almighty, his strength far surpassed ordinary Almighties. Just this terrifying speed alone was something that the Almighties present couldn't even catch. You want to leave? How is that possible? You killed two of my fifth bloodline's Almighties and you want to leave just like that? Don't you think you're too naive? What naive? Am I not naive when I was killed by you? Only you can kill others, but others can't kill you? What kind of logic is that? Lin Xian coldly snorted. Now that he was inside the Black Earth, he didn't fear a peerless Almighty. Thus, he coldly said, Old man, I advise you to hurry up and scram. Otherwise, if you anger me, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you. Hearing this, many people almost fell from the sky. Insolent, this was too insolent. A puny 5-star king actually dared to threaten to kill a peerless Almighty? After hearing this, the peerless Almighty sneered in disdain. Little doll, do you know what a peerless expert is? Do you know what realm an Almighty's strength has reached? Don't think that you can strut around just because you have a powerful spirit boat. If I want to crush you to death, all I need is one look. Just a look. Do you think you're very powerful? How old are you? What's your strength? What age am I? What's my strength? If we fight at the same level, I can guarantee that I'll kill you like a dog. Lin Xian's voice resounded in the air. You're courting death. Brat, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to speak to a peerless Almighty like that? Hurry up and slap him. The members of the fifth bloodline roared in anger. They would not allow anyone to insult the peerless Almighty of their fifth bloodline. However, Lin Xian sneered. I'm arrogant? You guys are too ignorant. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a peerless Almighty? Alright, let me ask you, how old is your peerless Almighty this year? I'm 3,200 years old. The peerless Almighty snorted. Lin Xian sneered. 3,200 years old, and you're only a peerless Almighty? Then let me ask you, I'm 24 years old this year. I want to know, how strong were you when you were 24 years old? Were you able to fight against the mighty and stand at the top of the saints? Humph. Hearing this, the peerless Almighty snorted coldly, his expression ugly. Meanwhile, the others were silent. From the looks of it, the peerless Almighty probably couldn't reach Lin Xian's level when he was 24 years old. At this moment, an elder of the fifth bloodline sneered. You're powerful now, but so what? A genius who hasn't grown up is nothing in the end. Who knows if you can live to 3,000 years old? What's the point of saying so much? Let me ask you, can you reach my combat power when you're 24 years old? Seeing that the elder was silent, Lin Xian sneered. If you can't, then I don't know what you have to be so arrogant about. I started practicing martial arts when I was 15 years old, and I'm 24 years old now. It's been less than 10 years. I started from the very beginning, and now I can fight against a mighty. It's only been less than 10 years. I'm confident that I won't need 3,000 years. Give me another 10 years, and I'll become a peerless Almighty. By then, I'll kill you as easily as killing a dog. What? Started at 15 years old, and now it's been less than 10 years. Heavens, how is that possible? T, he must be Ting. Even the saints and saintesses of the great sage land and the peerless prodigies of the clan of the ancients couldn't have started practicing martial arts when they were 15 years old. Furious roars sounded from the surroundings. They simply did not believe Lin Xian's words. Even the top prodigies of the eastern wilderness usually started practicing martial arts when they were 5 or 6 years old. Even the peerless prodigies of the clan of the ancients were soaked in all sorts of heavenly treasures and peerless spiritual medicines when they were born. They had built a solid foundation since they were young. There were even peerless almighties who unblocked their meridians. It could be said that they started practicing martial arts from the moment they were born. In addition, those prodigies had incredible talent and top-notch resources. That was why these prodigies were able to shine in their 20s and 30s. They had great power that surpassed the older generation. Even so, they had cultivated for 20 to 30 years, or even 40 to 50 years. However, the young man in front of them had started practicing martial arts when he was 15 years old, and now he was 24 years old. It hadn't even been 10 years. He had surpassed most of the prodigies. That was just too unbelievable. Because they had never heard of such a thing before. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the young man had said that he would become a peerless almighty within 10 years. How was that possible? Compared to the young man who started practicing martial arts when he was 15 years old, his combat power was even more incredible. A peerless almighty was an extremely terrifying existence. Didn't they see that the peerless almighty in front of them was already 3,200 years old? He had cultivated for more than 3,000 years to become a peerless almighty. But the young man wanted to become a peerless almighty within 10 years. That was definitely a joke. Moreover, it was an impossible joke. Kid, you're too ignorant. Do you really think that peerless almighties are cabbages? I bet that you'll never become a peerless almighty in your lifetime. That's right. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you say such big words? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Disdainful voices rang out. Even Tuoba Tianzi and the 10,000 Thunder Saint in the crowd had mocking looks on their faces. Chapter 1961. Disdainful voices rang out one after another. Even Tuoba Tianzi and the 10,000 lightning saint's son revealed mocking expressions. This person had actually cultivated to become a peerless almighty in 10 years? What an idiot! However, Lin Xian coldly said, Do you dare to reveal your name? Within 10 years, I will personally pay a visit to the All Beginnings Holy Land and kill you. As soon as these words were spoken, the world lost its color, and the winds changed. Endless gales swept up as sword energy pierced through the world. This terrifying scene caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. In their opinion, this person was too arrogant. However, this person did have the qualifications to be arrogant. This aura was no weaker than that of a true almighty. It was definitely the combat strength of a peak saint. Moreover, this person's origin was extremely mysterious. Even now, they still didn't know what sect he was from. What sort of background did he have? However, the peerless almighty sneered disdainfully. His eyes were filled with contempt. This was because as a peerless almighty, he knew how difficult and terrifying it was to become a peerless almighty. Although he wasn't a saint in the past, he was still a peak genius. He had spent nearly 2,000 years to become a peerless almighty. Moreover, he had been stuck in the realm of peerless almighty for 1,000 years. He was still unable to break through. 3,000 years was an extremely long period of time. Moreover, according to what he knew, even saints and saintesses would need several hundred years to become peerless almighty. Yet, this person wanted to use 10 years to become a peerless almighty? This was simply a fantasy. Brat, you are too ignorant. Once you cultivate further, you will understand how difficult it is to become a peerless almighty. As for this old man's name, I can tell you. I am called Daoist Qianji. I will accept this agreement. I will wait for you to kill me within 10 years. However, whether or not you can make it out alive is another matter. After saying this, the peerless Almighty sneered and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a terrifying light soared into the sky, piercing through the entire sky. A huge palm of light instantly grabbed at the black earth. Damn it! Old man! Too shameless! In the distance, Murong Qingqing and Lu Mingyue's expressions changed when they saw this scene. This was because they did not expect this peerless Almighty to suddenly make a move. Moreover, there were no signs at all. It was too sudden. The others were also stunned. Then an uproar broke out. The Fifth Bloodline's people cried out in alarm, laughing loudly. It was because they knew that as long as an exceptional power took action, the other party would definitely die. Humph, daring to go against my Fifth Bloodline, this is your fate. Cold laughter could be heard. In front of them, a huge palm of light emitted a terrifying power that enveloped the black earth. Boom! Boom! At the next moment, a terrifying sound was heard as the void in front of him exploded. An incomparably dark black hole rapidly expanded. That place was filled with violent storms. It was exceptionally terrifying. Even an almighty wouldn't dare to touch it. Humph! You're just an ant. You want to become a mighty figure in 10 years? What a joke! The peerless almighty snorted in disdain. Then, he turned around and was about to leave. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. A shocked expression even appeared on his face. The reason for that was because an ice-cold voice sounded from the black hole. Damned old man, I'll remember you. What? He's fine. Everyone was stunned. How could the other party not be dead? How was that possible? That was an attack from a peerless almighty. That palm should have killed even an almighty. However, the other party was still alive. It was too unbelievable. No, that's impossible. I don't believe it. Heavens, what's going on? The Fifth Bloodline's people shouted frantically. This result was too shocking. They couldn't accept it. Even the peerless Almighty's expression changed. That was because this result was also beyond his expectations. Impossible. That was his first reaction because he was very confident in his own strength. No matter how powerful the other party's spirit boat was, it couldn't withstand it. However, what was going on now? He couldn't understand. In the next moment, he turned his head, and his gaze pierced through the void as he looked ahead. Buzz! He saw a black spirit boat quickly appear in the black hole. It still emitted an ancient aura. There were no changes. What? It's fine. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The peerless Almighty's body was also trembling slightly. That was because the spirit boat was completely fine. That was too unbelievable. Damn it, I don't believe it. The peerless Almighty was furious and prepared to attack again. However, at that moment, Lin Xian said coldly, Old man, just you wait. Within 10 years, I will personally come and take your life. With that, the black earth shone brightly and disappeared into the void. Boom! The moment the black earth disappeared, the huge palm of light slammed down again, shattering the void once more. Immediately, the black hole became even larger and even spread in all directions. It completely swallowed some mountain ranges and the sky. That palm was even more terrifying than before. However, it didn't have any effect at all. That was because the black earth had already broken through the void and disappeared. Search for him. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. Search all of them. We can't let that kid leave. The peerless Almighty roared crazily. His face was abnormally ferocious. Immediately, the warriors of the Fifth Bloodline behind him quickly rose into the air and searched in all directions. That was because the peerless Almighty was simply too shocked. That spirit boat of his opponents was incomparably strange. It was actually able to withstand the attack of a peerless Almighty. Without a doubt, it was an incomparably heaven-defying treasure. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was the other party's talent. The other party had cultivated for less than 10 years, yet he had already reached the peak of the Holy Sons. He was definitely a terrifying monster. If the other party was allowed to continue cultivating like this, he would definitely become a peerless almighty one day. Furthermore, that wouldn't take too long. He estimated that it would only take him 100 years. That was because such a monster's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, the further he progressed, the faster his cultivation speed would surpass that of other kings. Therefore, he would most likely become a peerless almighty in 100 years. At that time, the other party would definitely come to kill him. In a battle of the same cultivation level, the peerless almighty didn't have the confidence to defeat the other party. Therefore, he had to find the other party and eliminate him. Otherwise, if the other party were to mature in the future, not only would it be a disaster for him, but it would also be a disaster for the entire All Beginnings Holy Land. After all, it was impossible for such a person to only become a peerless almighty. If the other party's cultivation base advanced, it would definitely be an unimaginable disaster if he attacked the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, the peerless almighty couldn't allow such a disaster to happen. He had to go all out and kill the other party now. In the sky, numerous figures quickly set off. Chapter 1962. In the sky, one figure after another quickly set off. It wasn't just the fifth bloodline. In the end, the entire All Beginnings Holy Land was alarmed. The other cultivators also quickly received the order and prepared to search for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's talent was too terrifying. It was enough to threaten the entire Holy Land. Lin Xian was actually this terrifying. In the crowd, Lu Minghua's eyes flickered. She had never imagined that Lin Xian would be so terrifying. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for her. With such a powerful ally, she would probably receive a lot of support in the Holy Land in the future. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up in a smile. She also secretly transmitted her voice to the seventh bloodline, telling them not to search for Lin Xian. As for the people from the other 5 great sage lands, they were completely stunned. This was because Lin Xian's performance had completely exceeded their expectations. This was especially true for Tobatiansi, the 10,000 Lightning Saint's son, and the others. Lin Xian's strength and talent had already far surpassed theirs. Although they were also prodigies, compared to Lin Xian, they paled in comparison. The other holy sons and holy daughters also had grave expressions. As for the elder-level people, they were all frowning. Such a person could be said to be a peerless prodigy. If he were to mature, he would definitely become a powerful enemy on their path to becoming a great emperor. Murong Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her exquisite face. Now that Lin Xian was able to leave, she was also relieved. On the other side, Lin Xian controlled the black earth and directly jumped through the void, arriving several 100,000 miles away. Then, with a few more jumps, he arrived 1,000,000 miles away. After that, the black earth entered the vast mountains below and hid. Whoosh! It was only now that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xian didn't plan on leaving immediately. After all, the impact of this matter was too great. It would definitely shake the entire southern region. It might even cause a storm in the entire eastern wasteland. Thus, it was best for him to enter seclusion and cultivate here. He would come out after the storm passed. He had consumed 6 divine crystals. He only had 3 left. How to use these 3 pieces was a problem. At this moment, Hei Tu floated over and said, "Kid, if you don't plan on directly absorbing the energy in these 3 divine crystals, I have another way. I'll give you a special benefit." "Special benefits? What benefits?" Lin Xian asked. "Not only is the Black Earth's defense powerful, there are also various training grounds. One of them is called the 0-degree space. It's incomparably magical. It can condense people who are exactly the same as you to fight." "Exactly the same?" Lin Xian was surprised. Exactly the same? Yes, that's right. Combat awareness, your cultivation base, and experience in fighting above your level, everything is the same. He Tu continued. Fighting with an exact copy of yourself and feeling the limits of life and death will definitely bring you great benefits. However, opening that null space requires divine crystals. No problem. Is 3 enough? Lin Xian thought for a moment, and said without any hesitation. Fighting with an identical version of himself was definitely a very precious experience, because this way, he could make up for his shortcomings. Find out where he needed to improve. He Tu took the 3 pieces of divine crystals and floated inside. Not long after, the entire black earth trembled slightly. Then, a black light enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. The surrounding scenery completely changed. It was as if he had jumped out of the black earth and arrived in a special space. His surroundings were gray, and he couldn't see the limits of this space. However, with Lin Xian's senses, it could support him to fight with all his strength. Buzz! At this moment, the space in front of him fluctuated, and a figure appeared. Seeing this person, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This person looked exactly the same as him. His clothes, hair, eyes, and temperament were all the same. If one didn't know better, they would think that another him had appeared. Seeing an enemy who was exactly the same as him, Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement. The spiritual power in his body quickly circulated, and sword chi rushed out of his body, turning into a shocking sword light that slashed forward. See God Eyes? It's useless. I can do it too. In front of him, the enemy who looked exactly like Lin Xian said in a deep voice. As he spoke, endless cold air gushed out of his body, turning into a blue ice sword that also slashed forward. See God Ice versus See God Ice. The 2 huge ice swords collided. The air shook violently, and invisible cold air exploded. In this exchange, the 2 of them were evenly matched, sharing the limelight. Yes. It's exactly the same. Lin Xian was astonished when he sensed the other party's strength, and the terrifying icy aura. See God Ice was an ice treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. He didn't expect the opponent to be able to simulate it. And the power was exactly the same. This 0-degree space was really amazing. It could actually simulate such a realistic enemy. Lin Xian was extremely excited. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Boom! However, at the same time, the enemy's mouth curled into a sinister smile. At the same time, his fist turned into a black dragon and rushed out. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. The terrifying fist turned into a ferocious black dragon, and a destructive aura floated between heaven and earth. Not only was the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist exactly the same, but even the timing and angle of the attack were exactly the same. In other words, not only could the opponent simulate Lin Xian's strength, but he could also simulate Lin Xian's combat experience. Boom! 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 Roar! In the sky, the 2 black dragons collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Thunder fell, and a loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. It was as if 2 real dragons were fighting each other. Whoosh! What surprised Lin Xian even more was that after the figure used the Sea God's Ice and the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist, 6 illusory figures appeared in front of him again. Each of them was formed by sword chi. They were like 6 peerless divine swords that emitted a terrifying aura. 6 God Sword Technique, Chaos Doppelganger. The 2 ultimate skills were used at the same time. Then, the human figure and the 6 sword phantoms quickly attacked Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and also used Chaos Doppelganger and 6 God Sword Technique. At the same time, 6 sword shadows appeared beside him. Each of them was extremely sharp, as if a sword immortal had descended. Terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions. Kill! With a roar, the 2 collided. Countless sword chi streaked across the sky, and a destructive aura pierced through the 9 heavens. Buzz! At this moment, A huge sword light quickly condensed among the sword shadows in the sky. It was shining with a pitch-black light. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.